think people are hyper, scared to be the first person to take the headline risk of data in their funds. So they're sort of all of them are in this kind of linking contest with each other of who's going to be the first person to do it. But again, I do think that the pressure is mounting, and I think simultaneously people are, Goldman released their shareholder letter, and they were defending the importance of Gates. I think that's kind of widespread, being referenced in Bloomberg Invest conference as well, that it's a sort of feature, not a bug. But I think at some point people are going to have to start using this feature and kind of putting their money where their mouth is, so to speak.
All right, Silas, thanks very much. Silas Brown there in London covers credit for us. And I hope at least you could get other teams together to raise $150 million if you needed it. Joining us now is State Street Investment Management President and CEO, Ethan.
Good morning.
Great to have you on the program. I've been looking at the work that you've done at State Street, and it's really impressive in terms of the amount of assets under management you've been able to accrue. I think 4 times of what you had when you came in 2022. But I wonder what changes now that we're starting to all kind of freak out about the private markets, which is one of the levers that you pulled. Yesterday, Mark Rowan was on stage with our editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, and said private markets are in for a downturn here.
Well, our focus has been primarily on the public markets and this convergence of private and public. And with Apollo, we launched a series of ETFs.
Oh my God.
It was really trying to give investors some exposure to the investment grade private markets arena. And importantly, because we're significant in the ETF space, we wanted to make sure there was good underlying liquidity. And what we found actually in the course of this year, as we provided transparency to those underlying holdings, is that the market makers are showing up. There are active bids on those underlyings. And ultimately, the ETF structure provides enormous amount of liquidity, right? We have a broad range of investors. And so in many respects, there's the secondary liquidity that exists along with the underlyings.
So this is an interesting thing. I'm sure you got this a lot when you put the ETF out. Everybody's saying, is there liquidity here? Are we going to see issues of not being able to get your money back? That's not where the issues have arisen. They've arisen.
All right, so strategy up again today. All right, Bitcoin is on the move.
Is it an issue to have these traded products that are geared towards wealth and retail investors that are semi-liquid or maybe just have an illusion of liquidity?
Well, I think we've seen this with closed-end funds and with BDCs that they do tend to trade on the basis of yield and attract a lot of individual investors. And that's why in many respects we think the ETF structure is a really good structure because it does have such a widespread interest in following. And the spreads that we see in terms of trading activity really provides good liquidity to investors.
What are you hearing from investors? You are, I think, the 4th largest asset manager in the world. And as we enter now the 5th day of a war in Iran, we worry about, only a 5th of the world's oil and natural gas supplies coming through the Straits of Hormuz. How are investors reacting?
Look, I think everyone.
Okay, Bitcoin on the move. Let's see what that looks like. Needs to get above the 72,000. We're right at it, above 72,000.
And then volatility in the equity markets, in part because, the direction of travel with inflation is not quite known yet.
Oh my God.
Interest rates are higher for longer, that's likely to impact valuations overall.
From what you see conversations with clients or elsewhere.
Okay, we're still up 20 handles, but off the best levels of the session for now. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is March the 4th, Wednesday. It's the first trading week of the new month after a drubbing and a pushback below the 50-day. We're attempting to resurface the New York FANG components. A little profit taking going into the opening bell, trying to come off the low. Market's still very jittery. $6,700 support, 6,800 resistance. Cash, or pulling back right now. Futures pulling back.
Check on the markets as we head to the bell. We're looking at risk bouncing futures higher this morning. This is Bloomberg.
This is wrong. This is Tuesday. All right, that's Wednesday. Okay, cool.
No, I see a 4-star, 4, 5, 4. How about 5, 5? There you go, 5 stars. Good guy. Don't just listen to make it really feel like you're being heard. Oh, you've got options. Love you, buddy.
Your daughter's turning 19, and your company's at a turning point. Who's helping tackle data, strategy, finance?
The dream team.
We. Deloitte. Together makes progress. Tech can move everything when it's at the heart of your strategy. AI built not for a headline, but the bottom line.
All right, we got 2 minutes to go.
After fire, water, or storm damage, home can feel far away. And for over 50 years, A&I Fire and Water Restoration has been helping families across the Carolinas get back to normal. With expert care and decades of experience, we make coming home possible.
Okay, we got a little bit more than 1 minute to go.
Restoring your property. Restoring peace of
Okay, Apple pushing higher. Microsoft just saw some profit taking. Microsoft and Apple popping. Bitcoin looks good. Bitcoin looks good. Let's see, Apple. Oh, gosh. All these companies advertising games nonstop. It makes me crazy. Get a life. Okay, let's go. Let's go. About to open.
2 weeks ago, you confronted me and went like, Jim, you know there are some things that are not going right. And one of the things that are going right was gasoline.
Okay, we're open.
And you just, you lose an arrow in the quiver. Also, ADP at 63K is not terrible, even though almost all of it was education and healthcare. And I do think if you're running a
CoreWeave up quite a bit this morning. CoreWeave. Robinhood. Robinhood following through. Robinhood breaking out. Robinhood breaking out of a base. Robinhood's breaking out of its base. Okay, Apple, and keep an eye on Apple. Microsoft, a little profit taking first thing. Netflix pop. There goes Apple.
Who was that who bought a million shares?
KOGUAN. I really apologize that it's not
A Tesla billionaire guy.
But it just you've got these stories about Nvidia. You've got the GTC coming up, and the stock is still in the do not peak yet.
We do have this reinstatement of coverage on Tesla out of B of A today, where they go to buy 460. The clear leader, Jim, in autonomous driving.
Yeah, nothing really about Ordo in that. It was self-drive. It's going to be they're the ones. This was an intellectual property. I thought you take from a neutral to car company. Buy its intellectual property, the best intellectual property.
All I'm doing is take a few things off here into strength.
Things should be valued in terms of the automotive business and the autonomous business and the robotics business. The latest rumor, and it is purely that, guys, but it's getting written up by analysts and the like, is we all know SpaceX is going to file for an IPO fairly soon, but it is, would there be a case to be made, or will there be will there be an attempt made at with SpaceX and Tesla?
There goes Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin's looking really hot here. BITX, 2 times Bitcoin, gapping up.
Take a look at it, the pros and the cons. You'd imagine at a $1.5 trillion or maybe even $1.75 trillion value is being tossed around for SpaceX, that its holders might not embrace the idea of merging into Tesla. And there are a lot of other things that come along with that, including Elon's comp and any number of other issues. But I did want to at least mention it because it's being openly discussed. And again, I have no reporting that indicates it is something that is being pursued. I want to make that clear. But when it gets to the point where analysts, Carl, are writing it up, maybe worth it.
I'm thinking back to the Adam Jonas note. This was
All right, the critical metals also getting a bid too. Watch the critical metals.
That's how aspirational Morgan Stanley's thinking is at the moment.
Jones have been quiet for way too long.
Yep.
We were losing this. They used the Dostoevsky analogy.
Right, isn't he covering robotics? Isn't that his broader theme now?
He's a future.
He's a futurist.
Carl Sagan.
Apple.
I like this Carl Sagan. That guy was way ahead of his time.
Yeah, he called a lot of things.
You see that sometimes on various social media things.
Microsoft starting to bounce. Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla on the move. Tesla starting to bounce
Jim, do you think this gap gets sold?
off the 200-day.
Yeah, I do.
Yep.
It just takes one headline, one earned headline. I don't think that there's a lot of strength here. I do think that there are. Look, there's a possibility that we could hang here, but I just think that
Netflix on the move.
yesterday at the low, and they're like scalpers, and they're going to take this and they're going to bang it down. But overall, the research and the companies that reported were really good. I mean, Ross Dorsey, remember, I think the CrowdStrike wasn't a definite win.
Meta going.
Watching closely. One of the companies that's always mentioned is in the crosshairs of AI and profit is ServiceNow.
Amazon
He bought $3 million worth of
looking
shares
good.
at 104. Okay, that's better. That's not bucking. That's good.
Yeah. Right. Well, last week we were talking about how that didn't
Palantir.
as an insider buy the way we normally see.
Palantir follow through day.
A little bit of signs of life there. Look at that. I mean,
Yes, proof of life.
Palantir
remember that? Yeah.
coming out of this base. Palantir.
To the unpromised land of Salesforce. Now, Salesforce is up. We went down to 181. They reported in the after hours. It went all the way back to like 197. Now,
Okay, futures still jockeying around here. Futures.
George Kurtz's description, CEO of CrowdStrike, about what does
Okay, hedge flows continue to move lower.
to some degree describe Salesforce. It can be mimicked, right? Versus something where you have a threat database on 179 countries. The same way, by the way, Cloudflare has
A lot of positive gamma in this area on the 0-day.
Dwell on this, guys, because I do think some
Netflix is going.
era that we're in is so unusual. It's a private company, Anthropic. I can't give you a chart. I wish I could. CNBC wishes we could, but it would look like this.
And revenue has gone like that. I mean, I can't really remember a time when 14 months ago a company was doing $1 billion and now it's doing $19 million in annual revenues. And my question, I guess, to you, Jim, their last round,
Robin Hood trying to break out of a base. Robin Hood.
What kind of a multiple to revenue do you put on
Palantir looks good.
$20 billion 2026 number? 380 billion after they raised the money. So it's a 380 billion after they raised the money valuation. But that's nothing. That's what is that? It's only 19 billion in revenues. That's 20 times.
Futures still drifting lower at the moment. Futures. Okay, we had a hammer yesterday, so we want to see this follow through. We want to see a follow through and a push higher.
Weighed in on why that's the case and why it's being penalized more broadly than just for its work for the Pentagon.
We had Anthropic at Treasury. It was part of a sweep of other AI companies we were testing, and we'll have them out of our system within several days. So this isn't Anthropic isn't mission critical, and they can't put use clauses into their contracts.
The naming of the supply chain threat means that no one who is a contractor to the U.S. government can work with Anthropic either.
Again, Becky, this is very bad behavior on their part in terms of trying to decide what is the use clause.
We'll see if there's an off-ramp there, but for a company that focuses on the enterprise, I have to think that's not a great scenario. Right?
S&P still up 8 points. We're up much more, obviously, off the highs of the day. We need to get above the 50-day. Microsoft starting to move now. Microsoft coming off the low. Had a decent day yesterday. Microsoft, one of the best days in some time.
Very serious work about who's winning and who's not, and the chart of he does this company called 100x, and I use it a lot, but future usage 10 for all people.
Future's still hanging out here.
GPT has just gone down dramatically in the last
Looking for hedge flows to turn.
Is off the charts up. Right? It's a chart that is 100x put out that is really frightening environment.
It's all connected because we talk about Anthropic, the incredible uptake in usage in the enterprise, the threat that has to public software companies that we've watched their stock prices and or at least wonder what the threat is, and then to private companies that are comped off the public and that are in BDCs, and therefore the question is, in 2 years are they going to be able to repay the loans, which was at least the subject of a question I asked John Gray from Blackstone yesterday around the impact of AI. Here's his answer.
But I do think management teams are going to have to respond. They're going to have to AI their businesses. In some cases, there will be losses.
Still fading.
What's happening in markets today.
Netflix still going. Netflix. Microsoft trying to follow through. Netflix looks good. Netflix looks good.
Yes, there will be some software firms that get hurt here.
He also obviously said there will be plenty of income.
120 price target. JP Morgan.
Totally vulnerable to AI. Not when, of course, they went private, but right now. But then when you go into Anaplan's website, you look at them. They just got rid of everything other than AI. Now you can say it's all a sham, but it just doesn't feel like it. It really does feel like that they've reinvented the company. When you get the Tom and Ross, these people are not unaware of agentics, and they actually believe, I think, that there will be value added for many of the companies in their portfolios. Using the agentics on the proprietary data of their customers and then reorienting their models around capturing the outcomes in dollars as opposed to just on a per seat basis. Right, and that's that model that again George talks about, and I'm going to ask about it tonight, but when you have a per seat basis, when you have a per seat basis, people just think you're just finished. And yet George talks about whether that's absolutely true, but the fact is that if you have something that even smells like it, I cannot believe that George Stott, the stock is down 9. I mean, well, maybe there's no hope for whoever reports on a given day. Because if you report a given day and you're 10 and you're not, and you might be, Anthropic does not go against these guys, they're partners. Anthropic can't do what
Netflix at the high.
Anthropic is not in the business of ensuring you're stopping the threat and then talking to you about it. They're in the business of creating better agents. They're just different, but it doesn't matter right now. But it will matter. It will matter.
Okay, Apple off the high of the session. Future's still fading. We're about to go red on the day. I'm sure there's probably a lot of nervous money in the markets at the moment. So futures fading the high, people taking profits. Netflix looking okay. Netflix higher.
Novel discoveries are often interpreted as the death knells of existing categories. The market is questioning enterprise software's role in an agentic world. We see the AI revolution creating two disparate groups of software companies. Group one, those who are now existentially vulnerable. These are historically nice-to-have technologies. Group two, those who will thrive.
NVIDIA sitting tight at the moment. NVIDIA.
Technologies necessary for global continuity with deep IP.
All right, so we're red on the day now. We're pretty much flat. Futures are flat. We're off $1.50. Bitcoin coming off the high. Bitcoin coming off the high.
You get like a Workday, you get a ServiceNow, Adobe. These are the ones everyone keeps singling out. They can all change. But most of the software companies that I follow are kind of on the wrong side of history right now. How about Microsoft? Is that on the wrong side of history? Very challenged company right now. Really challenged.
Let's see. Thomson Reuters. TRI. Inside day. MicroStrategy. Strategy number 1 on the NASDAQ 100. Followed by Ross Stores. Ross Stores is up this morning. Let's see what Target is doing. Target, I liked what I saw yesterday. Target gapping up this morning. Let's see if we get an entry on Target. App Lovin'. Okay. Okay, App Lovin' turning back up. And Netflix looks good, right? Netflix with the follow through. Nice volume. Netflix coming back a bit from the high of the day. Netflix.
Still underperforming the index over 5 years. No, it's 10 years is a different story.
No, Salesforce too. Yeah. But Palantir is a company that is not seat-based that I think can come back.
So, right. I mean, the stock is down 15% in 3 months. Still up 76% for the year.
Palantir.
It's a fabulous company. Combative CEO. You know what? I don't know about being combative. I don't
know what that's about. So I'm a man of peace, but I've got to tell you that the other team there is. No, your target is like 100.
Okay, Amazon breaking above this area here we had delineated yesterday. Looking for this base breakout. Amazon looks good. Amazon looking for that base breakout.
Jim was right. Opening bid did get lost. Dow's down 100. Let's get some services PMI with Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Hi, Carl and Steve. We're looking at our February final read on S&P Global Services and Composite PMI. We'll have ISM shortly. The mid-month read was 52.3 on the service side. It gets downgraded to 51.7, the lowest since April of last year. But you have to go all the way back to January.
Services PMI is what Rick is talking about right now.
To find last time it was under 50, so still an expansion.
Okay, futures turning on PMI. Futures turning up.
Mid-month, and it moves lower to 51.9. And just like the services, the composite is the lowest level since April of last year.
Futures turning on PMI.
Jan 23 and contraction under 50. So it's been running strong on both accounts.
Amazon going. S&P turning on PMI numbers. Let's see if that can follow through. Okay, I want to keep an eye on Amazon. NVIDIA starting to move. Amazon looking good. All right, so we got a little shakeout first thing this morning. People are nervous. People are nervous. 175-point drops in the futures and a resurgence back to even after 175 points down. People are very nervous. You can see that with VIX. VIX is elevated. Let's see where VIX is right now. VIX. Okay, VIX is a little bit lower than yesterday. Okay, VIX is trying to hold that 23 area. Let's see if it fades or not. VIX, we'll keep an eye on that. But Amazon looks good. Amazon breaking above these levels. Now it's got the 250-day overhead. 50-day, 200-day to deal with. Okay. 50 and the 200-day. Right there. Let me just put this here. Okay, so we got to deal with the 50 and the 200-day next. But we're breaking out above this base, or trying to. We got some wicks right here, I guess you could say. I'll take the bodies. I'll take the bodies of the candles. MACD rising. Looks good. Amazon looks good. NVIDIA rising. Been hearing a lot of conversation about NVIDIA and its longevity lately. Top stock. It's not being rewarded right now as being the top stock in the AI business, global AI. It's just been basing. So we're waiting for a breakout. I got to believe the breakout's going to go to the upside and NVIDIA. So building a position in NVIDIA, NVDX, any of the derivatives. Okay. Bottom of the range. Okay, futures, no follow through yet. Amazon looks good. Looking for Apple and Microsoft to bounce. NVIDIA's bouncing. Amazon's working. Amazon, I have May 220 calls. A little bit out of the money. When did I get those? View trades.
There's a look at Bitcoin this morning as we get back close to 1 month highs. Interesting to see it hold 71.
Need to get above 72,000 Bitcoin. February 27th. Okay, Amazon, February 27th.
Watch that closely. Moving names like Coinbase today. Meantime, live shot of the Supreme Court today, as it is a decision day.
February 27th.
Decision about
That's Friday.
We'll watch that as we get closer
Friday.
to the hour. In the meantime, stop trading with Jibs next.
We're looking for the breakout on Friday. Okay, Amazon looking good. There goes Amazon. Amazon's pushing the highs. Headed to the 200-day. Amazon heading to the 200-day. Don't be late. Amazon.
Or less because you need the size of an Aries, for example, to actually participate in it. Like any market where there's a lot of attention, you wind up seeing participants coming in with a varied set of capabilities. And so there is competition out there, but what we've been able to see, and we just talked about this on the panel earlier, is that
Amazon, where's the call wall? Let me check. I just want to mark this chart up. Amazon.
energy, which is such a large part of this story too, we're able to provide competitive advantages that give us an edge in the marketplace. By the way, Matt kind of hinted at your office holdings, which is notably absent from your top levels. What would it take to get back in office? How are you just viewing that sector as a whole? You want to buy low?
Okay, Money Magic updates. If you're not using Money Magic updates, you're like really missing the point. Okay, you have to know where the call and the put walls are. You just have to, right?
And what we found was that there were a lot of other sectors that could provide us with much more predictable, much more durable returns. And while values have come down considerably, it's not just
Okay, so Money Magic updates on Amazon. Let's see, Amazon 210, 220. Okay, so we're above the call wall. So you know what happens above the call wall? Okay, you know what happens above the call wall? Amazon's going. Okay. Okay, so there you go. Okay, 220 is coming coming up fast. Wow. Amazon coming up fast. Okay.
Time for Jim and stop trading.
Okay, one of the stocks that really marked the top of the 1990-1991 the first Gulf War was Exxon. It went up, going into leading up to the war, and then it went down when the war started. We are at a pivotal level for Exxon right here. If it does go and take out about 146, then I think you're going to say, all right, we're in the same situation as that Gulf War, which was the peak, and next people realized the United States was going to win and win decisively. So let's keep an eye on Exxon as a tell on whether we're going to win or not.
Yeah. The other interesting name, Jim, we didn't really get to it, is Dow, which got an upgrade today, but it's been a huge winner this year. Thinking about the Strait, a lot more goes through the Strait than just oil.
It's amazing because it is a bit of a China play, but also Jim Fitterling, to his credit, really kind of reined in a lot of things he was doing. And some of them that were definitely more, he's very proud of his work with the environment, but they had to scale them back. And he has done a great job preserving things. He did have to cut the dividend, but I wish him the best of luck. He was, he got hostage to some really bad commodity prices, and he seems to be working his way out of it, which is great.
Yeah. Key today goes to overweight. How about tonight?
All right, so I do have CrowdStrike, which again is a battleground stock because there's some people who feel that you're going to be able to disintermediate these kinds of stocks, which is cybersecurity. And George would say, do you really think Anthropic is the company that you would call to say, listen, I know that there's a lot of threat actors out there from
from Iran and Russia, and I want you to do it. And I think they would say, well, why don't you call my partner George Kurtz? But the negativity is still there. And David, I think that the negativity is not going to go away anytime soon for companies that are in Anthropic's alleged folks here. Anthropic has to come out and say, you know what, we don't want to do anything against Clorox, and we are fine with that.
I don't think they're going to come out with a company by company list
You
of
don't think
those
so?
that they don't threaten.
They don't want to save the potato chip market?
I'm not worried about the potato chip market.
Then I'm
Jim, we'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Relatively flat market. Breadth's kind of even.
Amazon squeezing.
Dow down 30. Don't go anywhere.
Let's see how far this goes. Next level is 220. So we'll see how far that goes. Looks good. Looking good. All right.
Publishes today on LinkedIn. We could see 15% default rates on highly leveraged software companies. That's an issue we'll delve into with Bruce Richards. Check our markets right now. We have the S&P and the NASDAQ gaining as oil turns to the upside. This is Bloomberg.
Man, everybody's going to commercials so fast. It's like sell commercials. Commercial. Oh, Schwab was on the commercial.
With Schwab Bank Investor Checking.
Okay.
Built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
There goes Amazon.
A higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Here go the futures popping back up. Okay, Amazon above the call wall. You know what happens above the call wall. Dealers have an incentive to keep prices between the put and call walls. Once above a call wall or below a put wall, dealers react. In the case of the call wall with Amazon, we get a squeeze. Dealers have to start buying shares. That creates more bullish activity, which causes more people to buy calls, which causes more squeezing. Okay, so looking good on Amazon.
We will dive into the continued impact of the Middle East conflict and what sort of effect that's having on the market, from stocks to bonds to currencies and commodities. And over the next hour, we'll have example trades for Broadcom and Costco. Broadcom reports earnings after the close, and Costco will report numbers tomorrow. We'll break down both of those. But for now, let's take a look at some of these stabilizing assets. So this morning, of course, we have seen finding their footing off the back of some of the developments we've heard from Hexet, also some of the macro data today as well. So the S&P 500 up just fractionally right now. The NASDAQ 100 up 0.6%. The Dow Jones is just on the line to the downside at the moment. It's just flipped actually. It's fractionally higher as well. The Russell 2000 is on the line to the upside as well. So we are seeing signs of stabilization and recovery in these markets as we come off what was a pretty big sell-off yesterday, although we did come off the sessions lows as well. But we continue to track these markets slightly higher this morning as tech very much seems to be leading the way here off the back of a couple of sessions of pressure, of course. And for foreign markets, here is what we are looking at, a very split picture. Obviously, we have the European markets still in action out there in that part of the world, trading up 0.6% on the FTSE 100 out in London. The German DAX right now up 0.5% as well. So a lot more optimism out in Europe right now. Can't say that for Asia. It was a pretty nasty session out there overnight. We will discuss that a little bit later on in the program. But for now, the Nikkei 225 closed out 3.6% low, and the Hang Seng Index over in Hong Kong down 2%. All right, let's take a look at some of these futures products as well. Very interesting moves. We have seen, of course, a recovery in some of the metals this morning. We've got gold back in action, up 0.8%. We're at 51.64 there. So some of the metals trade, and very much that bounce back is helping things across other asset classes as well. The 10-year yield sits at 408 for us this morning. Of course, we're going to be getting you across more data in just a little minute. The US dollar index backing off, of course, off the highs we've seen in recent sessions. We're at 98.90 on the Dixie. Crude oil also taking a leg lower, of course, that coming off the highs following the developments we've heard from the US government.
All right, so nice squeeze here on Amazon. Let's go check the average true range. Amazon average true range. Okay, ATR is $6.50. We're currently up $6.50. We're into the squeeze, so there's no reason why this can't go to 220 before seeing some resistance. We got a gap as well to deal with. So it's just a matter of watching price action. I don't think we're going to go straight up from here. We had a nice blast higher as dealers start buying shares as they get squeezed above the 210 call wall.
At 56.1, she was looking for 53.5, and the previous print was 53.8. So actually an improvement from what we saw from last month, and better than the street's expectations here. Here's the reason why it's a little bit more Goldilocks.
BMNU, okay, BMNU. Thank you, Ursel.
The previous print was actually at 66.8. We actually saw a deceleration there, which is why we were seeing the market move a little bit higher. Also,
BMNR.
That actually came in at 58.6. She was looking for 53.5. So we actually saw a spike in new orders on the services front, which is around 70% of the overall U.S. economy. So this is actually a tailwind.
Sorry, I keep coughing in your ear.
We have seen a lot of inflation because of oil prices. Obviously, we're not going to see that being translated into a lot of these markets as of yet, because a lot of these reports were actually generated before the conflict over in Iran. But this is the print that you would like to see here, especially with prices kind of decelerating.
Absolutely. Prices going down, new orders going up, and that's what creates that Goldilocks situation, as you mentioned. 56.1. I mean, that is comfortably above the boom or bust line. So we're pretty good reading there.
That voice just goes right through me. I know she's just a nice lady, but exaggeration of that Australian accent just goes right through me.
Today, but we saw a pretty big correction, almost 50%.
You know, you're getting old when things, when little things aggravate you. My son's constantly telling me, "Papa, you need to chill." My boy, so he doesn't pull anything. He punches. He's so funny. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right.
The moves are much more violent than, say, like the moves that you're getting in the U.S. dollar, and I think part of it is just, you know, when margin calls are triggered, retail traders have to sell whatever they can, and you know that's why you look at equities into precious metals, because that's been a big point for that. The only one I also wanted to mention, we're looking at sort of other places.
Okay, futures trying to push a bit higher. Bitcoin got to get through 72,000. Once Bitcoin gets through 72,000. I'm not that bad. I'm just, you know. What am I doing here? Bitcoin, BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Okay, very obvious what's happening here. You got the squeeze, you get the pop. Okay, that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Bollinger Bands.
For defense spending. I mean, Europe, even Chancellor Merz of Germany yesterday said we need to get Spain there. So this has been sort of a long-running fight between the U.S. and Spain, and it's bubbled over when they didn't let us use their.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that is, that's not in the trade agreement, but that's a total
separate issue. IEEPA did not take away the powers for trade embargoes. They took away the powers for tariffs, or at least they said that was illegal. So I think that on the embargo front, like President feels pretty good about the legal case.
Yeah, although yesterday he said we won the decision on tariffs, which was curious. As we move to the broader markets, stock stabilizing a bit here, Dow's up 20.
Bitcoin looking good.
Multi-asset solutions portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management. Phil, it's good to have you. Carl. Thanks for being with us. What do you think the market's trying to tell us right now?
Before the crisis, Carl, and we are not changing our posture and leaning into risk in our portfolios. So we don't. The information that we have now, there's no reason for us to change. I think what the markets are saying is they're conditioned to these things. These things pop up every year. Russia, Ukraine, 2022. Silicon Valley, 2023. Right, the Red Sea piracy in 24. Last year, Liberation Day. Diversified portfolios work in this environment. I think the one risk that we would look at is our oil prices. Oil prices do a couple of things for us. Obviously, the lack of protection that you're getting in bonds keeps us up at night a little bit, because as oil prices went up, bond yields went up. But just the outright level of oil prices, $75, not problematic. We traded about $81 on average in all of 2024. The economy did fine. The Big Beautiful Bill Act delivering about $150 billion of consumer fiscal stimulus. Every $10 in oil prices takes away about $30 billion. So, Carl, it's like a drop in the bucket so far. And then just the forward markets. The forward oil price is trading at about 68 right now. Inflation break-evens, the Fed's favorite measure.
Bitcoin's going to explode.
2.3, unchanged, even lower. So I think what the market is telling us here is that investors have become conditioned to geopolitical issues and has been proven to look through.
Yeah, there's been some debate about that. The last time oil prices spiked like this in 22, you had the Fed near ZERP, you had income and housing booming. You still had stimulus running through the economy. Right. We don't have any of those things right now.
No, but the Fed was hiking rates later that year by 75 basis points a meeting. Right? So you had Russia, Ukraine in March of 22, and the Fed kept hiking rates and tightening policy. We're in a much, much different place when it comes to monetary policy. The Fed has taken 175 basis points off of that terminal rate in the past 2 years.
Right, and the 10 years barely moved.
That's my that's my favorite measure, 4.1%. That's where we were in the September FOMC meeting. That's where we are today. And interest rate vol has been very low. That was such a distraction for equity investors over the past few years. I think it's a green light to take risk now. But also on the 40 side of the 60-40, when the 10-year doesn't move, it also provides protection when equity markets are selling off. But still, the number one risk for us would be wrong way correlation between stocks and bonds, which reared its head a little bit on Monday and Tuesday, but 4.1% is not problematic.
Right. The other thing is whether or not it's time to play a reversal in semis versus software, given the incredible dispersion there.
Okay, Bitcoin's going to run here.
Credit discussion has gotten less worse.
Yeah, so our last trade, when we got more confident in the U.S. economy in February, was to add to two sectors, communication services and tech. We got more bullish on the economy.
Amazon flagging at the high. Amazon. Okay, that looks good for the follow through.
We have about 14% earnings growth forecast for the S&P this year. That has to include mega cap tech delivery. So we are certainly buying into that trade. And then on the private credit stuff, listen, it was a proliferation. There has been no advisor that hasn't heard about private credit over the past few years. With that is going to come some defaults. A famous bank CEO used the word cockroach, right? So that is going to happen. And with spreads this tight, you're going to see some spread widening, but Carl, not a fundamental risk for us. We're still overweight equities. We're still overweight public credit in portfolios, but we wouldn't be surprised if there were some defaults in private credit for sure.
Right. We'll be watching the rates, I guess, over time.
Yes.
So good to see you. Thanks
Good
for coming in. A lot going on. Phil Camparelli.
All right, here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. When we come back, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is with us ahead of a key war powers vote.
Okay, Amazon.
Plus, we're going to talk to the chairman and CEO of Victory
Got the 215 starting to see a little resistance there. Amazon.
Henderson, which is already in a deal to be acquired by Triad.
And former Treasury Secretary, former Ambassador to Israel, Jack Lew's with us. We'll get his take on Iran and some of the new tariff details we got from the Treasury Secretary today on Squawk. Stay with us.
Okay, looking good. There goes Robinhood. Robinhood has gone vertical. Let's see. Let me just ask here. Okay, so let's look at Amazon. Okay, let's look here. Let's look here, Amazon, and over here on the right, we can see where the call walls are on Amazon. What about Robinhood? Let's take a look for Robinhood. Very curious about Robinhood because it's ripping right now. Robinhood. Call walls on Robinhood. Okay. Robinhood. Call walls 80. Okay, we're above the call wall here. 80. Call key gamma strike. 80. Okay, so you got the same thing going on right now with Robinhood. Okay, that looks good. Trace headed higher. All right, so I like to see when Trace is firing higher after 10 o'clock. You see we got a good signal here if you're taking S&P long. Remember what we're dealing with here, S&P. We're dealing with a market that put in almost a hammer yesterday. It was almost perfect. But of course, you know, people are going to take profits. So although it did form this wick on the top of the candle yesterday, it's still valid. You get buyers at the low. We were down 4% from the all-time high. Reversed back up into the range above 6,800, and now we're following through. So that's still a valid 3-candle reversal. A lot of people down here are short. I'm almost positive. And we're starting to see a little profit taking right now.
Welcome to the show. It's good to have you. What are Democrats trying to do here?
Well, I can't really speak for the rest of my colleagues in the Senate because I believe I'll be the only Democrat that's going to vote against it. So I think there's been like an emerging kind of dynamic. I think it's to be objectively fair. I think the things that happened so far has been very, very positive and a strong development overall. You know, every single senator says we should never allow Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb. And that's happening right now. Things that makes it virtually impossible to do that. And I also say that many senators are saying, I'm not going to weep that the Ayatollah has been erased. Well, why can't you just say it's been a good thing that he's been killed? And now if a lot of good things are happening that we all wanted, you know, why can't we all just agree that overall this has been a positive development? And now it's like you're not part of the Democratic Party right now to just say, hey, I support the things that happened so far.
I guess they just can't give Trump any sort of win or authority. Senator Schumer,
yeah, he could. You know,
it's just like, why can't you just?
I'm not going to get into politics. That's Fetterman talking now.
And now, like, you know,
Almost got me to bite.
Israel. Now, if so many things that you've claimed that you want, that we acquire a nuclear bomb and that this regime is evil and incredibly destructive, both of them have been effectively ended right now. Why can't you say, well, maybe this was a good thing now? Because I know why. Because the base demands that you can't agree with Trump on anything.
Have you been?
That's so funny. We're living in a parallel universe.
That would be a waste of time if they did, because hey, I'm proud to be on the side for Israel, and I'm going to be on the side of the country. And now, why say things to never acquire a nuclear bomb? And this regime is evil, you know? And what does that mean? Are you really
Tesla on the move? Tesla also looking good today. Amazon holding up. Robinhood looks good. Robinhood's above the call wall. Coming out of a squeeze on top of that.
Why can't we just agree that so far this has been a good development? That doesn't mean that there are plenty risks. And I'm never going to have a mission accomplished, you know, kinds of moment that happened back in the Gulf War. And this is nothing like that. And this vote that's coming up, remember, people, that the War Powers Resolution in 1973 says the president has to put a 48-hour notification, and he has done that. And then there's up to 60 days.
Looks good. Palantir at the highs too. What a nice day. What a nice day. We got everything, for the most part, everything rising.
So Senator Schumer, I was just going to raise this, the minority leader said that his argument is this is a war of choice, not necessity. He said there's one thing almost everyone agrees on. We are sick and tired of endless wars in the Middle East. That there's this view in the party that A, the president doesn't have a plan, the administration hasn't laid out clear objectives, haven't convinced the American public.
Can you imagine if MacArthur had went to Congress and told them everything that he had planned on doing before he did it? That logic makes no sense. Okay, S&P is still going though. Futures look really strong, very strong.
Pushed through that, and what Israel accomplished. Now they were able to break Hamas, and they were able to break Hezbollah, and they were able to break Iran and establish that. And I made me the only Democrat that supported striking the nuclear facilities last year. And now here we are. You have an opportunity to have true peace, because we all agree that Iran was the disruptor in that region, and they've been effectively broken. And the only thing that they've been able to do is just fire off these cheap, junky drones trying to create chaos. But the real truth is they never really had a shot to shoot at this point, and that's clear. There may be more chaotic things. And absolutely, I agree with the families of the service members that they lost. And here we are. I think we could agree that this is a great development for regional peace.
Meantime, Senator, got the primaries last night. A lot of game theory going on about the midterms this fall, what might happen in North Carolina or Maine or Texas or even Alaska and Iowa. Kalshi has 45% odds that the Dems take the Senate. It was 30 coming into the new year. Is that something you'd be anxious to see?
Less than the majority?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm a Democrat. I mean, and that's part of the truth here. It's like, yes, I am a Democrat, and I might disagree on things, but I would remind people if that does happen, that math means it would have been 51-49, and then that would put me on the cusp of that and make it possible. And I flipped a red seat.
Okay, let me take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Committed Democrat. Well, I think you said it's 45%. I haven't seen that, but if that is true, then that's because it's required to flip red seats. Now it means I'm going to always pick country over party and call things are objectively a good thing are. And now I will push back against my base and say, hey, look, I think I'm right about this. I think you should too.
Yeah, I do wonder, though. I mean, I know you say you're a Democrat, but I wonder who you see as the future of your party, Senator Fetterman. Gavin Newsom, who a lot of people are watching, the California state, said leadership has left the U.S. no choice but to reconsider military support for Israel. I mean, your party is moving farther and farther away from supporting our ally.
Well, sure. I mean, I've said I was always willing to be the last man standing in the Democratic caucus, standing with Israel, and essentially that's where I'm at. I mean, as polls continue, people will follow those kinds of polls. I think there's moral clarities, and I'm never going to abandon them through this. That's why I'm here now, why I'll be the only Democrat that's going to vote this down later today, and it has no mathematical pass at this point.
Do you support it? Would you support a trade embargo against Spain for not letting us use their base?
I never knew Spain seems pro-Iranian. I'm not really sure what that means, but if Spain wants to stand with Iran and stand with that, that's been incredibly disappointing. But that's also probably the issues in Europe. You know, when during the Gaza war,
Futures, nice follow through on the futures.
Many of our allies were just
Okay, looking good. Robinhood looking good. Amazon following through.
That's kind of the issues within Europe.
All right, Senator John Fetterman, always appreciate the time and your views. Thank you. How did this big vote today?
Okay, yeah, well, I think it's at 1 o'clock today, but yeah, we'll see, but you'll know where my vote will be.
Thanks for coming on to talk through it. Senator John Fetterman in Washington.
Still to come this morning, former ambassador to Israel, former Treasury Secretary Lou's with us. We'll get his read on what a prolonged Iran conflict might mean for the balance of power in the Middle East.
I love when they speculate, like, who the hell knows what's going to happen? Okay, Robinhood is going vertical. Okay, Robinhood looking good here. Yep, S&P continuation, looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, March the 4th. My apologies. I get sucked into these freaking conversations when I'm listening to the news. I got to listen to the news, unfortunately. Somebody has to do it because we get things like ISM. We have to be paying attention because it is market moving. You know, if the president is going to come on, you need to have calls and puts ready because you never know what he says, how it's going to affect the markets. But invariably, you get these nice pops. Okay, so when they talk, you get these nice pops or drops. And so let me go ahead and do that. The markets have moved quite a bit now. It's back up 49 handles, looking good. S&P. I don't think this is going to go straight up, but looking pretty good on the daily. S&P daily. Okay, so that's your 3-candle reversal. We were looking for this yesterday. Okay. I already fed you. I put the food over there. You picky now, huh? Cat's like fussing with me like, I didn't want that. I want something else. Freaking cats. Okay. They know I'm the one that feeds them too. Let's see. S&P. Let me just grab a couple of 30 deltas. Now that we're at the highs, I want to grab a couple of 30 deltas. I don't think we're going to go straight up from here, but you never know. You never know. Ooh, that's not what I want. There we go. That's what I want. 6,900 is 350 right now. I would imagine we're going to taper off this move here shortly. Maybe pull back in. I just looked. And as I looked, it looks like we're starting to top out for the time being. Let's see. Send this to my put side. So I have active trader. I have the active trader window open, options. So I can, with one click, enter or exit a position. Like I'd be taking some profits right now. The 6,900s went from $1.50 all the way up to $4.20. And now we're starting to see a little profit taking. Okay, so this looks good. Robinhood Robinhood having a great day today, breaking out of a base. Note the squeeze. Bitcoin, same thing. Bitcoin is looking really sharp. Bitcoin. Okay, so anything that you have that's related to Bitcoin, the Bitcoin 2 times BITX, that's turning higher. BITX.
About a 38% ownership of the combined company. Joining us now in our first on CNBC interview is Victory Capital
Okay.
Chairman and CEO.
Netflix is flagging.
Dave, first of all, I guess, Trian has a deal, $49 a share cash. They own over 20% of the company. Why are you even trying here to buy Janus Henderson?
Well, first, good morning, and thank you for having me. This, for us and for Janus, can create an unbelievably competitive and can compete with the largest asset managers in the world. Our proposal, which is superior, really gives the Janus shareholders the best of both worlds. A majority of
Okay, AeroVironment is bouncing. AeroVironment
is in a pro forma company which they'll own 38% of, which is going to be unbelievably competitive, create billions and billions of dollars of value that current Janus Henderson shareholders can participate in.
Palantir. Palantir still going. Palantir.
Many of them also come back to the vote.
Oh man, look at Palantir go. Palantir.
To vote in favor of your deal. Trian owns over 20% of the stock. I think 81% of the total was voted the last.
Palantir looks good. Palantir. Nice follow through.
For you to actually get the vote in favor of your deal.
We have a clear path to get the deal done with or without Trian's vote. We're well advised. We've studied all of the voting, the way it would work, and we feel confident that the Janus shareholders will show up and vote for the superior proposal.
But Dave, the math is really tough. Even if you get, let's call it 90% showing up to vote, the simple math is you need almost every share to vote in favor. I think it's what may have given the special committee pause. If you could have gotten a voting agreement with Trian, it might have been a very different thing.
Okay, BITX on the move. Amazon still going. Wow, look at Amazon. Amazon's killing it. Killing it there. Amazon.
The special committee has not engaged us to have any discussions or any meaningful discussions around any of this. This is a superior proposal from a non-inside bidder that is the best of both worlds. Majority of cash up front, ownership in a combined business that's going to create a lot of value for the Janus shareholders. So I'm confident that there's a path to get this completed.
All right. Well, I think
Palantir. Very nice move on Palantir.
Around a vote, and they can, solicit proxies against or votes against. It's going to be a tough one for you. But that said, in terms of your bid itself, it's very similar to what you had said, or at least we saw in the background of the transaction. The ratio is roughly the same. The cash is roughly the same. Your stock price went up, hence the value of the overall deal went up. Is there a scenario under which you could see raising your bid or making it all cash?
So we're focused right now solely on having the special committee engage with us. We're not going to get ahead of the process on anything. We're really focused on getting them to engage with us. We've submitted a superior proposal, like I said. We're waiting to hear back from them, and we're hoping that they do the right thing.
And the right thing would be to engage, even though they really do have doubts
Palantir.
about your ability to actually garner the vote.
What are the levels on Palantir? 155. Let's see, Palantir. 151. 55. All right, so we're coming up to a call wall right now. We're coming up to a call wall. If it breaks above that, forget about it.
Financial proposal and other areas than what they have with Trian. Our proposal is a 37% premium on the unaffected share price before the Trian announced that they were putting an offer in. It's a materially higher bid than what Trian has on the table. And so I think in the best interest of the Janus shareholders that they should engage.
It does rely on you garnering as much as $500 million in synergies to take the leverage down, because you're going to leverage up your company if you were successful. What gives you the confidence? I think that amounts to about 23% of Janus's overall cost base. And by the way, half of their cost is outside the U.S. where you don't have operations. So I'm curious as to how you're confident you can deliver what is a very large synergy number based on the overall size of the transaction.
Yeah, we're highly confident. If you look at our history, I think our track record speaks for itself. We've done 8 acquisitions in the last 12 years. We've accomplished all of our synergy targets. In many instances, we've actually exceeded them in a faster time frame than we had planned. As you said, it's 23% of the operating cost. You go back and look at the last 10 years for our industry and look at the transactions that have been done, 27% is the average. We actually average higher. So I'm highly confident in our ability to execute on the synergies. And I think executing on the synergies is gonna get us to the place where you have a competitive company of size and scale that can compete with anybody.
Even without having overseas operations, you're still confident you can get to that number.
We actually have clients in 60 countries.
Okay, Palantir looking good. Amazon still moving here. Amazon.
Finally, Dave, you made this kind of unusual decision.
Very nice. 220 coming up quick. Didn't think we'd get there today, but I'll take it. Overall, market's looking pretty good today, obviously.
For our company to write an open letter to our employees, going on to say it's an attempt to put pressure on all of us using very polite sounding words. How do you respond to that?
Well, I wanted to communicate directly with the employees and have them hear
Okay.
in my words.
Palantir at the high of the day now.
Given the special committee did not engage us. So I wrote a letter, and I think what the letter was put into words was how our culture is, how the operating environment is, and what the opportunity for the.
Okay, we're starting to flag out. S&P futures are starting to flag out. Let's see how many stocks are advancing. That'll tell us a lot about the markets today. Okay, we have the opposite of what we had yesterday. We had a lot of selling. Today we have a lot of buying. 6.75 up volume, almost 7-to-1 up volume on the Qs. So people throw away shares, they bounce it. We put in a hammer.
Between a Florida flag speedboat and Cuban forces. Authorities in Cuba claim the exiles said they came from the U.S. to cause chaos and attack military units. 4 Cuban nationals were killed and 6 survivors
3-to-1
custody. U.S. politicians
up volume on the SPY. 3-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ Composite. 2-to-1 up volume on the New York Stock Exchange. We're starting to taper off at the high. Get ready for the markets to reverse, perhaps, for a little bit.
He will face the winner of a runoff between Senator John Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. And Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem is back on Capitol Hill this morning, this time for a hearing with the House Judiciary Committee. It comes after she faced criticism for her department's immigration crackdown during Senate testimony yesterday, where Republican Senator Tom Tillis called her leadership a disaster. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Pippa. Up next, former Treasury Secretary and former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Jack Lew, with his take on the war in Iran, inflation impacts, and the administration's new details around tariff plans. And an exclusive you do not want to miss on Fast Money tonight, Salesforce CEO. We'll be speaking with him at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't go anywhere.
All right, nice day today. Nice day. Bitcoin still going here. Bitcoin above 72,000. Okay, breaking through 72,000. We got the squeeze on. So what happens here, Vinny? Look at these bars over here on the left. This histogram. This delineates a base, right? Now, we don't know if the base is going to resolve to the upside or to the downside, but we do know that's where most of the trading lately has been. We don't really need that to tell us that this looks like a base. We've been sitting here for the last 4 weeks, consolidating. We haven't dropped off. RSI is rising. We got MACD and stochastics bullish. We got volume starting to come in. We got a squeeze. Now, the best prices are usually, especially options, are in the squeeze. Once we start to break higher, your implied volatility starts to pick up. How far we go with this is anybody's guess, but I would think that we could do the reverse of this, at least 50%. That would be the standard rule, right? You would take 50% of this pivot down to this. Whoops, not that. I have no idea how to even use that. That arc, Fibonacci arc. All right, so 50% would be at 79,000. So I could see us get to at least 79,000, right? Bitcoin, 50%. Can we get there? I would think so. Okay, so let's focus on Bitcoin. We're probably going to keep going here. Bitcoin, 200 days overhead, 100% retracement. Bitcoin. Bitcoin, 50%. Yeah, it looks doable, 50%. Bitcoin. Okay, here we go. Looking good. Bitcoin definitely got a bid. A lot of people are paying attention. I can't imagine there's a lot of shorts. I guess there are shorts, right? I would think.
Welcome back. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Coming out of the squeeze, though, this looks really good.
America is winning decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy in the war with Iran. Adding more bombers were arriving, and the assault on Iran is accelerating. Let's bring in Jack Lew to discuss the latest. He is the right guy for this conversation. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel.
Yeah. Don't really want to hear what Jack Lew has to say.
Now we're going to see how much the buying pressure persists over the next couple of days. But I think this is a good first step for the market, finding some stability, and the leadership is coming back.
Okay, S&P, a little fade now. Okay. Okay, we might be seeing a little pivot. A pivot right here for now. A lot of stocks are doing the same thing. Apple is grinding up off of the low. Microsoft regained its footing. NVIDIA is off the high. That was a nice little run up. So let's see if we get another leg higher. The futures are starting to pull back.
In the Middle East is impacting international equities as well. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
Okay, so we're coming off the high a little bit, fading back towards the mid-range probably. VWAP is down there. VWAP is right there. So keep an eye on VWAP. MACD's flattening out. Watch your VWAP.
Be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis, morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and
Just feels like the markets want to explode. I'm just not willing to put too much on the line at the moment.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Barnes, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now to take a look at the sectors that are moving markets this morning.
Okay, Robinhood hit the high, got rejected near that 85 zone, almost got there. Bitcoin, a lot of people talking about Bitcoin. So we're at the highs, Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Well, I think, yesterday was quite meaningful, especially early in the day. There was a big sell-off, but one of the things you'll notice, at least on the S&P, there was a reclaim of the 6770 area. This is just a rough number that I've been using as a proxy for the bottom of our trading range that we've been in between that level and 7,000.
Bitcoin.
So that was really
Nice follow through.
in terms of a risk-on tone as we move through the day yesterday. We're seeing a nice follow-through today, especially when it comes down to sort of the opposite of what happened yesterday. I mean, every sector early yesterday was down, so that we talked about how the money was moving out of the market. But today we're seeing, of course, the risk-on sectors shine, and that includes discretionary names, the XLY, XLK technology.
Futures looking for a bounce.
Leaders today, they're technology and discretionary.
Nothing yet.
Amazon. Both of those names are over 3%, and the opposite holds true for defensive areas like staples, which are down, but also energy. So it looks like perhaps crude oil, at least with it down right now, may have peaked based on the escalation in the Middle East. Some risk on sentiment, and also yesterday the dollar was pronounced higher. That's the opposite today. We're seeing, of course, Bitcoin move back to the upside, which again is a signifying, proxy for risk on taking.
Yeah, and it looks like some of the international ETFs, particularly emerging markets, are catching a bit off the softening dollar this morning as well. It looks like market participants stepping in to perhaps take advantage of some of that pullback, scooping up some of the memory names, which have been pretty hot lately. We're seeing some pretty big gains there. Getting a lift by a couple of suspects, Amazon and Tesla.
Okay, we're bouncing off of standard deviation 1, VWAP. VWAP, standard deviation 1.
On the technology front, yesterday there was some good price action in the software stack, so there is still some
Okay,
but there isn't as much participation in that technology stack.
let's look at number of stock. Surprising enough, we only have 250 stocks out of 500. So only 50% of stocks are advancing at the moment. I'm sure that was probably higher. I just didn't check it. 70 stocks out of the Qs look like they're in play mostly. The tech stocks that have been knocked down.
A lot of them actually came down to the respective 50-day moving averages. For what it's worth, again, with the alignment, if you will, of the markets, and as well as the pullback in these names, they're catching a bit.
Let's see what hedge flows are saying.
So the whole narrative around the growth.
Okay, we peaked out. We've got some maximum resistance at 6,900. Not 99%, but
Speaks to some caution, but with the VIX elevated above 20, that also means that there could be a pretty substantive move back to the upside because it's a tale of two-sided markets. Typically, we know that the VIX does increase when markets fall because of the pain.
yeah. Okay.
Better off if Iran
Oh, Lou's still on. I can't listen to that guy.
Of course, some of the defensive sectors are down this morning. We are seeing energy lower, tracking those crude prices coming off, and consumer staples down about 0.8% as well. George, really appreciate the overview. Thanks so much for getting us across that. It was an ugly session out in Asia. The South Korean Kospi, as we've been mentioning, had its worst day in history, falling 12% after that 7% drop yesterday. The Korean exchange temporarily halting trading for around 20 minutes amid the selling pressure. Tech heavyweights Samsung and SK Hynix falling in double digits and weighing on the overall market. The sell-off is being attributed to the conflict in the Middle East, given South Korea's reliance on energy imports, but also partly on some profit-taking after a huge run-up amid growing AI concerns. Declines were also felt across Asia.
Okay, off the best level of the session.
The Hang Seng Index declining 2%.
Looks like we're going to move lower for now.
China's annual meeting of parliament, which kicked off today. Chinese officials will announce their economic goals for the year tomorrow, including the closely watched 2026 GDP target. It comes as factory activity in China expanded at the fastest pace in about 5 years. In February, the private manufacturing PMI rose to 52.1, beating forecasts. That survey looks at smaller and private factories and captures a greater share of exporters. It showed
Bitcoin still rising. Bitcoin still going.
That stood in sharp contrast with the official survey, which looks at the bigger and state-owned firms. All right, well, coming up, it's time now for Inside Out, and we'll take a closer look at the state of retail earnings and bring you an example trade for Costco when Morning Trade Live returns.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
Bitcoin looking good.
Break level for this stock. That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing.
Only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term
Bitcoin?
investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand.
Okay, Bitcoin's still going here.
.com/coaching and start learning
Bitcoin.
today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
We're back on Morning Trade Live. Here's a look at where some of the recent retail earnings names are trading this morning, and we've been all over the shop. We've got Ross Stores, which is higher by 7.2% off the back of its good earnings. We know these off-price retailers have been very much benefiting from some of the consumer trends. Abercrombie & Fitch not doing so well. It's heading in the other direction post its report card. And Bath & Body Works is up just fractionally there. Or I should say, helpfully there, 1.6% higher. So we've got a little bit of a mixed picture across some of our retailers, and that seems to have been the case throughout the course of this earnings season. So let's go inside out and find out what's going on with the state of retail. Joining us now is Jan Rogers-Kniffen, CEO at J. Rogers-Kniffen WWE. Jan, thanks so much for joining us. So as I said, it feels like we're a little bit all over the shop with what some of these companies have reported. Obviously, we know the consumer trends. That is something that they're grappling with, higher tariffs as well. But what has this...
Okay. All right, nice day today. All right, we're starting to get a leg up now, looks like. Need a leg up here.
So, Bruce, what is the effect of that? I think a lot of investors are reading your research and starting to wake up to the fact that this could become a reality. And as a result, we're seeing redemption.
Bitcoin making new highs here. Bitcoin looks good. BITX, one way to play it, BITX. BMNR, BMNU as well. BMNU. Okay, these are coming off the lows. BITX, MSTX, MicroStrategy 2 times. Coming out of a squeeze. This could really pay off bigly. MSTX. I do have some MSTX, don't I? I believe I do. Let me go see here. MSTX. MSTX, yeah. Okay, I got 500 shares. I thought I had more than that. Okay. Okay, Microsoft just sitting here, not making much progress. Apple, just sitting here. Amazon off the high of the day. NVIDIA as well. Netflix off the high of the day. All right, so New York FANGs had a nice pop. They're just kind of consolidating. They're not dropping off, but they were better earlier. Bitcoin, let's see. BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Okay, still going here, Bitcoin. Okay, about to break out again. There goes Bitcoin. Robinhood, need another leg higher. A lot of these have traded 100% ATR already. Got a 3-candle reversal on CoreWeave, looking for that to be higher. I did roll that out to April, same strikes, and that's making progress. Okay, futures just got knocked down a notch there. I don't know what's going on there. Futures. Okay, very choppy. Somebody just took some profits, it looks like. Bitcoin still pushing. Bitcoin. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Oil prices still in focus as the Iranian war disrupts production and exports through the Middle East. Goldman Sachs does raise their second quarter Brent forecast by about $10. They go to 76 a barrel and by 9 for West Texas to 71. Joining us this morning, Don Stroyven, Goldman Sachs co-head of Global Commodities Research. Don, always good to have you. Thanks so much for helping us out today. I got to say, the base case assumptions about recovery in the Strait are kind of encouraging. Would you agree?
Yes, but to your point, it's an assumption. To be clear, we expect in our base case the flows to the Strait of Hormuz to remain flat at current low levels. We are down about 85% from the peak. So at those levels for an initial 5 days. And then we assume a gradual recovery over the following 28 days. Under that assumption, our price forecast, base case price forecast, is not too dissimilar from the future. So in a way, the market is pricing a relatively quick normalization in the flows to the Strait of Hormuz, which, to state the obvious, are very large and essential for both for the oil and the energy market. That said, I think the risks are skewed towards longer disruptions and therefore higher prices than others.
And that's a longer disruption by a matter of a few weeks would introduce the possibility of Brent at 100, yes?
That's right. So we estimate that if you get an additional 5 weeks or so of very low volumes through the Strait, that prices could reach or exceed $100 per barrel, because inventory levels would fall to critically low levels, and the market would likely require prices to rise to levels that are associated with the demand destruction. I think one key point is that the impact on prices is very much a non-linear, a convex function of how long this lasts. So there's basically 3 stages. If it lasts a few days, you're essentially delaying exports. You're not really seeing significant production losses. If it lasts longer than a few days, because storage gets filled in the Middle East among some of the producers like Iraq, you get production cuts. And so you have permanent supply losses and permanent draws in inventories. And then the third phase is sort of this convexity phase where if you go beyond roughly 5 weeks, markets would likely require that prices rise more sharply to prevent increased falling to below critically low levels. So the length of the disruption is the key variable to watch for energy markets.
Meantime, there are those who argue that because the economy is so resilient, or at least our own, and energy intensity has declined over the years, that you don't really see macro pain until, I don't know, sustained 125. Would you agree with that?
So it's clear the impact on the U.S. economy is clearly, a function of how long does it last and how high prices go. Yes, the oil intensity of the global economy has trended down over time, but it's still the single most important price for headline inflation and therefore for real income. So, specifically, we estimate that every 10% increase in oil price on a sustained basis reduces real incomes by consumers by about 0.3%, whether it's in the US or Europe. And Europe is extra vulnerable, not only because there's no partial offset from higher capex and higher profits in the oil sector, which the US shale complex benefits from, but also because Europe is also exposed to significantly higher natural gas prices, whereas the US natural gas sector is pretty immune. And on top of that, refined oil product prices in Europe are rising even more than in the US because a lot of the imports are coming from the Middle East, are imported, and freight rates have also skyrocketed.
Right. Don, appreciate it very much. A lot of unanswered questions still, but that's some good guidance going in to the latter part of the week. Don Strayman over at Goldman. We'll get more on the energy market and the war when we're joined by Carlisle's Jeff Curry when Money Movers begins in a couple of minutes.
Georgetown County is the birthplace and home office of the South Carolina Environmental Law Project, and several of us are very fortunate to call it home. From the quaint shops of downtown Georgetown, to the beaches of Litchfield and Pawleys Island, to the 5 rivers that provide numerous opportunities for boating and kayaking, and thousands of acres of protected wetlands.
Bitcoin still going here. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still going.
And besides grabbing live meeting transcriptions and automated summaries, it also holds key insights and exhale. So if Otter does all this, what am I supposed to do with all
CoreWeave about to breach 80 right now. CoreWeave's going for 80. Okay, Bitcoin. Whoa. Zipping here. Bitcoin is zipping higher. All right, everybody's jumping in now.
There is no shortcut. No switch to flip. Real change. The goal is to be ambitious. Those who reimagine and rewire. Tech can move everything when it's at the heart of your strategy. AI builds.
There goes Bitcoin. Nice move there. 73,502. Okay. Looks good. Looks good.
Athena Health makes practicing care simpler, like helping to avoid costly claim errors simpler. And accurate claims means
Okay. Meta, Broadcom, Google, Apple, all of those are starting to push a little bit higher now. Microsoft, NVIDIA looks like it might go. Tesla, Snowflake's trying to gear up. Stock's looking good. Futures, let's go see what S&P looks like. S&P, riding that upper Bollinger Band now. S&P, VWAP. Okay, VWAP. Okay, watch that MACD. MACD turned up.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm
prices holding steady. Treasury Secretary Bessent this morning pledging support for the oil trade. But we're joined by one top energy strategist who says price shocks like this will have ripple effects across the entire economy.
Plus, the U.S. vowing to strike deeper into Iran as the now 5-day-old war spreads across the region. We'll talk about what it means for China specifically coming up.
And it's been blacklisted by the Pentagon, but Anthropic's reportedly now on track to generate almost $20 billion in revenue this year, up from $9 billion last year. Quite a jump. We'll dig into the numbers and talk about what's driving the explosive growth.
Meantime, even with all the headlines so far this week, S&P is roughly flat for the week to date, 68.78.
Okay, futures back up to the highs again.
NASDAQ has gone green for the week. VIX below, almost back to 20 and a half. And of course, the 10-year has come off of yesterday's 4.1.
Yeah, and oil prices are lower today. We're going to start with the latest in the Middle East and Washington. The defense secretary with an update on the fighting this morning. Eamon Jabbers in Washington joins us right now. Morning, Eamon.
Good morning, Sarah. The Pentagon said in a briefing this morning that the United States is winning the war against Iran. But Pete Hegseth cautioned that he didn't want to have a mission accomplished moment, referring to President Bush's premature declaration of success in the Iraq war in the early 2000s. Hegseth also said...
Okay, there goes the S&P. Futures are ripping here. Futures are popping. Okay, we just took out the highs.
Only the United States of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it.
Meanwhile, on CNBC, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the United States will use the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, known as DFC, to backstop the private insurance market for vessels in and out of the Persian Gulf.
We began yesterday with the announcement that DFC will provide the insurance for both the crude carriers and the cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf over the weekend. Lloyd's of London nullified the insurance.
I'm sure that makes the shipmates feel so much better. The insurance companies are covered, but they're cruising through an area where people are shooting at them. Yeah, times of war is one thing, but as a merchant marine or someone doing it to make money to send home to the kids, doesn't feel that great. Just watching the S&P futures continue to push higher now. We're taking out the high of the day. Let's see, we were higher earlier, right? Let's see where we were before. No, okay, so 60-minute is making new highs here. Okay, so we got a little bit higher to go to take out Monday's high. We're headed to Monday's high now. Okay, Monday's high was right there, the S&P. Okay, 21 days there, 50 days there. Nice 3-day reversal. We were looking at that possibility yesterday when we started to see a hammer. Okay. Okay, S&P. Yeah, it looks pretty good. S&P looks pretty good at the high of the day now. 68.89, 68.89. We've got some levels here being tested. Hedge flows.
It's probably not sufficient to get flows coming back. These things need approvals, and it's hard to tell a crew, hey, you have to go through this lane where there could be mines, there could be drones, but you're insured.
Yeah.
That's just what I said. That's exactly what I just said. Carl Quintanilla.
With this insurance backstop to convince private carriers to begin to go.
Okay, enough of you guys. Let's see what Bloomberg has to say.
But that will run out after 150 days without congressional approval. But I was in the Oval Office yesterday when the USTR Jameson
Bitcoin's still rising here. Futures pulling back in a little bit. Futures.
Tariffs in place in a more durable sense in the next 5 months, include Section 301 investigations into alleged unfair China and Brazil, but Ed Caroline, a senior administration official, tells me that we should expect more investigations to be announced.
Sally Kendall, thank you very much. Let's get the latest on markets, technology markets, and sentiment with Todd Osteen, Parnassus Investment CEO and Portfolio Manager. I'm just looking down on my Bloomberg. You know, the NASDAQ 100 is now modestly higher on the week. Things change very quickly. How much of a shock, particularly to the technology sector and the view of the technology sector, has the war in Iran been?
Well, you know, that's a great question. Great to be here today. And I think when you think long term, when the S&P 500 was down 24 basis points coming into today, year to date. So I think this is really, when you talk AI, this is a generational investment where the demand for compute as the economy goes agentic, it's just a very durable growth that the war is clearly, from a human standpoint, you know, we hope and pray for de-escalation, but I think the overarching investment wave is just going to be very large over the next several years, and that's going to be a durable trend to invest behind despite some of the headlines and supply shocks we're seeing today.
We saw equities in Korea, the Kospi dropped the most on record, as Caroline quite rightly points out. You know, that's an issue of leverage as much as anything else. What do you do in this situation where you have a war in the Middle East?
Bitcoin's still going. Bitcoin.
Tariff policy, let's say. And again, you know, we are.
Core weave looks like it wants above 80. 3-candle reversal. Still basing. The 50 days up there at 88. I would expect to see a test of that level pretty soon. 21 days just above that at 89.77.
During these times to invest in durable businesses. So again, the headlines can be emotionally jarring, but we're not here to predict the price of oil for the next 3 weeks or some of the short-term supply shocks. It's really invest in durable earnings, tech regime changes, quality American companies. So it's the applied.
All it's going to take is one tweet. Markets can go ballistic, upward ballistic. I mean, we've been consolidating since really since October, November, but really started to get into this back and forth between 6,800 and 7,000 for the last 2 months. So earnings have been good for the most part. The run up in phase 2 until we started to consolidate, that's all supportive. So if we get some news out of Iran that this is over with in the next few weeks, I see us breaking above 7,000. Becomes more of a quagmire, then, you know, we could see prices stay in here or even pull back a little bit. So I have a hedge. I still have that hedge on 66, 65, 6,400 put flies. Very cheap, structured way to deal with it. Brent was talking about longs earlier, call flies. Okay, we're starting to fade a bit more now. Fade a bit. S&P fading off the high. Looks like we're starting to bang out a range potentially. Okay, so watch for the possibility of a range up here at the high. Stay above VWAP. Markets still feel fairly bullish. Watch MACD and volume. For now, feels like it could be a range for now.
Their moat is the infrastructure that they've spent a lot of money building out and the trust that they have with their customers. Where are you seeing opportunity in software? Where are you concerned about in software?
Well, where we have some concerns is we recently exited investments in certain.
Okay, we're fading a bit more. Standard deviation 1, Bollinger, standard deviation 1 VWAP bands are right below price now. Okay, S&P puts are being bid now as we fade a bit. Don't think that's going to hold on. All the New York FANGs look okay. Let's take a look at that and look at breadth too. Okay, Bitcoin just took some profit taking there. Bitcoin with some profit taking.
And so those are the areas that we think are moaty, durable in workloads, and we think are long-term investments to make, where the range of outcomes we think is skewed more positive. So again, a Microsoft, a Synopsys, a bit more concern around a Workday and a ServiceNow, and we remain invested in
Bitcoin.
Salesforce, which we think is working hard on the agentic platform, and the valuation of Salesforce is relatively compelling if you look at the forward embedded expectations right now.
And certainly after a more than 40% sell-off that we've seen in the last 12 months. Todd, it's always great to catch up with you. Thank you for your time today. Todd Alston of Analysis Investments. Now coming up, the Dictator Institute's going to listen about the implications of the feud between the Pentagon and
Took a little BITX off. Looking for a follow through. Future's still pulling back. Bitcoin pulling back. S&P pulling back. Off the high. 6,900. We've got some decent amount of positive gamma up here as resistance.
Stitch Fix. Stop shopping, get styled. Hey, what's on the outfit, Miss Turner? You're about to slay payment interconferences. Overuse?
VWAP.
My stylist said. Oh, hello, you. Who didn't set one foot in a mall and still looks amazing. Just show your size, style, and budget.
Excuse me.
Your stylist sends personalized looks right to your door. My stylist. This look is dedicated to you. Thank you. Thank you. No ads, no withdrawal limits. Withdraw to your bank account quickly to try it out.
When that roll is going to happen, there's a lot of geopolitical risk right now. So cut through some of the noise. I go a little further out in time. I'm going to buy the 820 puts. Sell the 810 puts. So it's a $10 wide put spread done for a $2.60 debit. Again, cheap shot to the downside here, assuming that Goldman.
Okay, watching the hedge flows. Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows are turning back up.
Are you seeing it potentially rolling over and 800 level that Don highlighted?
Looking for a bounce. S&P looking for a bounce. Watch the hedge flows here. Still could take out 6,900. That's only 95 percentile right now.
That I have highlighted here are two green lines here and this area here between about 826 to 840. So a little bit off of the 820 to 810 range. That would be kind of around like this general area here was what that trade would be targeting. But for now, we've seen a retreat to this supportive area and a bit of a bounce here, but not one that has done any significant work in repairing some of the damage we've seen here, because for now, we have stopped short here at this green line here, marking a series of old lows near about
The New York FANG components are all kind of just sitting here, not making much progress at the moment.
Notice as well our longer term trend line in blue here has indeed been broken. We had a sharp decline a few seconds.
All right, looks like we might bounce.
Made our way back above that blue line here. Our prevailing theme is now this downward sloping channel in white. So now when we look at our moving averages, our short-term 5-day EMA in dark blue is crossing over its slower counterparts, our teal 21-day, our gold quarterly 63-day, and we have our yearly 251-day down here.
Still almost 4-to-1 up volume on the Qs, 3-to-1 on the SPY.
That could be a further supported area. And as we can see here, a gradual decline in momentum. We saw
Stocks that are advancing today.
here. We've retreated back from that
Amazon
area. Now we're below the
into the
50
gap.
line.
Amazon looking for 220 short term. Caterpillar, nice bounce. 3-candle reversal. IBM, talked about that yesterday, coming off the low. IBM, that looks similar to Thomson Reuters that we bought last Tuesday. Tuesday before last. Thomson Reuters continues to push, looking for the 50-day. All right, we got a leg up now. S&P leg up. Thomson Reuters looks very similar. IBM, I really like IBM off the low here. A little bit overdone. IBM, MACD, stochastic, everything turning up on IBM. Okay, Bitcoin looks like it wants to go some more.
Depending on if you had to go with your kids during a peak time, but Walt Disney, they're in the midst of a management changeover for their CEO, and momentum not on their side right now when you look at their chart. A little volatile here, but what are you thinking here when it comes to Walt Disney?
Yeah, first of all, I'm horrible at
Robinhood
kids to Disney or Disney World. I just, it doesn't
up
exist.
almost 10% on the day. Robinhood breaking into the upper half of the range that it's been in for the last few weeks. Robinhood. Okay. If you look at Robinhood, it's breaking out of this range. Okay. So it moved above 79, but now it's got 88. So if you draw a box around this, Darvis box, if you will, put a box around it, and then draw a center line through it. Center line through that. Okay, we're in the upper half. And with the prospects now of making it to the top part of this. Okay, so we made it above 79. Looking for prices to do that. What supports it? We've got RSI rising. We've got MACD and stochastic rising. And volume is starting to pick up here. Starting to pick up. So that looks pretty good. Looking for Robinhood to continue over the next few weeks. Looks good.
All right, Rick. So does Disney look like it could potentially be ripe for a pullback? I am seeing that downward sloping channel here on the chart that you've got up.
It could happen. We're kind of at one of those potential tipping points here where we could either see things start to solidify at a prior area of support, or it could be the breakdown point. That's kind of the decision you have to make as a trader. The reason I say that is we had a gap, a high point, another gap opening here, low point. All that's near 102. You can see
number of stocks advancing, still only 258 on the S&P, so basically half.
If we were to break lower, another area of interest.
The Qs getting more attention. About 75% of the Qs are rising.
A bit less to work with once we start getting too much farther to the downside here, but that's one area that does stand out. If we were to move to the upside, 109 to 111 are two red lines here. Low points here, low points and consolidation points here. Again, you'll see that frequently price stops and starts around these points in terms of our closes or
All right, so 5 to 1 up volume on the Qs. Let's look at the Qs. QQQ. Qs looking good. 5 to 1 up volume. What's IWM doing? IWM. Okay, back above the 50-day IWM. Okay, that looks okay.
For that relationship to start to switch again, for the slopes to transition from downward to upward, for price to start closing above some of these notable moving averages here for signs of potential trend change. RSI, a triangular compression here, a longer term, very gradual higher lows that we're seeing with our green line here, but a sharper, faster.
Okay, IBM looks good. American Express. There was a very large trade on American Express. Posted in the trading room. I think it was yesterday, Tuesday morning. American Express. Okay, let me go take a look at that because that was pretty important, I thought. AXP. AXP. No. Let me go to alerts channel. I know I posted it. AXP. AXP. We had the 340 call from March 13th. Okay, so next week we had the 1800 of the, it was 153% volume over open interest, extremely bullish, 340 call on that. Okay, let me just take a look at AXP, March 13th, 340 call. AXP. I don't think I bought that, did I?
Here, I'm in Arizona right now, but
yeah, I did. How do you like that? Oh, I did buy it. How about the 315, 320? Okay, American Express coming off the low. 315, 320. American Express.
So I'm going 3 for 3 bearish here, but the McDonald's trade being bearish has everything to do with this kind of defensive play that looks to be fading, if you will. If you take a look at, again, a number of key sectors and key stocks, everything from Walmart, which is a portion of the XLP, and the XLP, of course, is consumer staples. The consumer staples in the most recent trading sessions have actually started to pull back. So again, this protection trade, this defensive play seems to be abating to some degree. And I think this has less to do with geopolitical risk and more to do with, the AI trade.
Dude, you're wearing eye makeup.
I think it's tempting to say, gosh, this one action, we've had a dispute or a disagreement with an ally.
American Express.
The entire relationship is broken, but that's just not reality.
I see you, Andrew. Let me post this,
So
and
what
then
are
I'll
you telling your clients, Mary,
chat.
ultimately about how
American Express.
well, that's the question. Certainly degrading Iran's offensive capabilities by destroying their nuclear program, their ballistic missile program, their navy brings more stability to the region because it means that
Robinhood, yeah, I still have the put credit spread on Robinhood.
to its near, abroad, and beyond, and so that's a good thing. But ultimately, we're going to need to see how this shakes out. Iran is not a single ethnicity, right? You've got Kurdish parts, Persian parts, Azeris, Baluchis. You could very well see a fracture.
Okay,
in Iran.
we're going to fade a bit more. What are we going to do here? S&P. S&P going to fade a bit more. Back to VWAP. Okay, VWAP.
To see peace and stability in the region. Could we get a free and democratic Iran? I think everybody would love to see that. I don't know what the likely.
So why are you talking if you don't know? If you don't know, why are you on?
When we look here,
They have people on that just yapping away, offering no valuable information. Okay, just watching the S&P. Hedge flows. Let's see if we get any kind of heads up from hedge flows. Looks like we might fade a little bit more here.
Another horizontal area that caught my eye
For now, we might fade a bit more. Back down to say 68.30. All right, it's 30 points lower.
But we are within near the lower end of that channel at this point here. Our moving averages show that kind of what I was alluding to in our last chart here when you start to see that potential for trend change here. This is what we're starting to get now. We're starting to
American Express
firm close
looking good.
5-day weekly EMA. For now, though, our 21-day TL EMA, our monthly, has been supportive here. It lines up pretty closely with our trend line. So if we do start to see a break below that point, that could be one of these pivot points here where we have a confluence of multiple indicators coming together that could give our break downward a bit more energy potentially. RSI also seeing an interruption. Green trend line broken out of the overbought area. We did see a period of bearish divergence there where price was traveling upward and momentum was traveling downward here. But after we did make a higher relative high on the RSI, now that seems to all kind of evaporated and things are starting to break down. Look for a cross below that 50 midline and for price to break down in tandem for further confirmation. So volume profile, not too terribly much help at these higher levels. The best we can kind of do is look at this smaller pocket right around here, 325 to 329 or so. Things really start to pick up again around 320, our point of control all the way down here near 306. 107. So you'll see that the volume nodes often match up with these range-bound areas because prices spent the greatest amount of time there, so there was the most time for the activity to develop.
All right, McDonald's right now at 331.19. Want to thank John Kaufman, our resident bear, for being with us today. I'm going to take a bearish stance, though, on those In-N-Out fries and on Animal Style, Don. We're going to agree to disagree on that one. I'm pro McDonald's on this one. But thanks for being with us, Don Kaufman, the co-founder of Theo Trade. And, of course, Rick Ducat for always being here to break down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we are going to check in on the employment picture, on digital assets, and more with John Najarian from Market Rebellion. Trading 360 will be right back.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a web.
Okay, looking for a little bounce here. S&P.
Analyzing your stocks. Our technical analysis webcast different charting techniques.
Gonna run this back up. I don't know. It feels like the bias is to the upside.
Moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand.
Bitcoin, or a little fade on Bitcoin. Looking to add on dips.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. Let's welcome in John Najarian, co-owner of Market Rebellion, joining us this morning to take a closer look at some of the market action we're seeing today. John, fantastic to have you back on the show here. I'd love to just start with your thoughts on the market action we're seeing, not just today with this green that we've got across the board, but this week in the wake of the events that we saw unfold in Iran over the weekend.
Sure, and thanks for having me, Marley. I think when I see disruptions like this in the market, especially if the disruption was anticipated to be much larger than this. I mean, most of the people, whether bullish or bearish, would have probably said, oh, if we have to close the Straits of Hormuz, or if there's a significant threat to it, we are likely to see a $50 to $80 jump in the price of crude oil. That did not happen. And an 8% upside move, Marley, is very, very calm for that market. It's also great because it's not going to affect Americans at the pump very much or for very long in all likelihood, because obviously we're bringing on more and more of the Venezuelan oil, and now our ships are going to be escorting apparently and or our aircraft.
Let's see if we can rally back up to the high. Looks like a range. Looks like we could be in a range right now.
Air Force and obviously their Navy is gone now. All 11 ships in their Navy are gone, including the one that we sank in the Indian Ocean that was trying to run away.
That guy, there's a couple of people out there that are posting stuff that's not true. I don't know what their MO is. U.S. citizens posting. You have to shake your head like, where are you getting this information? And posting AI videos of things that aren't happening. People are crazy.
I'd say overall, the market is reacting about as it should. We can't even push above the June, or I think it was June 20th last year highs when we got up to $76 a barrel for crude without a war. So what I'm looking at here is I'm not just cheerleading and saying, oh, this is going to be so great, Marley, but I am saying that the swiftness with which our military has carried out these operations in joint operations.
Unless you've been in the military and understand the technology that they're using, and I've been out for a long time. Just imagine how much the technology has changed on these new, well, just in the Navy alone. That's crazy. It is crazy. So aerospace and defense names, no surprise there. Looking good. Let's see what some of these names look like Lockheed Martin, LMT. Okay, coming back off the highs. Raytheon. Damn it. RTX. Raytheon. Just off the highs. Northrop Grumman. All right, so these are taking a little bit of a break.
The fact, like I said, that I think it was Stephen Moore from the Wall Street Journal. He was citing that, man, everybody kept screaming for, $100, $120, $140 crude oil. Didn't happen. And so I think that calmed down a lot of
West
nerves.
Texas.
What I watch for, Marley, as a
West
long-time
Texas crude.
trader is you get a spike in either volatility
Okay.
or
Chevron.
oil, which is OVX.
Okay, that's taking a break. Chevron, ExxonMobil. Okay, these are taking a break.
The actual price of oil, and then it pulls back, and then we'll see another spike at some point, and we couldn't even get back to the highs of just 24 hours ago.
Netflix.
Whether it's the VIX, whether
Still
it's
sitting here. All the New York FANG. Apple looking a little better. So is Microsoft.
the oil stocks, but the production companies that help get it out of the ground.
Microsoft had a huge day yesterday.
And a bunch of the folks that are really probably this puts a big focus
Microsoft with a huge
on
day.
the drill, baby, drill
Huge day yesterday.
Permian Basin, because Chevron
Okay,
is
we're starting to push off again. Watch Microsoft here. Microsoft is showing signs of a continuation.
natural gas, and I think a lot of the energy players are where people are focused right now, Marley.
And energy, calming down a bit today. So I want to move to where we are seeing a pretty substantial move. This time to the upside, we're seeing Bitcoin prices the highest they've been in a month. We finally got over that 70,000 mark. We're almost at 73,000 right now. They're starting to rip here as far as what you're seeing in terms of where the action is and the companies we're seeing favored here. What are you seeing?
Microsoft looking good. Okay, Microsoft.
Bitdeer Technology, BTDR, it's an $8 stock. It's certainly very cheap, but these guys are basically a tech company for blockchain. And we are seeing big upside bets on this one. Of course, things the president is saying, demands that all of these players from Gemini to Kraken and so forth, what they're doing, trying to get into the other rails, the regular rails of banking and so forth.
Bitcoin going up again. Bitcoin going again.
Right here. Not so much the safe haven trade of, let's buy Bitcoin because the markets are going down, but rather let's buy Bitcoin and other digital assets because the president and a host of other good news is happening for the entire sector. So like I say, BTDR, Bitdeer, we had big unusual activity in that one, and we're following along with that activity. So full disclosure, I'm in those calls.
And as you look at those calls and the other traders making similar moves here, is it short-dated momentum? Is this a short-term play? Or is this positioning for a longer breakout here in terms of Bitcoin prices? Because you mentioned it's not a safe haven move. We're not having this digital gold conversation anymore. They don't move in tandem right now. So what's the move here?
Well, I think you're exactly right. It's not that the conversation, whether you're listening to Tom Lee, who says that, the crypto winter is over. I don't know if the winter ends that quick, Tom. I love Tom Lee, so it's not a criticism. I'm just thinking we got to go through the seasons, Tom. So you go from winter, which we clearly were in from 126 all the way down here to 60,000 to a spring.
Okay, futures starting to climb again. Futures.
Big upside moves, but a lot of it depends on the legislation, the access to those rails that I spoke about for the banks and so forth, and they're pushing back hard because they don't like the idea that the stable coins can basically beat them up so severely with the yield that they can offer versus what Jamie Dimon and his ilk will offer you for deposits in the banks. So I think we're going to continue to see a focus on that. And I would think a lot of people are looking at where were many of these assets last Friday before the war started. And in some cases, there were some bets that any given weekend we could see the XLE or crude oil or gold spike to the upside. But to your point, these are short-term bets to see recoveries more than a long-term bet over months and months. Although I believe in Bitdeer, they were buying all the way out to September. So that one being beat up as it was, people wanted more time for upside than they did just a short-term recovery.
And John, we don't usually get to talk about this when I have you or your brother on, but I know you're both former professional athletes. Go Bears for you. And we've got March Madness coming. So I do want to know who your pick is for March Madness.
Well, I pay a lot of attention to not polls, but to the prediction markets. And what I'm seeing right now is, of course, as many people would know, Michigan and Duke as the top two, with Arizona and UConn in the mix as well. But I'll say that right now, Duke is surging on those prediction markets. So since people are putting their money where their mouth is, rather than just doing brackets and maybe putting $5 down, they seem to be putting pretty significant money on Duke right now. So those would be my two picks, though. I think Duke and Michigan. And right now I give the edge to Duke. All right. Well, I went to UVA, so I don't know that I can give that edge to Duke. I was there undergrad.
And I went to LSU, so what? Who cares?
Thanks for being with us, and thanks for the sports pick there too, as well. That's John Najarian, the co-owner at Market Rebellion.
Okay, futures continue to rise.
Take a look at defense spending and the uptick that we've seen in the defense sector this week. To help us do that, Jeff Thompson, the CEO of Red Cat, is joining us right now to discuss the future of defense technology. Jeff, great to have you with us today. You know, we've seen the defense sector do really well already this year, just on increased defense budgets. Obviously, with the outbreak of this ongoing situation in Iran, we've seen a lot of money pour into defense tech this week, and it's a big part of every conversation. From your perspective, looking at it, do we have more room to run to the upside here?
Yeah, without a doubt. Marley, thanks for having me. If you look at where everybody's heading, we have $1 trillion budget this year that just got released, and it looks like it's going to be a $1.5 trillion budget next year. So the growth is going to be maintained, and with all the events that are happening, everyone seems to be in just growth mode. I mean,
S&P still in this range.
Different subsidiaries right now since Saturday.
It's almost 12 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, March 4th.
Sustainable because it's based in structural demand, or are we really seeing people chasing geopolitical headlines and risk right now?
Well, if you look what you're going to have to do after these things, calm down. You guys had a guest yesterday, General Clark, who was talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and he was talking about having drones doing escorts, and we make vehicles that do that. And my own, self going after that market is crucial. But we're going to have to maintain that strait for years to come to make sure it stays safe with sea drones.
And drones becoming a big part of this conversation. And in every defense tech conversation I've had since this started, drones have been in some way, or autonomous vehicles have been in some way a part of the conversation. As we look at this, and the story's really shifting here from hype and discussion to execution here, what proof points can investors take from Red
Okay,
Cat
Palantir is squeezing. Looks like it wants to go.
Well, we spent the last year ramping our production in our factories. We recently.
All right, Palantir trying to push higher now. Bitcoin still pushing. Bitcoin.
For each rucksack. So we have contracts now, but everyone's ramping because of, this is, Ukraine, if you look at it, it's basically drone war 1. It's changed warfare. It's going to be drone against drone. But the most important part is production in the factory. We look at it as the factory is the weapon. So you have to be able to scale. And we spent the last 12 to 18 months scaling our production, and now we're just going to be building drones and delivering them.
And in this conversation, what differentiates Red Cat's platform in a market that suddenly is feeling a little crowded and being discussed far more regularly than we have?
Yeah, well, again, it goes back to manufacturing. Having the scale and the capability to produce at scale puts you way ahead of everybody else. I mean, there's a program called Drone Dominance, which is a massive $1 billion plus program where we're basically having fly-offs against each other. But, one of the biggest questions during that fly-off last week was how much can you produce? So it really goes back to manufacturing and then having products that are actually manufacturable. Anyone can make a prototype, but it's very difficult to manufacture stuff at scale. And that's what we need.
Okay, at 1:30, we got a Trump phone interview. I don't know what that's about, but I would keep some calls and puts ready. At 1:30, got a Trump phone interview. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's still pushing here. Apple.
Demand really ramps up quickly here, and this does not end itself in a few weeks, as is the expectation right now.
Apple at the 50-day now. Apple looking for a follow through. Okay, Apple's at the 50-day trying to push above.
Drones and the things incorporated in them, and the life cycle upgrades. How important is all of that to Red Cat maintaining its competitive moat?
Yeah, so we're spending a lot of time making sure that our drones specifically will
Microsoft looked good.
what the Army has chosen for the soldiers.
Microsoft looks good.
Make sure that thing works.
Okay, Snowflake.
What's required.
That's looking good. Google looking good.
In theaters where we can
Okay, NVIDIA turning.
Works. And those improvements are
Okay, we should see a pop in the futures here.
like the traditional
Okay, Bitcoin pushing up a bit more.
Where everything's heading, we skate to where the puck's going, but we literally have these theaters where we can actually make sure that our stuff's going to work for the warfighter.
And you're a U.S.-based manufacturer. Do you feel that gives you a competitive advantage in terms of your defense procurement? And also, I guess to follow on that, how many customers are explicitly prioritizing a secure domestic supply chain right now?
Well, everybody, the Department of War can only is all about made in USA. You have to be NDA compliant. You have to go through the Blue UAS list, which for the viewers, that's something that certifies that all your stuff is made in USA and that it's going to be and can be bought by the Department of War. So there's a lot of steps that you have to go through, but being made in USA is crucial to be able to sell to the Department of War.
And if we do start to see some of these tensions cool in the Middle East, obviously Ukraine's still a drone-driven war here, and that geopolitical
Okay, futures pushing higher. There goes Snowflake.
What gives you the
Microsoft.
confidence that this demand is durable? And if we see this de-escalation, which parts of your pipeline remain the most resilient?
Well, actually, all of them, because if you look at where everyone's heading, you've got Russia makes 4 million drones a year. Ukraine makes 4 million drones a year. China makes 4 million or so or more drones a year, and we're playing catch up right now. So all the Department of War is trying to catch up immediately. This administration has done a lot to increase the drone dominance program, so we're pretty excited the way everything's heading right now. So people are going to have
Okay, futures continue to climb.
Future. You've got also Indo-PACOM.
All right, S&P moving back up to the top of this range.
So that's a crucial thing for us to ramp production for. And again, what's going on in Iran
Okay,
is crucial.
back to the top of the range, VWAP.
So,
nice volume here. Nice volume. Okay, we got volume coming in. Note MACD is turned up. Looking for a push higher. There goes Apple. Apple's on the move.
What specific milestone would you want investors to be looking at from Red Cat, specifically over, say, the next 12 to 24 months, that proves that Red Cat isn't just a part of the story, but will be a long-term winner in the story?
Yeah, well, what we've done is we've given we have multiple domains. So we have a family of systems that's not just drones. When we added our maritime division, now we can launch on 100% of Earth, not just 30% of Earth with our drones. And so we give the warfighter sensors, we give them the shooter, we give them the ammunition, we can get them there, we can do ISR. So we have a family of systems that is very unique that we don't think can be replicated in a short period of time. And I think that gives us a huge advantage to our competitors.
Well, Jeff, we really appreciate you being with us, especially at that time, to take a closer look at Red Cat and drones. Steph Thompson, the CEO of Red Cat, thanks again for joining us today. Coming up next, we've got our disruptors. We'll be taking a look at Tesla after Bank of America reinstated its coverage. George Tillis will have the latest for us. Stay with us.
Trading at Schwab.
Okay, futures continue to rise, ramp up here.
The power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
MACD still rising. Volume still looking good. Bullish. Palantir near the highs of the day. There goes CoreWeave. CoreWeave above 80.
Shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and
CoreWave's above 80 now.
every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
That could certainly be a short to near term catalyst.
Breakout on CoreWeave.
1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time now for the Disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, here with today's company. We're talking about Tesla today, George. BofA reinstating Tesla with a buy rating, a $460 price target, trading up about 3.5% right now at 405.90 on this news. Can you walk us through this note and why they've reinstated their coverage here?
Yeah, I think Tesla looks interesting here. Not necessarily just a price position, and I'll talk about that when we cover our trade a little bit more, but I think their position in both hardware and software is actually quite meaningful. We are seeing the shares up meaningfully today based on rotation back into discretionary names.
Strategy looking good.
Technology stack.
Futures trying to take out the high of the day. Futures.
It's a blend of hardware and, of course, some software, including autonomous driving, Optimus 3 robotics. One of their growing area or segments is energy storage, and I went and looked at some data, and in fact, if you look at 2025's numbers, that storage division increased by 130.
Either we get rejected here or we're going to break out, looks like.
Nonetheless, I think,
Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows are rising.
Catalyst going forward, which is robotaxis. If you look at the Cybercab production for Tesla, they're quite powerful in terms of the prospects of leadership now position in autonomous driving. It's really a productivity call of Tesla again, and being the leader in this particular space. And eventually Tesla will probably be licensing their technology to all automakers. And that's what's meaningful about Tesla's autonomous driving. It's not just Tesla vehicles using their own software for autonomous vehicles. It's about licensing that software to every automaker globally. And that's essentially the huge catalyst. Not to mention, the Optimus 3 robot is expected production in late 2026. And this has been offsetting some of the challenging auto sales environments too. If you look at sales last year in 2025, they were down year over year by about 8.6% to close to 1.64 million units. That was down from about 1.8 million units in the previous year. But nonetheless, Tesla's targeting to offset those production number declines by removing some of their lower volume units, which include their Model S and Model X. And these are, again, higher price point products. So what they're doing is essentially making it more affordable, introducing more cheaper options for customers, getting people locked into their hardware. And eventually, of course, they'll be releasing their software, which is still rolling out right now, to eventually some full autonomy.
Yeah, and Tesla's one of those interesting names where there's always such a split with the analysts that cover Tesla. I was just looking, it's only about 35% of them have a buy rating right now on Tesla. But in the last year, 52 weeks, they're up about 50%. This year, not performing as well, down about 10% so far this year. So as we keep all that in perspective here, George, even with this move to the upside today, if you wanted to structure an example trade here, how would you look to trade this thing?
Sure. You're right, too. Just to add to something, if you look at the range between high and low analysts, it's between 600 high and 125 low. That variance is quite wide, again, because of the uncertainty around its valuation and its technologies. But nonetheless, if you look at the price action, in the recent couple of days, the stock did reclaim its 200-day moving average. But at the same time, the stock is very volatile. It's very choppy. It's a traded stock, at least on an intraday basis, but nonetheless,
all right, hedge flows aren't really telling us much, just kind of grinding along this area. We ran into resistance where you would expect it. Let's see if we break above or not. Okay.
And I'm essentially going to look at selling a March with 16-day expiration put spread right around that 375. So I'm going to sell the 375 put, buy the 365 put. Now, earlier today, you could have sold that for about $3 a share and credit or $300 a contract. So again,
NYFANGs are all near the highs.
Between now and the expiry in March.
All right, we're getting rejected, rolling back over now.
375 is your sweet spot. 372 is your break even. And in case we get some, exogenous event and the stock falls below 365, you'd be out $7 a share in risk.
All right, and right now Tesla at 406.25, trading up about 3.5% today on the heels of this reinstated coverage from B of A. George, we appreciate you being with us for the disruptors today, for breaking down that analyst note, and also for the example trade. That was George Tillis. Coming up next, we've got our 360 round. We'll be taking a closer look at CrowdStrike and the muted action we're seeing in the wake of its earnings. Stay with us.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources.
Okay, Bitcoin up against the highs of the day.
You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim.
New York FANG. Let me take a look at Bitcoin. The junk bonds. Junk bonds. Got Bitcoin on the mind. Junk bonds, nice reversal. 3-candle reversal here. Volume picking up. All right, junk bonds looking good. Let's see what HYG looks like. Between Bitcoin and junk bonds, we have risk on. High yield corporates back above the 50-day. We needed to see that. Back above the 50-day. IWM is another risk on indicator. Back above the 50-day. That looks good. 10-year yield. 10-year yield. Fading back below 4% would be nice. Palantir. CoreWeave at 80. CoreWeave is at 80.
Joining us now, Dave Chronister, founder and CEO at Parameter Security, and Rajiv Sahini, this head of international portfolio management at Wave Digital Assets. Thank you both for being with us today. Dave, let's start with you here. CrowdStrike had a clean beat. They had a clean
Sorry about that. Hit the mute button there.
They're going to have to grow their earnings at 80%, and even their 2027 forecast is about half of 80. So that's
Palantir just off the highs of the day. CoreWeave is breaking through 80, starting to run. There goes Bitcoin.
About 475, and then in the long run, I have a
New York FANGs, New York FANG components. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, very nice look to it. New York FANG components. That's a bullish bias there. Another risk on indicator. When tech stocks are being bought, stochastic RSI, everything pointing higher, above 50. So I need to change that. This looks good.
Technology, which is AI related. So there's a lot of confusion about the company, but from an earnings standpoint, that's what everything comes back to, is how much money are they going
Okay,
to
it
make
looks good.
And I do believe that
Looks like we'll probably break higher the way things are shaping up right now. Looks like we're going to break higher.
And Dave, you both mentioned AI and some of the confusion or perhaps the misunderstandings around cybersecurity and its role in battling AI. We saw the sell-off after Anthropic's tool came out and really highlighted that investor
New York
anxiety.
FANG components.
What are the markets really missing here about AI's actual threat to cybersecurity?
There was a study done last year which showed that the best LLM out there at the time was Grok, still hallucinated up to 15% of the time.
New York FANG looks good.
It's as big a deal when it's a marketing piece, but when it's your actual infrastructure that's being protected, that becomes a big issue. There's also the issue with agent washing. That is, a lot of companies are saying they're using AI when they're really just doing automation that's been available for 20 or 30 years. I think there's a lot of the shell game we've seen in different cloud infrastructure, Web 2.0, over the past few decades that are confusing some of the non-technical people. Again, I think the technologists are a little more skeptical. We're hopeful that things will start to work with AI, but we understand the limitations right now. My company spends a lot of time looking at code and looking at what needs to be secured and bad written code, and a lot of AI code isn't even written secured. So the idea that AI would then take over the security phase of it just looks like something that's not going to happen quite yet, maybe in the future.
And Ed, we only have about 20, 30 seconds for this answer, but as far as AI being a tailwind, as the CEO of CrowdStrike keeps arguing here that it's a tailwind for CrowdStrike, what are your thoughts there?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm not that proficient in AI as it relates to.
Okay, so why are we listening to you then? Why?
And financial pressures. A regulatory change under Secure 2.0 also makes it easier to qualify since participants can.
Okay, just off the highs here, S&P. Just looks like a big range for now. VWAP below, we're at standard deviation 1. VWAP bands right there. Nice 3-candle reversal. Had a hammer yesterday. Looks pretty good. Watching the MACD, it's starting to fade off as we go into the lunch hour, so I wouldn't be surprised to see B and C pivots. If we take off to the upside, wouldn't be surprised about that either, given the strength that I'm seeing in tech. Let's look at the sectors. Let's take a look at sectors real quick. Okay, sector-wise, there's your sector performance. Semiconductors up 2% on the day. Markets were down 2% yesterday. Semis, tech, consumer discretionary, all of the sectors you want to see bouncing are bouncing. Biotechs, communications. Okay, looks good. Bitcoin, about to break out again. Bitcoin.
$142,000 on average to $167,000 on average a year later. And so that type of change is creating an opportunity for people to have more in their nest egg to take money from. The problem is they're not doing the emergency savings. So they're tapping all that they have as a resource, and that happens to be that retirement money. That's the problem, and that's why many are
so semis look good. All sectors green, except for material or the defensives. So defensive sectors, consumer staples, energy are red. We also got real estate red. Utilities are flat for the most part. Utilities grinding higher. Most sectors are rising. Nice bounce today. Semis and tech leading.
Off the bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery. It's going to be a lot of good guests tomorrow on the show.
Yeah, we'll get some earnings to look at tonight. I think Okta's on the tape. As for the markets right now, trying to hold those levels that would put you flat for the week around 68, 78.
Bitcoin, very nice day today. Finally getting that break higher for Bitcoin. It's not going to go straight up, so don't be surprised if we get a couple of days 2 steps forward, 1 step back type of situation.
Let's get to the judge at post 9.
Okay, let's get to the judge.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. Stocks looking to bounce back today following 3 days of selling. We're trading the markets, keeping our eyes on developments, of course, in the Middle East. And joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Liz Thomas, Bill Baruch, and Steve Weiss. I'll show you what we're doing here at 12 noon in the East. We do have a pretty good bounce back on the tape today. In fact, NASDAQ week to date, positive. The Russell's now positive. The S&P barely negative, as is the Dow. So ADP, Joe, was better than expected. You've got a bounce in some of the private credit names. That is definitely helping sentiment. Oil's lower. Yields continue to move up, but only modestly. We do have Goldman today suggesting that equities are still
Okay, Russell.
To a correction,
Looking for
market, however,
downside.
And Deutsche thinks that equities are close to the trough. Do you agree with those assessments?
I agree with Goldman. I like that. I think we are vulnerable to a correction, not to a bear market. I think a lot of people are looking for this to be the bottom this week. In fact, if it is the bottom, what do you need to see that? First of all, you have extreme volatility and you have an outside standard deviation move. That actually conforms to the needed ingredients for a bottoming process. Why? Because in that type of environment, what you will see is that leverage comes down and position sizing comes down. And
All right, so you can see the volumes getting back and forth here. Red, green, red, green. Core weave trying to push higher now. Core weave.
Scenario completely off the table. I don't think that's unfolding. I think we saw the places where you wanted to see the safe haven element present itself, like the Mag 7. I think that was valuable. You're seeing cryptos bouncing. I think it's up about 6% today.
Palantir grinding higher. Palantir.
Let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff that's in the green. So Liz, Wolf is looking at some of the technical, points within the market, pressure points, 67.80 support level, as they talk about the bulls defending that. And Joe said, well, what might we need to see happen to declare that we have trough, that we have hit a bottom? I mean, they talk about, they're wondering whether we need to go lower than 6,500 to sort of reset everything. Yeah, I don't know, but you don't have to opine necessarily on the technicals, but it just shows you.
We can consolidate too. The whole thing that they're talking about right now is pulling back to 6,500. I mean, we're protected in case we do that, but we had this run up in the markets, and consolidation can happen 2 ways. We can pull back towards the 200-day, or we can continue to do what we're doing right now, which is to consolidate in time. We had a nice run up into the highs, all-time highs. I don't hear them talking about that. So stochastic RSI turning up. MACD is still grinding lower. S&P stochastics at 50. Okay, S&P is trying to take out the high right now. There goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin going.
Perhaps that was the washout. We do need to see de-escalation in the tension in the Middle East in order to really feel like it's done. I'm not convinced that it's done yet, but I agree we don't need to get to a bear market. And if we're talking about bear market, that's obviously beyond 20% drawdown.
Okay. Palantir turning.
Typically fall somewhere in the 15 to 25% range. Drawdowns with a recession are usually beyond 20%.
Okay, watching these New York FANG components. Futures are attacking the high again. Okay.
You may still have a bit of a chaotic aftermath.
I'd like to see more options fill in, obviously. I'd like to see more longer dated. You can see a lot of positive gamma overhead, not a whole lot below. So we need more purple down below, less red. Okay, we can see that the chart is mostly red, so that's telling you high volatility. Okay, whenever this is red, coming up into the purple zone, that's telling you that prices should slow down. Price action should slow down as it approaches the purple zone. Positive gamma. Okay, core weave is trying to break out, so is the futures here. Futures trying to break out. Assume a range until otherwise, until it breaks higher.
really kind of rally out of that the way we did yesterday. I think it's positive. Today's positive. Talking about Iran, oil prices are coming off a little bit. Now, the thing that I really like within all of this is you're seeing a rotation. I mean, your staples are down again for what, the third or fourth day in a row. You're seeing tech come out of that. We're seeing, to me, that those are risk-on thrusts here. That I think are very,
Consumer staples down.
pointing us that direction higher. So if we
They're coming off the defensives. They're taking money out of defensive names. Let's see what SPHD, USCHD looks like. Okay, SPHD. I did reduce my exposure here. Okay, so that's down a little bit more. SPHD, SCHD. I reduced my exposure in both of these. I would like to increase my exposure in JEPQ. Okay, that's back up. Range bound JEPQ. I'm not going to do anything right now, but looking good. TRBCX. Okay, that's still at the low here. TRBCX weekly. Okay, if you've been around the last few years, you know we made about 176% on this. We took some off about 6 weeks ago, put that into SCHD, and we just reduced our exposure on SCHD now. So starting to flatten out a little bit more. I want to see this turn back up. We had 10% pullback. Okay, we got buy signals on Tesla, flashing, Microsoft. Microsoft flashing buy signals. Microsoft. Nice volume on Microsoft. You can see this pattern over here starting to take out some levels. Yesterday was a very bullish day for Microsoft.
There's no place to capitulate. Well, you haven't been down. In fairness, yesterday morning, as we talked about and like Santoli had cited, it felt a lot like that because it was messy. It felt terrible, and people were wondering how low it may go on that first open after the war had begun, and we just didn't get it.
You're absolutely right. The intraday, particularly the overnight trading, that was panic trading. But once the market opened, then you saw the market recover nicely, and we're basically no more volatility than what we've seen over the last year. So I think we're in pretty good shape here. In terms of the war, look, you can always make case for why this is different, but the market's actually very smart about it. If you go back to my career, your career, to anybody in this desk, you'd recall there was always panic when the Mideast flare up happened, and then 2 days later you'd say, what was that about? It was a buying opportunity. Geopolitical risk is always a buying opportunity.
Well, that's why Jonathan Krinsky puts a note out in the last 48 hours. When the missiles fly, these are his words, not mine. When the missiles fly, it's time to buy.
Exactly. But if you take a look at one sector that actually corrected was financials. And that was part what's happening in the Middle East and part, as you point out, private credit. So I don't think the private credit issues have gone away, but nor do I think they're as significant as the headline stated. So you're always looking for opportunities to buy. For me, I look those as opportunities to buy, but I'm buying more of what I own, and we'll get to it later.
Well, we can get to it now because it speaks to exactly what I said about money coming out of small caps and going into the biggest stocks within the market.
Okay, let's see what Microsoft. Oh, there we go. Nice. Softy.
That safe haven, dare I say, status that many of them had before you started to get all the massive spending on AI, and then some of the.
There goes Microsoft.
Both of you guys.
Microsoft going.
Good place to be because you both bought more Microsoft. Yeah. Speaking to exactly what I'm doing, it's up 3% this week. I told you that the Nasdaq week to date is now positive. The S&P though is still negative. Microsoft is good for 3% this week. Let's hear from you first, and then you.
Yeah, so to me, look, I do think there'll be permanent damage to.
Okay, there was Microsoft.
Some of them in particular, and we can.
Okay, so we've been sitting on this forever. Finally starting to see something. Got a pulse now. Microsoft has a pulse. Look at the volume. Institutions are starting to sneak in. About what? 120 million shares trading hands in the last 5 or 6 trading days. It normally trades about what? Average, I would say, is about what? 15 to 18 million. There goes Microsoft.
San Francisco. So anything comes out of that, we certainly will let you know. But the stock's getting a bit of. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to. No. I think came from Bill. Yeah, note Nadella on the stage in a little bit, and you tell us more now. Yeah, we've been underweight Microsoft. I mean, even after this ad gets us just almost a 4% weighting. And the late great Charlie Munger. I mean, you wait till things test the 200-week moving average. It's going to prove to be a long-term buying opportunity. That's what Microsoft did. But it's also 2 standard deviations below its long-run PE. And, we see this as a big support. And I think it's time to start thinking about getting Microsoft to weight or near weight in your portfolio. And you're starting to see it right now. We talked about capitulation. Capitulation has happened in the software space. Yeah. And that's driving Microsoft maybe,
Okay, IGV as well. IGV. IGV. Ooh, look at that. Look at IGV.
This is Microsoft's alphabet of spring of last year moment. Everybody hates it. Draw a straight line from 370. What is that? 373? Can't even see it. 370. Whatever that 370 number is. Draw it straight across the thing because that's where you've been in the last year.
It was up over 500. I mean, at one point he was moving and then gave that up really quickly.
We trimmed it ahead of its earnings report when software had that little pop up. So we feel very comfortable adding to it here. But again, I mean, I think this could be last spring where everybody hated Alphabet. This is that moment for Microsoft.
It's a proxy for OpenAI, just like SoftBank is. If you believe there's stability in the software names, this is the safest play. If software is going to have a recovery and rebound, Microsoft is going higher. The challenge is beyond software for Microsoft related to maybe a little bit of a slowdown in the Azure growth. Do you really believe that's
Microsoft looking good.
I don't think you'll see slowness.
MSFT, Microsoft.
I don't think you're going to see that. I think it's a safe way to play it. If you want to play the recovery rebound.
Okay, let me get this. Gotta get this. Okay.
Because if you tick off the things
Microsoft looks good.
Okay, oil lower, private credit feeling better today, and the IGV is now up 4% this week. The software ETF. So maybe you have, as Jonathan Krinsky suggested to us yesterday, been fully washed out. You look at CrowdStrike today, coming off the back of the earnings. Cyber hasn't traded well. It's obviously in focus in relation to the war and the threat of cyber attacks. But this stock, off the back of earnings, is up 1.5%. I come back to you, Bill Baruch, because their guide was pretty good. Yep. And you bought more of that. Tell me more. Yeah, we bought more on Monday. I mean, this is ahead of earnings. We were confident that the pessimism was at a peak, and we wanted to get work.
Yeah, we felt the same way.
This is a great report. Record profitability, solid margins, attractive new product suite, secular tailwinds, and security and defense spending. I think this is a name that you have to have in portfolios. At
Absolutely.
Right now,
Absolutely.
Are you disappointed it's not up more today?
I am, but on the week, what is it, up 5% on the week or so?
I think a little more even.
Yeah.
Maybe up like more than 6% on the week. So maybe some of the move
I think had already been anticipated.
By the way, Morgan Stanley takes the target to 487. That's down from 537. Little optimism.
coming out. But there it is, week to date, almost a 7% move. George Kurtz, the CEO on Mad Money, Jim Cramer tonight, 6 o'clock Eastern. It's an exclusive, and you don't want to miss that. What do you make of the cyber trade lately?
So the cyber trade is obviously something I do not have any exposure to currently, other than through the EIS checkpoint, and then obviously Palo Alto board CyberArk that's still listed on the Tel Aviv exchange. I think you want to have some exposure there. That's why one of the reasons why I gave consideration and purchased the EIS. I said yesterday, Checkpoint Software is a name that individually I might buy at some point. CrowdStrike, obviously, I think it pulled forward a lot of what we're seeing in terms of the earnings release today.
Okay, futures still trying to get through this level.
The strategy will go back into it at some point.
All right, so this looks pretty good.
We got an important earnings report in overtime tonight, don't we? Broadcom.
Sure do.
Everything that it does, Broadcom hasn't had a big seat at the table of the conversation lately. It should pull the stock out. I mean, you get a look at what the stock's done. A year, few years, whatever you want to do. What do you think? You own this, right?
We own it. I wasn't going to step ahead of it. It's still a very large holding in our portfolios. We've been overweight. We maintained it overweight, though it's come in a little bit just naturally. It's at the 200-day moving average. And so I think there's a lot of support down here. Forward multiple is 27.5. I think that multiple can even really come down if this stock doesn't really rally out of the earnings. I expect a very solid earnings report from them again.
Big report tonight. Look for revenue growth up about 29%, adjusted earnings up 23%. They have to give more color on what the trouble was in December related to looking forward over the next 6 quarters. The backlog of $73 billion, that was a little below consensus expectations. They also had to defend against the software story. Jim Cramer's done a great job talking about this. Remember, 42% of their revenue is attributable to software. It's VMware. So they have to defend against that a little bit. They've got a great story to tell as it relates to the tensor processing units and the relationship that they have there with Alphabet. A little bit more expensive than where NVIDIA right now is. But look, it's been a core holding for us. We've owned this stock since October of 2021.
Are we still all, tensed up about NVIDIA, or can we feel better about the way that stock's traded? So it's up 5% over the last month. It might not feel like it because in those days after the earnings report, it traded so poorly.
Yeah.
But then we've had the turnaround.
It's our largest holding. We're about a 6%. We've added to it on when it was down earlier in the year. I think it is time to kind of put it past right now. And I think we're going to see a risk-on rally broadly. I think the software is coming out of it. The one thing that we're really looking at at our portfolio is the CapEx AI spending. Now, some of the multiples we're seeing with Broadcom and NVIDIA have come down significantly. And, the spending, the borrowing has been so loose. I mean, if somebody wanted $1 million, you don't ask for $1 million, you ask for $2 million. And, you're getting loans, the no covenant loans, lacks collateral. They're very competitive rates. So that's what we've seen really washed out within this sell-off in software. And I think that leads way here. Why that they were trading at such lower multiples, and I think we'll see them trade at higher multiples going forward.
Okay, so watching chips. I want to come to you, and I want to get to a lot more before we get out of here for a break. You trimmed Taiwan Semi.
Yeah.
Can you give me some details on that?
Sure. I started buying Taiwan Semi when it was in the 70s. It became just about twice the size of my largest core position. So I was actually late in trimming it, but it's still by far my largest position. Just from risk and a portfolio management standpoint, I had to take some off the table. So that's the only reason. It's nothing about the fundamentals. I said, still by far, by leaps and bounds, my largest position. And everything you're saying positive about Broadcom and NVIDIA, they make the chips for everybody, period, except for Intel's got their own fabs. So as you see growth there, you'll continue to see it at Taiwan Semi. Now, of course, the risk always is what happens with China. And I think that's a real risk, particularly as we deplete our munitions over in Iraq and elsewhere. You can see it. I don't think it stays worry, but at some point it becomes a worry. If I'm really worried about it today or over the next year, I wouldn't be in it.
All right. Let's switch gears completely and just talk about oil for a moment. I'm going to lead into a move so you'll understand why I've made this turn. So oil now is positive barely, but it's off the burner at least for the day or for the hour, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? We've seen a lot of that based on headline-driven stuff, Strait of Hormuz, et cetera.
the administration is doing its best, whether it's the president, the Treasury Secretary, or whomever else, to relieve any sense that oil is going to stop flowing. Okay, that's probably why you're seeing the move that you have in WTI. You sold SLB. Why'd you do that? We came in Monday more than just over a 10% weighting in energy, which is about 3 times the S&P 500. And energy's done really well for us this year. We needed to, we felt the need to monetize something out of that move. Now, SLB has been sort of trading sideways for the last, maybe a couple of weeks. It did not accelerate higher coming out of Monday. We thought it'd be time just to take that thing off, monetize the energy space. We have a nice couple other names between KMI, Exxon, LNG that are in there that we really like. So reducing that energy. Now, the thing to remember, crude oil responded and it's higher. It's not above $80 WTI. And remember, Iranian oil was already off the market. Now, other than really not affecting anybody but China. And I mean, China has a great surplus right now. So oil is very tame, and so we want to make sure we monetize the energy out of that. Now, if they keep hitting infrastructure around the Middle East, that could start to change things. But if that starts to walk back, like we heard the news overnight that they're looking for some step forward in negotiations here. Iran is, and that's why the market's reacting like this, and that's why energy is not accelerating higher. But I think right now for us at a large weight in energy, we want to reduce that here in SLB.
I also think that China probably has had to talk to Iran and said, stay out the infrastructure in Saudi, everywhere else, as close as they are, because otherwise that's where I would have gone after if I were them. So I think that has something to do with it, and that's the biggest risk to me, that they take out the oil infrastructure. But as you point out,
obviously militarily, the might of the
Bitcoin
United
off the high.
States and the
Bitcoin just off the high. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, March 4th, 22 minutes after 12. Market's doing well for the most part. Little off the high at the moment. S&P. S&P pulled back a bit there. Back into the range from this morning.
We're not talking about huge jumps. Goldman to 71 from 62. Brent to 76 from 66. UBS 72 from 62. That's not 115. No. They ain't 125. You start talking about that, you're going to have a different picture in the equity market.
all that does is reverse the bearish sentiment that has been in place for crude oil for the better part of the last 2 years. And coming into 2026, the bearish positioning. Iran does not control the price of oil. The United States controls the price of oil, as does Saudi Arabia. You're absolutely spot on with this, Scott. I like Bill's move with Schlumberger. Over the next several days, I will get out of the OIH, which has been a fantastic trade for me. We still maintain exposure to Schlumberger and Baker Hughes and Joe T. Do not get out of the refiners. The refiners are a very important energy holding, I believe, as you move through the summer. Maintain positioning in Valero, Marathon, and Phillips 66. These conflict spikes in oil have always been short and reset much lower. So everybody thinks they're getting in early. They're all getting in late. So same things there.
Okay, Bitcoin just off the high.
Surging out of this. You see heating oil, diesel this week just surging. And then as a commodity trader, Sunday night market's open. I look at Sunday night and you get news over the weekend. A lot of the time you get a high in oil in that open. A lot of time you get maybe a high in gold at the open. And I clean my commodity portfolio straight out. Got out of my crude oil call spreads, got out of gold longs, got out of everything. And then finally on SLB, earnings are trending the wrong way. They're trending down. So for us, it was just, let's move away for a little bit. Let's move away for a little bit ourselves for a couple minutes. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll do the calls of the day. Plus, I've saved a move that Steve Weiss has made that we will tell you about right after the break.
At this moment, we came into 2025 saying this was the
Futures starting to bounce. We're in the upper half of this range we've been knocking out this morning.
the year of M&A, and then we get war, AI, credit fears, trade disruptions. Is 2026 still more broadly the year of M&A?
So depends how you think about M&A. So what we've done is what we call bolt-on acquisitions. So it's not big for us. So if you think of Webster, that's 4% of our group assets, 7% of our market cap. So it's strategically important, but it allows us to continue with our financial commitments and shareholder buybacks and so on. So that M&A, I think, is very value accretive. Again, Webster will add 9% to our earnings per share, and it's very different from transformational M&A. That is what I think is going to be harder, because of regulation, because you have certain requirements in terms of capital when you do big transactions that make it less interesting. And to be honest, that's how we started the conversation. There's also, my country comes first, and it's important that, whatever happens is directly benefiting my consumers. And again, our type of M&A ticks all those boxes, right? And so that's why I think it's happening, and it's also our way of doing business.
One of the kind of greater fears that maybe is holding back M&A is also credit markets. So I would love to give you a chance also just to respond some fears over MSS rather. What exactly does Santander's exposure look like? How are you thinking about that situation? So,
Microsoft. Okay, Apple's trying to break out here. Apple and Microsoft both up. That's 13% of the weight of the S&P right there. If we get the rest of these stocks to do something, that would be also a big plus for the futures. Okay, Apple trying to push a bit higher now. Apple. Hope everyone's having a good day in the trading room. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Okay, market's looking good. Okay. Core weave above 80 at the moment. Core weave.
Of course, absolutely, it changes. So again, if you go into the beach in the summer, you want to swim, right? Like if I have a business, I have to continue doing mortgages. Sometimes I don't do
Okay, it is March the 4th, eh? Beginning of the month. It's getting warm here. The mother-in-law is outside planting stuff, so spring is definitely upon us. Bitcoin off the high of the day. Bitcoin. Hedge flows. Hedge flows backing off a bit. Hedge flows backing off.
And that was also Microsoft to a certain extent.
Some of the first ins become the first outs. Yeah. You know how much this stock's up over the last month? And a lot of it's more recently,
I didn't
obviously.
catch the bottom.
23%.
Yeah, I didn't catch the bottom in the 70s. But look, what I like about it is that Paramount believes they're much stronger with Warner. I think they're much weaker. I mean, with what they've spent, with the leverage, more than 7 terms of leverage, that's an obscene amount of leverage. And that prevents you from building out your business because all you focus now on is paying down the debt and the debt service. Whereas Netflix, they saved $90 billion in making this they can devote to growing their business and content. So I'm super pumped up about it. I think it's going to be a top performer this year.
Well, I mean, it was before the downturn that it took, and that was well before the news, obviously, of the bid. Tesla reinstated a buy today. Bank of America.
Apple off the high of the day. A little profit taking there.
Did have it on a hold.
Microsoft,
So
same thing.
Positive on that name, Bill. Yeah, I think it's held so far.
Robinhood.
It really needs to. Right around $400. There's a lot of support.
Robinhood just kind of consolidating above VWAP at 82 and change. 82.
They're having success with self-driving, I think. I mean, you're seeing some news coming out of South Korea, positive sentiment there. And so I think this is where if you like Tesla and you feel it needs to be in your portfolio, which I do, this is where you may want to think about adding to it, if not buying to get it in there. What about Ross Stores? Traffic up, picking up, sales are up in the quarter. They reported.
Look, they're telling a story we already knew with TJX. Comp sales up 9%. The consensus was calling for 4%. Ross Stores up 7% today. They've already expressed that it's a strong start.
Yeah, Ross Stores like.
And right now,
I like the chart. Ross Stores. Ross Stores looking good.
Whoever it might be, and it's clearly represented.
Okay, the weekly looking good on Ross Stores.
Soon enough. I don't like Burlington as much as I like TJX and Ross. What about
BURL Burlington. TJ Maxx. Okay, TJ Maxx, a little bounce off of the 10 EMA weekly. Let's see what the daily looks like. TJ Maxx is about to break out, it looks like. When are their earnings, TJ? TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx. February 25th. All right. So they already reported. Nice comps. Increasing their dividend. TJ Maxx.
I think a lot of it, a disproportionate majority of the move is like a big big on steroids, right? Yeah, except I don't see that change.
Pulte Group, buy 170 at Truist. And basically, the Truist note speaks about the home builders and the fact that probably 2026 has priced in the overall gloomy outlook for housing, residential housing. They're focusing on 2027, seeing a much improved environment, and that's why they suggest Pulte here. I think Pulte benefits relative to the other home builders just from a stronger average selling price.
Corning, overweight JPM, they reiterate that view. What do you think about that one?
Listen, this has been phenomenal for me. I bought the stock at 109 at the beginning of February. They have the $6 billion relationship with Meta through 2030, and it's all about fiber optics and their market share there. They're participating in the AI build out after NVIDIA reported. You saw the analyst community increase some of the earnings as it relates
S&P a little dip there from the high of the day.
Glass rather, and very strong market share as it relates to that.
Okay. Angelica Peebles has the headlines for us. Hi there.
Hey, Scott. Republican Representative Nancy Mace made a motion today to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi in the House Oversight Committee's Jeffrey Epstein probe. Mace is calling on Bondi to appear for deposition regarding Justice Department's handling of the investigation into the latest
Apple pulling back from the high of the day.
compliance with the law.
Microsoft.
Release all documents
Similar.
Democratic Minnesota Governor Tim Walz appeared for a hearing today on fraud in his state, saying he wants to work with Congress to address the issue. It comes as the House Oversight Committee released a report earlier today claiming that he knew about the widespread fraud for years and didn't do anything about it. Walz, who dropped his gubernatorial re-election bid earlier this year, has denied wrongdoing. And a new study published today in the journal Nature finds that the world's sea levels are higher than calculated. Researchers looked at hundreds of scientific studies and assessments and concluded that baseline coastal water heights were underestimated by an average of 1 foot. Scott, back over to you.
Angelica, thank you. Angelica Peebles. Up next, a halftime exclusive interview. Our own Deirdre Bosa is at that Morgan Stanley TMT conference. She's got the co-head of investment banking live next.
All righty.
That you're trying to bring under your own very fold.
Yeah, first, this is not
All right, watching the markets, just kind of chopping around at the moment at the highs, just off the highs of the day. Futures just pulled back a little bit over the last 20 minutes.
From the Janus employees, we've only heard from the special committee by not engaging with us. And we have a long track record. We've done 8 acquisitions over the last 12 years. We've created meaningful value for shareholders. We have high client retentions. We have, we have a lot of things that we do that make our operating platform a really good place for employees, for clients, and we believe.
You say that this isn't hostile. If I can just jump in, because you also said that all options are on the table. Doesn't that mean that this could turn into it?
We're focused on engaging the special committee. I think we're hoping that they engage us. We're hoping they engage us in meaningful discussions, and from there we'll figure out what we're going to do. But today, this is a
Micron just kind of grinding along above VWAP. Micron, nice reversal today. Frano, I know you're in that one. Looking good.
Sure. I wonder though, there's just must be some degree where maybe you need to.
What's Oracle doing? I haven't looked at Oracle in a while. Oracle. Oracle, what are you doing, Oracle? ORCL, Oracle. Yeah, still basing down here. Oracle, like some of these others that have been basing for a while, not making new lows. So looking for this to break above, say, 160, 170 in the short term to start doing anything else with Oracle. All right, S&P turning back up very quickly. Okay, Microsoft just turned and moved higher. Microsoft. Okay, looks good. Microsoft. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to throw something in the oven. I'll be right back.
Gabelli Funds founder, chairman, and CEO Mario Gabelli. A lot to cover in M&A, from Warner Brothers Discovery to MSG, live from Bloomberg Invest in New York. You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Difficult alone can be achievable together. Deloitte, together makes progress.
Under the ServiceNow AI platform automates everyday workflows, and when your people aren't bogged down by the small stuff, they can focus on
Relaunch, people.
the big stuff.
Collaborate smarter with NYFANG. CMP files, comments, notes, and more. Ask AI assistant questions. Discover insights that drive action. Adobe Acrobat Studio.
At Mizuho Americas, we know this course. And this one. And this one. Definitely this one. We know them well because we're experts in banking and global markets. Mizuho Americas, a name worth knowing.
Tech can move everything when it's at the heart of your strategy. AI built not for a headline, but the bottom line. Powered by your people. What's your next brilliant move?
Silence is beauty. It's full of proof. When a silent gesture orchestrates masterpieces, we're not just one step ahead. We're in a league of our own. From 50 years ago to today to tomorrow, CIB has always been here. Growth, innovation, and setting the standard for half a century. Progress driven by quiet mastery.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes. Any data source?
Demand said anything.
Any whipped Yeah. Yeah. Don't be shy.
After fire, water, or storm damage, home can feel far away. And for over 50 years, A&I Fire and Water Restoration has been helping families across the Carolinas get back to normal. With expert care and decades of experience, we make coming home possible. A&I Fire and Water Restoration, restoring more than property, restoring peace of mind. You can rely on A&I.
And geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
I am now pleased to welcome to the show for an exclusive interview, founder, chairman, and CEO of Gabelli Funds, Mario Gabelli. Mario, we're so pleased to have you here on.
Microsoft trying to break out. Satya Nadella is over at the Morgan Stanley conference, I believe.
Stocks, and you're a close follower of media deals. Were you surprised to see Netflix fold and bow out as quickly as it did?
Well, it wasn't exactly quickly. On the other side, somebody always wins, somebody always backs out. And it was obvious that unless they matched the materially higher proposal and the simplification of the proposal and the timing of
Okay, Snowflake popping up. There goes Broadcom.
timing of getting my cash back for my clients. So the winner was Zaslav. David conducted an auction. Stock has done extremely well. So we thank him significantly for that. And now the question is, for Netflix, their stock is also, it was down to 78, it was up to 96 the other day. And so there are a lot of individual winners here for all of those involved in this bidding war.
What does Netflix do now?
Okay, there goes the future is bouncing back up.
Brothers Discovery, would you like to see them go after various IP and things of that nature?
Satya Nadella listed for an AI tour keynote session today. Talk about Microsoft's AI tour reflecting his current focus on agentic AI. Okay, that looks good. Microsoft higher. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Apple's starting to turn back up. Palantir at the high of the day. Overall, very nice day. There goes NVIDIA.
I mean, should they buy something from Sony, just a partnership? What would you propose?
I'm not proposing anything, and this is not right now.
NVIDIA's starting to go. All right, NVIDIA's starting to turn. NVIDIA, BDA. NVIDIA, nice turn there. Nice pop on NVIDIA. If you're trading it, got a small position. I'd like to see it break out of this range that it's been in. That's got a lot of work to do. Minimum requirement, I'd like to see this back above the 50-day. It's above the 200-day for the past 4 trading days. NVIDIA looking good. Okay. Micron at the high of the day. Okay, let's take a look at VIX. Russell talking VIX. Okay. Okay, VIX dropping off pretty quickly now. All right, so that's another tailwind for U.S. equities for now. Yep.
All right, well, tell me, Mario, I love this. This is perfect time for you to be on this show too. Your investors get the money from Warner Brothers Discovery. You mentioned something Netflix might do. Janice Henderson, what would you say? Here's the top pick. Here is where the corporate transformation and financial engineering is going to happen, and I want to get them into that arbitrage. What is your top call?
You want to get into Harvard College and they're in 20 years from now, all you want to do is make 8% of CAGR and have a 529. On the other side of the coin, I'd rather see them go to the University of
Mario Cabelli.
Amen.
So from that point of view, whatever.
All right, so just watching the New York Fangs right now. They look pretty good, though. New York Fang looks pretty good. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Not bad. New York Fangs.
401ks and so on. From my point of view, tomorrow you'll be an announcement for a company called Myers, located in Akron, Ohio, like 40 million shares of a $23 stock. I started following it because they have an auto parts distribution business. Right now, there's 1 billion vehicles on the road. Those 300 million vehicles on the road in the United States, 4 tires per vehicle, more or less. So it's 1.2 billion opportunities.
All right, looks good. Looks good. Market's not a bad day today. Not a bad day.
So what companies help the tire being replaced? What happens when there's a lot of snow for the first time in a long time? What happens if there's ice? So these kind of razor blade type businesses are very attractive. And that would be a company that we're looking at very closely. We own it for a long period of time. There's so many like that. For example, you saw the spinoff from Comcast of Versant. That stock was drugged mercilessly by the index funds selling it. And the stock, for example, got as low as 27.8. It was a spinoff. Financial engineering gave us a great opportunity to sit there with a basket and buy it because we looked at the fundamentals, and Mark Lazarus running it is going to do a very good job of harnessing those values. So those are the things that we like, particularly where the index funds
Mario.
sell it. Yeah, particularly on the spinoffs.
And I was going to say, you are the ultimate value investor, and you have been throughout your entire career. Let's talk about where the other value might be unlocked. You were talking about
upside. If you say oldest,
But MSG Sports, I said one of the best. That's not what I said, Mario. You're a veteran of this industry. Look, MSG Sports, I know you like as well.
Like Buffett, MSG Sports, basically there's 24 million shares. The Dolan family owns plus million if they have control of the vote. Before you used to have a Jimmy Dolan discount, but when the Spheres go, which was a spinoff, has gone from like $30 to 120 or 110. They're saying that, hey, this is a creative individual. He is not going to sell the Knicks and the Rangers, but he's splitting them off as two separate companies, assuming they go ahead with this dynamic. And then the question is, will he sell a piece of each holding company and then do what with it? So those are the things that we like. And tonight is a big night for the Knicks because they're playing a team out of Oklahoma. And they did beat the team out of Toronto last night, so we'll see. The Rangers are not doing well, but that's okay. The value is
Who's
still
your money
there.
on, Mario?
We are owners of Madison
Who's your
Square
money on?
Garden.
Is it OKC or the... Hey, Mario, do you think that does enough to unlock the value, splitting the Rangers and the Knicks? Or would you like to see more? Do you want to see something being sold? Is this the most logical deal to get that value realization?
You just saw it. The Miami Dolphins, somebody said they sold a piece of it at a valuation of X. The notion of having sports franchises,
Peak memory, as some are suggesting, and you have any kind of rollover, are you not buying this at what might be perceived as a top?
No, that's not exactly what I'm saying, because we've corrected a little bit. We pulled back. I like the memory trade in general. Selling at 4.7, you're getting high Knicks at 3.0 on as a weighting within that, and you're getting other names around China that are included in EEM. The thing about it is you see all the 13Fs that come out of the past couple of weeks. Everybody's talking about all these big hedge funds that own EWI, which is just South Korea, and money can be chasing into that. I think you're chasing in just to South Korea itself. You're going to be maybe on the wrong side, or you're taking a lot more risk than you really need.
I think Liz said really one of the more important elements of all of this is where does the dollar go? And I do believe the dollar continues to move lower. That supports the emerging market story. Inflation is coming down. And when you think about the emerging markets, you want to think about who is actually exporting oil, and that is Mexico and Brazil, EWW, EWZ. Those two ETFs hold enough assets that I'm comfortable with it. You could also make an argument for Norway and Malaysia. I'm not sure how you get the exposure there in some ETF wrapper that has enough AUM.
Okay. The other ILF, South America. That's pulled back sharply too. So we own ILF into EEM.
Okay. Santoli on the other side of this break.
Figure out whether they want to monetize that asset for their own interest or monetize it because the world is going to be interested in quotes in soccer.
Apple bouncing.
Things that you think about. What other soccer teams are there? Okay, so Man U has 175 million shares. The stock is trading. I can see it now on your screen about $17.50 or $18. And why not? Just be a punter and put some down on it.
Okay, just to wrap things up, Mario, and given what a great environment it is to, one, read all of your deals books, but two, play them in this market and do the corporate arbitrage as you do so well. Are you thinking right now about deals that might happen that could never even have been dreamed of in past administrations? How different is it this time around?
No, it's not that they weren't dreamed about in the last administration. In a free market system with all the flaws and rule of law with all the flaws, you're constantly looking at what do you want to do globally and what do you want to do domestically to get synergies so to grow your business, okay? And as a result of that, more feel that comfortable, and this is an important point, that it will close. They will hopefully go through the Hart-Scott-Rodino, the Justice, the DOJ rules, and by the way, those rules are global. And so you're starting to see more of an approach saying, 1 and 1 equals 3, that's not so bad, as opposed to watching Capri drop from $40 to 19 or 20, or Sportsman's Warehouse dropping from $15 to $1.30. So the sportsmen and those that were busted deals
we start looking at, and particularly spin-offs of companies that feel that they can grow better or get a clearer multiple with regards to what's in the company. That is a very important part of the dynamics of enterprise and M&A. And so the CEOs are very optimistic that if they want to announce something, they're going to get it done. That's a different dynamic. They always wanted to do it. Now they feel more comfortable in saying it's going to get done.
Which are you saying that there were deals that have fallen by the wayside that you think will be revived? What are those?
We have several of them that we're focusing on. So we're working on that. We'll see some of the other ones that where companies bought them, like SJM Structures bought a company at the wrong timing, and to figure out how that could also maybe be re-examined. In the case of Myers, they bought a company called Signature, one of the competitors of Signature, which puts down on construction sites a layer of wood or a layer of composite plastic or something like that, composite wood, that allows them to do work and construction work. A company out of
All right, senior markets commentator, overtime co-anchor Mike Santoli joining us now. What are your thoughts as you see this market rally today?
Yeah, Scott, I mean, the geopolitical shock and the threat of the oil shock, I think, has been experienced by investors, by collectively the stock market, as a repositioning shock. So it was an occasion for a real chase liquidation out of the globally crowded areas of the market, bringing together some of the most extended relationships. We've talked about it, semis versus software, global versus U.S., emerging versus, U.S., and gotten some relief to some of the most beat up areas. Some of the things have fallen into place. You have a nice spike on the VIX chart. You go from 28 intraday down to 20 or so. That often means the fever has broken. I do think you still have to recognize, though, that we've now priced in a relatively benign scenario of a contained outcome in the Middle East, something that seems like the market can look through for a while. Obviously, oil's got to behave. Energy stocks not having a bid yesterday was a pretty good tell of that sort of culminating in the near term. So I still want to see the S&P get above 6950, which is last week's high, to say that we're kind of out of the lower end of this range.
You get a little private credit help, those names. Yeah. It's just the boil everywhere, Mike, just seems to have been relieved at least a little bit in the interim.
No, there's no doubt it has. It certainly would have reset sentiment a little bit. It chased people out of areas they thought they were too comfortable in. The question is whether all this internal volatility people can just brush themselves off, pick up, and resume an uptrend, or if it's just kind of we're still stuck in this mode of kind of
Bitcoin looking for another thrust higher. Bitcoin.
And I'll see in a couple hours. That's Mike Santoli at the NASDAQ, as you see.
Off the highs of the day. Bitcoin. Big bullish day today for Bitcoin.
Outstanding that are tradable, 177 million. That's relatively low in the tech.
All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break.
Strategy that takes advantage of, hey, maybe it moves 2 standard deviations.
I'm going to take a break. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is March the 4th, Wednesday. Give me about 10 minutes. I got to take care of a few things. Be right back.
6 weekly 79 call, sell the 84 call, bullish $5 wide call vertical, and then pair it with buying the 70 strike put and selling the 65 strike put. So a bearish $5 wide put vertical. So you're buying these out of the money verticals on both sides of the current share price of about $73, and you're paying roughly as a package this 4-legged spread about $2.50 debit. That's going to be your risk, potentially $250 per spread. That's between 70 and 79 on this trade. Now, where do you want the stock to go? Well, you want it to go below that break even of 67.50 on the downside, or you want it to go above 81.50 on the upside. So, in essence, what you're playing here, or what you're shooting for in something like this type of strategy is, hey, I don't care where it moves. It could continue to sell off, like George mentioned. Even if it has good numbers, or, hey, maybe the bar is really low and it explodes maybe $15 or $20 to the upside. So you take advantage of a bigger move than what the option market's pricing in for this. What you don't want to happen over the next 2 days, Diane, is you don't want any consolidation in the stock. You don't want it to trade between 70 and 79. Now, you got 2 days in this position, so if you don't get the move initially tomorrow, you do have an extra day until expiration to get that move. But the idea here is the stock moves more than the one standard deviation, and then this thing starts to expand in price where you can sell it for more than what you paid for it. The risk on it is the debit that you pay. The potential reward is the $5 width of those verticals minus the $250 you paid. So risking $250 to make a potential $250 on this need a move type of strategy in Okta.
All right, Okta's got earnings due today after the close today. George Silla says it is a prove-it moment for the company. Adjusted EPS expected 85 cents per share. Thank you, Tom. Good stuff there on the example trade. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White. Our thanks again to Joe Mazzola. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met him 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at SchwabNetwork.com. to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn. Let's check in on how markets are faring now, about 3.5 hours into the trading day, as we are seeing some broad-based strength today, which is being felt by all four of our major averages, which are firmly in green, as we're seeing S&Ps up just shy of 1%, the Dow up 0.7%, the Nasdaq leading out in front, with actually all of our Mag 7 contributing today, up now 1.7%, and the Russell 2000 also seeing some strength as we're seeing this further rotation, or if you would call it that, on a day-to-day basis into some of these smaller cap, more defensive names. But it does feel like we're finally seeing some momentum building, at least what we saw building on yesterday's session as oil prices pulled back following some developments of course, the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and fears about U.S. economic growth. That whole scare starting to fade a bit, at least here in real time. So technology is hugely supporting this broad-based market strength, as we're seeing Micron jumping, AMD and NVIDIA now climbing about 1.7%. But throughout the next hour, we actually have a ton of earnings moves to get through. We will kick things off with some moves to keep on your Wednesday radar. We'll then be charting and trading Rigetti as well as American Eagle Outfitters, both ahead of their earnings, and also Broadcom is where we'll look for FOMO today, as Broadcom also getting a lot of various analyst opinions as we do approach this earnings event after the close today. We'll also discuss further alcohol stock trends to keep on your radar, as we're continuing to see this shift amongst younger drinkers that are choosing for a more sober, curious environment, and how that's, of course, impacting the broader alcohol stocks that we do discuss. We'll close things out with under 30. Today we are looking at Box, and so wide variety of movement today, but definitely, at least all in all, seeing some strength. Even Box today is up now about 8.5%. But here now to help us to kick things off today is Sam Vadas, of course, host for the Schwab Network. And so, Sam, different market environment than what we were looking at yesterday, although we saw a pretty nice recovery just intra-show, actually, but still a firm green session. And is this hugely tied to some of the fears over the longevity of this conflict, perhaps being not as weary as what the skeptics have been pricing in? It's certainly a shift in tone as to how investors are thinking about just the magnitude of how long this will drag out for, that's for sure. Jenny, as you say, a nice bounce for stocks today, of course, coming off the back of these declines. Certainly, in fact, what we saw yesterday, which was pretty damaging there. But as you say, a nice rebound today. We are climbing the wall of worry, no doubt. Some of this has been fueled by, obviously, the headlines we've been getting out of the Middle East. We had Pete Hegseth updating us this morning, talking about some of the military action there and saying America is winning. And not to mention, of course, we had this New York Times article out today as well, talking about the potential for more talks to, try to see if they can discuss how to bring an end to the conflict as well. And then you had, of course, Trump's Truth Social post yesterday about some of the escorting of the tanks through the Strait of Hormuz, because as the team over at Charles Schwab has been pointing out, I mean, that is the most important chart in the world right now. The flow of oil through that very critical choke point, of course, where 30%, of course, goes through. So I think, that seems to be what is helping things out today, with obviously volatility, the dollar taking a step back, oil obviously coming off those highs as well. So that is very much propelling stocks. I think the big question when you see these signs of stabilization, is this signs of signaling resilience, or is it signaling complacency? I think, obviously we have to see how things work out. But I mean, you still have a number of the funds and banks sort of pointing out that they still believe that this market is vulnerable. That was according to the folks over at Goldman. But, the sentiment has also been helped out today. I think it's important to highlight by some of the strong, or at least good, economic data as well. I mean, you take a look at that ISM Services PMI. KG and I were talking about this morning. That was like a Goldilocks print. I mean, what you saw was those prices paid coming down, the new orders ticking up, and what that signals is stronger growth, inflation cooling. That's kind of what you want to see. So that very much seems to be helping things along. Obviously, we're seeing this nice recovery in technology as well today, particularly when you look at some of the memory names. In fact, I do see that SanDisk, Seagate among the biggest, best performers on the S&P 500 today. You've got Seagate, for instance, up 8.5% right now. Not following on from their South Korean counterparts, because we certainly saw the damage in Korea overnight. I mean, the Kospi had its worst day in history. So, whether some of that is a warning signal for US stocks is the big question. For now, it looks like that is concentrated out in Asia as far as just that ugly picture we saw overnight because of the fact that some of those countries more exposed to the energy imports. For now, it seems that the US is largely immune from some of that shock as well, particularly with oil and LNG. So I think that's another part of the story, very much as far as energy is concerned. But then we also start to see these earnings, which of course you and I are going to be talking about as far as some of the moves we're seeing here with the retailers and stuff. But yes, Max 7 holding up as well. And that sentiment is helping some of the more risky parts of the markets as well, as far as Bitcoin, for instance. I mean, 73,000 right now on BTC. That very much seems to be taking a leg higher, up at 7.5% right now as well.
Okay, and so let's start off with those earnings moves as CrowdStrike is seeing a very different now reaction, which is encouraging because initially this morning when it was pacing for a more modest open, I was like, it doesn't make sense. I know a lot of times these earnings moves don't make sense. It's the nature of trying to understand the numbers. But I mean, guidance was largely in line. It was still pretty an optimistic tone, though, overall. And so it was very confusing to me to understand what was not resonating. So I'm encouraged by the fact that now we've turned around here intraday and up about 3%.
Right, so we have seen a bit of a turnaround here. We're sitting up about 3.5% at $404 and change. Look, better than expected numbers out of CrowdStrike overnight. Adjusted EPS of $1.12 versus the $1.10, which was expected here, and revenue of $1.31 billion versus the $1.3 that the market was anticipating. So we saw a double beat there. ARR, which of course is very closely watched by the market, coming in at $5.25 billion. That was up 24% year over year. And it really is the guidance as well here. The Q1 earnings are between 1.06 to 1.07 on revenue of $1.36 billion, in line-ish with the estimates out there. So that was all very encouraging. As far as what the analysts are saying about this, I mean, you have had Bernstein raising the price target now to 368 from 353, keeping a market perform rating on the shares. They said that basically CrowdStrike demonstrated their continued durable leadership in cybersecurity. So heaping praise on this company off the back of this. And then Canaccord also actually lowering the price target to 400 from 515. So they were actually on the higher end here. And we're currently trading at 403 and change right now. They do keep a hold rating on the shares, but then when you take a look at some of the commentary, I mean, they were very, very encouraged by the fact that the ARR came in higher and they delivered on the re-acceleration narrative that management has been articulating since last summer. But you also had JP Morgan looking at raising the firm's price target as well. They've gone to 475 from 472. They say that the company reported a beat and raise and AI tailwinds in play now. They say that they have been able to leverage incentives, accelerate market penetration, and consolidate share with a dominant, best-in-class platform. So pretty bullish there, keeping an overweight rating on the shares from JP Morgan. And then Morgan Stanley actually lowered the price target to 487 from 537. They've kept equal weight on the shares here, but they're also talking about the tailwinds from AI and overall platformatization and leaving the firm encouraged post recent pullback in the stock as well. Because don't forget, obviously we have seen the valuation and the multiple compression for a lot of these names as well. I mean, this stock has not been immune to that broad sell-off that we've seen. But the thinking here is that particularly on the commercial side of the business, these cybersecurity names are likely to perhaps fare better. I was talking to an analyst about this yesterday, just because, of course, I mean, the IT budgets are there. Obviously, we know that this is addressing some of the risks coming from the demand very much for artificial intelligence. And look, it's helping out other cybersecurity names as well today. We are seeing gains across the board here.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely encouraging again to see that turnaround here intraday. As again, it has not been immune to some of the broader pressures. You can see that very well from the chart, but at least it's seeing a positive momentum swing today. Obviously, there's still a lot of time left in the session, but what has actually been a clear winner pretty much from the report onward has been Ross Stores. I mean, continuing to just show this appetite for more of that bargain hunting, treasure hunting type experience. Ross today to touch a new all-time high and still pacing for an all-time high close here as we're up now about 7.6%, showing that there are pockets of retail that are still performing relatively well here, Sam.
Right. So, yeah, a good quarter. I mean, these off-price retailers, Jenny, are continuing to benefit from people wanting bargains, people wanting discounts, as you say. I mean, they did see higher sales and traffic picking up as well. Comp sales were better than expected. They saw strong demand in categories like shoes and cosmetics. Interestingly, by region, Midwest and the mountain region seeing a strong performance as well. It's always interesting to see some of those breakdowns across categories and also regions. I think they did see a growing base of shoppers as well, which is encouraging too. The kind of people walking through their doors seems to be broadening out across income levels and also ages, which was good. And they do expect that to continue as well. The guidance was strong here. That's notable because they do typically guide somewhat conservatively as well, particularly at the start of the year. Some of this was down to the improving merchandising and with more brands and also some of the new marketing categories, also I should say campaigns actually paying off as well. And that is really important because there was this question going into this as to whether the guidance and the marketing and merchandising execution could actually justify the premium valuation here or whether this was already priced in. So I think, you know, it very much says it all with the reflection and the response we're seeing from the street today, up 7.5% right now. As far as what the analysts are saying here, I'm just looking across some of the calls today. Goldman has raised the price target now. They're looking at $244 from $214. We're at $212 and change right now. They've kept a buy rating on the shares. They said that they've delivered another strong quarter. They're gaining momentum across marketing, the merchandising, the operations, and outperforming TJX and also some of the others for a straight quarter here, second straight quarter. So they're very positive, very encouraged, optimistic about things sort of moving forward now, particularly confident in faster store expansion as well. The Telsey Advisory has also upgraded now this name to outperform from market perform with a price target of 240. That's up from 220. And then you've got folks over at Wells Fargo, which has raised the price target now as well to 235. They've gone from 205. They've kept an overrate rating on the shares, and they're basically saying that, you know, they continue to hit elevated expectations. So I suppose that's very flattering, you know, potentially, in particular because they keep raising the bar and clearing it. Improvements to marketing, they say, merchandising. So there's some of those words again, which everybody has been looking for, and stores are clearly working for them, according to folks at Wells Fargo. So yeah, a nice report, nice guidance, nice response from the street, and also, you know, obviously these analysts heaping quite a lot of praise on this one as well. So all round, I think this was a solid one from Ross Stores.
Yeah, and I mean, it really encouraging that we're up 55% over just the last year or so, which is, again, not something any of the Mag 7 names could say, any of our real tech leaders could say. It's really impressive, which then is in stark contrast, of course, with our next name, which is Abercrombie & Fitch. I mean, seeing a bit of a different reaction. I will say we've eased a bit from session lows, but still firmly down almost 5%. So not a positive reaction by any means. And I mean, it was this hugely just because of the fact they acknowledged, hey, we're going to have to raise prices to offset the impact from tariffs.
Yeah, and it's the mitigation costs as well. I mean, there's that T word once again. I mean, just when you look at some of the data, Jenny, and you think we're out of the woods and we're in the all clear with some of the inflation prints. I mean, you hear from these companies about, you know, some of the margin pressures and the potential hit they could be taking down the road. It's pretty unsettling. So, look, a very different story from Abercrombie & Fitch. I mean, this has been a really tough time for A&F as well. I mean, better than expected results. I would point that out. I mean, despite that, margins have been seeing some pressure. It's really about the guidance. It seems to be the issue here, and that is because they talked about the tariff impact and also the slowdown in sales too. So it's not about the quarter. It's what's on the horizon here very much for this name as to why it's shed about 5% right now. We're currently at $94 and change. So the company said that the new tariffs on all important goods will also weigh on profit in the fiscal year. Remembering, obviously, we've just got this update from Trump and his team today about the 15% off the back of SCOTUS, obviously knocking down those other tariffs. So this is likely to continue. So it's not just from the tariffs themselves, as I mentioned, it's also the cost of mitigating some of that. Obviously, we've seen a lot of companies having to work with suppliers, diversify their supply chains, and, you know, choose other countries, other
places to manufacture some of these goods and try to figure out a way to circumvent some of this. So, that all costs money at the end of the day as well. So the stock is sliding today. It's down around 26% year to date. I mean, it took a big leg lower actually in January when it did actually offer some of that guidance. Going into this, as far as what the analysts had been saying, I mean, you had UBS, for instance, that had lowered the firm's price target recently to 149 from 160. As I said, we're at 94 right now. They had kept a buy rating on the shares, but going into this, they were somewhat cautious, as particularly expectations had already appeared to be a bit tempered here, given what they'd sort of signaled and flagged back in January. So looking across the analyst consensus, I'm sure perhaps some of these have been revised since then, but I mean, you do have pretty much 5 in the hold camp, sort of waiting to see things, how they pan out. It was interesting because going into this print, I was actually listening to the folks over at Langfolio as well. They had been actually looking at their holiday data, which had been stacking up quite well against some of the others. In fact, they had seen actually strong growth outpacing some of the others. They're also, according to the folks over at Langfolio, being nimble, defending margins, investing in technology, faster shipping, improving stores. So they're trying to improve that customer experience. Because obviously the consumer is very picky, as we know, and we do see these trends in fits and starts. But as I mentioned, it's not about what they saw in the holiday quarter. I mean, things actually looked quite good. They had better than expected results. It's really about the tariffs. It's really about the guidance that seems to be issued, and why investors are looking pretty shaky on this one today, Jenny.
Yeah, and if, of course, we can recall, we discussed on yesterday, which didn't exactly call out tariffs in the same respect, but to me, it's like a premium offering that you're going to see. I mean, no price decreases in the coming future. They made that very clear. So to me, I see a parallel of both these names. Again, I know different companies, but both in that apparel and, frankly, a more not high end, but definitely not that bargain type of experience that, say, like Ross Stores, TJX are offering right now. Now, our last name today, Tesla, which we have not discussed Tesla at length recently because, frankly, we've seen so many other things that have been on the move, but Tesla's up 3% today. And so, to Tesla's credit, gaining some optimism from the sell side here, as we did see this bull out of B of A, giving a more optimistic, really, reset on Tesla. So, walk us through this note.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because, I mean, looking back, we haven't spoken about it much recently. And I think that is just because, obviously, we really know the story with this one as far as, analysts coming around to the idea that they are very much more optimistic on the robo-taxi, the autonomous driving part of the business, less about the car business. And so we're waiting to see how things pan out on that front because that's going to take some time. But for now, you've got BFA coming off the sidelines and jumping back in, feeling a lot more bullish about Tesla now. So they've reinstated Tesla with a buy from a prior neutral rating. They've got a $460 price target here. We're currently trading at 404 and change. So they say it's a current leader in consumer autonomy and expects it to quickly become a leader in robo-taxi services, given its ability to scale more profitably than the competitors. So holding up better than perhaps some of the rivals here. They do see autonomous vehicles spurring the next era of mobility, offering consumers the prospect of saving time, safer travel, and more accessible transportation. So this is also about the consumer experience as well, how we're going to be able to get around in the future. Additional upside is expected to come from Optimus Humanoid as well. We've been talking about that as well. I mean, we had Coid here, Crane Shares' humanoid robot here on the floor. I mean, this is something that we often talk about here. I mean, they do, over at BFA, value this as $30 billion. The analysts are also becoming a lot more optimistic, you could say, on the energy part of the business too. I mean, over the years, this has, been a smaller part of the business that we've sort of given mention to, but I think in this whole narrative around AI and the power needs, where we're going to get the energy from. I think, obviously people are looking to companies like Tesla and Musk to obviously step up to the mark, particularly because obviously we talk about the grid needing such a good old upgrade at the moment. So there are a number of analysts, as I said, are looking a lot more favorable at this part of the business, more conviction on that side of the technology than obviously the traditional car business, particularly because of that expiration of the credits, which we know the story with last year, the scaling back of the EV plans from other companies we've heard about. But the optimism
very much as they're on the tech side of the business. And the expectation seems to be that they're going to quickly scale robo-taxis moving forward, because obviously currently we've got them operating in San Francisco and Austin, with 7 more markets to come online within the first half of the year. So I think, it's just a wait and see kind of story here. Interestingly, shares have been down around 10% year to date, up over 40% over the last 12 months. But this comes off the back of, they did have good numbers in the last quarter. But more importantly, as Dan Irons has been pointing out, obviously we know a very big Tesla bull. We're getting clarity now on those other parts of the business. And, as far as market cap, he's talking about $2 trillion early 2026, $3 trillion in the bull case scenario by the end of 2026. Obviously, if we start to see that AI chapter, as he calls it, take hold, then he's got an outperform rating $600 price target, Jenny. Yeah, and there's still very tried and true bulls in this name. I've always that's why it's one of my favorite names to cover, because you could not find more polarizing opinions from the sell side as you can really with Tesla. Although we do have some varying convictions on some of these Mag 7 names, but Tesla seems to be still the most polarizing by a good stretch. But so appreciate it, Sam, for all that breakdown, helping us kick off our show today, and of course every day. Now, coming up next, we'll discuss some names with earnings out after the close: Spaghetti Computing as well as American Eagle Outfitters, both again with earnings due out after the close today.
All right, New York FANGs are mixed. We got Microsoft back up. Nice little break higher today. Bitcoin just off the highs of the day. Overall, pretty bullish day. Reversing off of a hammer, 3-candle reversal. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, March the 4th, 1:22 p.m. on the East Coast.
Much more modest view of where oil prices might be in the back half of the year. Just talk about that.
Yeah, of course. I think the stocks benefited from the broader market strength, the potential for Goldilocks economic environment in the US and more broadly globally. As President Trump was, the idea was he was looking towards the midterms. You'd have a more dovish Fed through the second half, and there was a broader kind of demand, positive, inflation negative outlook into the midterms, which people were, I think, pricing in risk assets broadly, and I think the oil longer duration assets benefited from that.
It's about 70 degrees outside. Very warm. Nice little walk around the block. Netflix, looking forward to get back up to the highs. Snowflake pulling back a little bit. Apple pulling back. Microsoft at the highs. Amazon just off the high of the day. Amazon.
Next leg lower comes on the basis of peace deals with, it's our base case. Yeah, we have to take a view. It's a base case of Russia-Ukraine. Peace deal happens towards the end of the summer, and that takes you the next leg lower.
Well, that would be a much better back half than what we started off with. And I should mention, too, it's not just oil that moves to the Strait of Hormuz. It's commodities as well, fertilizer, and a bunch of other things. So that's something to consider. Maybe we'll talk more about that next time, depending on how this plays out. Max, for now, thanks. Appreciate your time today.
Anytime.
City's head of commodities, Max Layton. Coming up, results from Broadcom are headed our way after the bell today, with the options market pricing a 9% move. The shares are down about 7% this year, while the semi ETF is up 11%. Is a reversal due for this $1.5 trillion name? We'll talk about that next.
Okay.
Day 5 of the armed conflict with Iran, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt is briefing the media as we speak, talking about Operation Epic Fury, as it has been dubbed, being a resounding success, reiterating the goal is to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles, which is similar language, of course, to what we have heard repeatedly from administration officials, including from President Trump, both verbally and on Truth Social. But there's something else that just crossed True Social from President Trump I want to call attention to as well, and that is the president weighing in on the results of the Republican Senate primary in Texas yesterday. Yes, yesterday was a primary day amid all of this, and we are heading to a runoff. Neither Attorney General in Texas, Ken Paxton, or incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn was able to secure 50% of the vote in the primary, so be asking the candidate that he doesn't endorse to immediately drop out of the race. The Atlantic reporting that the
Amazon pushing a bit higher. Apple trailing off. Apple is Amazon. Amazon pushing a bit higher. 220 is the next call wall. Bitcoin hanging on to the high of the day.
What would have been a critical endorsement, as we have consistently seen Trump-backed candidates in the Republican
Welcome back as we're tracking this market rebound right now. Nasdaq still leading the way, up 300 points, Dow's up 262. President Trump met privately with Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong yesterday before throwing his support behind crypto firms and their fight to get the Clarity Act through Congress. That has Bitcoin and crypto stocks soaring today. Coinbase is up nearly 16%. It's at 210 and it's leading the S&P. Of course, Bitcoin broadly is down more than 40% still from its record highs. Coinbase is down by more than half. Strategy and Bullish are nearly 70% below the highs. Elsewhere, Ross stores hitting an all-time high after reporting strong results, including record EPS.
Bitcoin still hanging out at the highs.
And announcing a $2.5 billion share buyback over the next 2 years. Those shares are up 7.5%. And on the flip side, GitLab hitting an all-time low after the company gave disappointing full-year guidance, overshadowing an earnings beat. That's an 8% slump for GTLB. Now to Broadcom, which has become one of the biggest companies in the world, helped by demand for its customized chips for AI. But the shares have hit a soft patch lately, coming off their third straight month of losses, down 20% in that time. Let's bring in Christina Partsinevelos.
Bitcoin, can we get another pop higher? Trading 24/7. Could see a nice little rally after hours as well.
Start with customer concentration. So nearly 80% of Broadcom's AI chip revenue is tied to one customer, Google. And Google is already diversifying, working with Taiwan's MediaTek on a more economical version of its AI chips, which could cost
Hedge flows continue to just create a sine wave here. As we go nowhere, we have resistance overhead at 6,900.
So the faster AI compute grows, the more pressure on the overall margin profile. Add to that, roughly about 40% of the business is still software. That means slower growth, different multiple, which helps explain why Broadcom right now trades at roughly 30 times forward earnings compared to NVIDIA at just 22 times. So often you'll have people say Broadcom's more expensive. So you're paying more for a company with more
All right. VIX still dropping off here. VIX still dropping.
Last quarter, it came in at roughly $73 billion, which sounds impressive, no doubt, until you realize it was right
In a consolidation pattern right around 20, 75. Looking for it to fade again tomorrow with S&P. Attempting to get back above the 50-day for the past 5 trading days. On Thursday, this dipped below, closed back above, but Friday we dropped below. So for 4 days, we've been back below the 50-day, looking for it to get back above. We had a nice hammer, 3-candle reversal yesterday. Coming into today, futures are starting to push a bit higher. Futures, Amazon breaking higher now. Amazon, S&P 500 back up to the highs. S&P from this morning, we had this resistance level overhead.
Crenshaw was the only GOP House member running for re-election who didn't have a Trump endorsement and lost to hardline conservative state rep Steve Todd. Crenshaw, was first elected to Congress in 2018. Kelly, back to you. A lot of moves there. Seema, thank you very much. See you soon.
Looking for a breakout. Futures looking for a breakout, watching for a breakout. We're at resistance. High of the day. Let's see what we do. Let's see what we're going to do. We've got rejected here several times this morning. Okay. MACD is turned up. MACD is turned up. VWAP is rising. Okay, watch MACD. Watch that volume. Watch the volume. Okay, we're breaking out. All right, starting to break higher. Okay, let's see if this is actually a break or if this is a liquidity grab. Liquidity grab, a lot of times hedge funds will push it above and then bring it back down. Okay, we're rising.
I guess to get back to the question of is this net more jobs in the U.S. economy? Do you see that as being the case? You're adding new positions via just, or instead of
S&P 500.
say another shipper like UPS or something and bringing them over to Amazon?
There are net new positions. So in the last 5 years, we've created 500,000 jobs in the U.S. And so while we're always looking at how we
VWAP is up. Watch that volume.
Growing in different new business lines too. We have our LEO satellites, drone delivery. Again, going back to that.
Watch the volume here.
Net new jobs. And do you think that pace of job creation is going to be sustainable in the age of AI? I feel like this is the question everyone is.
There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA popping.
I can say yes. But we consistently, I'll go back.
NVIDIA's popping.
AI is not new in the last year or two. So you kind of look back at the history of the job creation that we've had. We're going to continue to add jobs.
Welcome back. We've got some news out of Washington. Eamon Javers, what's happening?
Kelly, we've got a new filing in International Trade Court, which seems to indicate the Trump administration acknowledging that any refunds of tariffs paid by U.S. corporations last year under IEPA would be paid, if they are paid, with interest. Now, bear in mind, I'm doing this, and I'm not a trade lawyer, but in this filing, we're getting a declaration by Brandon Lord, who's the Executive Director of Trade Programs at the Office of Trade at U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And he's asked by the judge in this back and forth, what's the situation effectively?
Okay, looks like Microsoft wants to keep going. Microsoft breaking higher. Apple turning. NVIDIA popping there. Amazon looking good. Amazon breaking out. Amazon breaking higher.
So a nuanced response here, stipulating that, yes, if we have to pay these IEPA tariffs back, we'll have to pay them with interest, but also saying that we're going to still require a review period.
Okay, there goes Amazon pushing a bit more.
Are required here.
So ultimately, I think what we're looking at, Kelly, and the trade lawyers are going to jump on me on social media on this, but I think what we're looking at here with this filing is the Trump administration saying effectively, yeah, if we owe them, we will owe them with interest, but there's a long way to go between here and there. There's a whole long review period, a lot of bureaucratic process between now and whenever they might write a check.
And a lot of companies
Nice volume coming in. Amazon. Dealers having to adjust positions by buying shares. Amazon going.
The software stocks are rebounding again today with names like Box up more than 8%, 9 now, its best day in nearly a year. The IGV's up about 2. Investors are weighing whether the sector sell-off has seen a
Palantir high today.
That brings us Box CEO Aaron Levy to discuss that. Welcome to both of you, Deirdre. Thank you, Kelly, so much, and Aaron, thanks for making time.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be here.
We talk to you every 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to just have a pulse check of like what is going on.
IGV, software stocks. Nice reversal. IGV. I want to add to IGV. Multiple software stocks were down over the last few weeks. Looking for this to adjust and move back up.
Indiscriminate selling to now a little more nuanced. Your stock is up some 8% today on the back of earnings. Some other, companies that have pulled ahead. What do you think has actually changed?
Well, I think there certainly was probably your words of indiscriminate selling of just there's a rotation of out of software and into more of the kind of CapEx.
Futures trying to push higher. Futures trying to push higher. It is so nice outside. Got a cool breeze coming through the window.
What actually is happening? What are the contours of what will play out with AI agents inside of the enterprise? And so I think, I'm judging off of some of the investor conversations I've had at this conference. I think things are settling a little bit where people can kind of open up and say, okay, what parts of the stack are disrupted?
Watch the volume.
What use cases are
Watch MACD.
be able to subsume? Which ones will they still need other software or infrastructure for? The position that we've had, from the beginning is actually agents are going to be the biggest users of software in the future.
Looks like they're going to run this higher.
So you have to figure out what software
Take out some stops. Okay, we got stops overhead.
Versus which ones won't. And at Box, we're building a platform that helps agents actually leverage the unstructured data, the kind of critical context in your enterprise to be able to help you go and automate your workflow. So agents actually need a file system to be able to do their work and to be able to actually go and accelerate the knowledge work that everybody's looking to bring AI into the enterprise for.
Right. It feels like investors are getting more familiar with the technology and it limits what it can and can't do, what you need third parties for. We were talking, I know, about OpenClaw off camera.
Yeah.
But let me ask you about the different models. You just added Claude to Box AI Studio.
Yep.
Anthropic just got blacklisted essentially by the Pentagon. Does that give you any pause about who you partner with? How you use the technology?
Actually, it probably does the opposite. It puts us even more focused in being a neutral, open layer for any AI model that is obviously, kind of an approved strategic, model. We think that the idea of kind of having all of your data get sucked into one model or another puts you in a risky position. Instead, what you want to be able to do is have a data layer that then connects to any AI system that you want. The Pentagon issue was sort of an unanticipated example of that, but there's a lot of reasons why you want to be able to have choice in which AI agents and AI systems you want to be able to use without having to move all of your data between those systems. So I think it actually further reinforces the separation that you want to have between your agentic systems and the AI models from the places where you want to have work get done in the software layer that manages how those agents are leveraging that information.
Right. And I guess even more broadly, how do you sort of look as a CEO yourself? How do you look at the events of the last week or so? I mean, one thing for the department.
So it looks like Jasmine Crockett is out in Texas, huh?
Supply chain risk designation put onto Anthropic.
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
I mean, I'm hopeful that there's going to be some recovery of that partnership and that relationship. It's hard when you're not in the room, kind of seeing where the actual kind of bright lines are being set. We have a great partnership with both the U.S. government and Anthropic and OpenAI and other providers, and we certainly hope for the industry's sake that things can get a little bit smoother on this front.
Okay, back to OpenClaw.
Yeah.
I feel like
yes.
It's a little nuanced and it's hard. I think if you're not sort of right here like you and I are, I wonder if you could explain that to our audience, like what the use is, because Jensen Huang was just on stage behind us.
Yeah.
really saying that, what did he say? Probably the single most important release of software probably ever.
Wow.
What's your view?
Yeah, I think what OpenClaw, so far the paradigm of AI and AI agents has been this idea that you as a user will tell an agent to go do something, and it will effectively do it on your behalf. I want the agent to write, I want an agent to review documents. I want an agent to go and summarize my email.
Even text.
And yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's that's so far what these AI systems have been. OpenClaw actually took it one step further, and it basically said, what if this agent was actually its own, effectively autonomous system that was always there at all times, but it almost has its own identity. It's not you. It's actually another thing that is running at all times, and you give it tasks, and it goes and does those tasks for maybe hours and hours, and it can act either, in theory as you, or it could act in theory as what you maybe would have an assistant or another kind of person on your team actually go and do. And so what it opens up is
Okay, looking for futures to push higher here.
Of agentic systems, which is what if you have these sort of, nearly fully autonomous systems that you're still in control of, but they're not acting as you, they're acting actually as their own identity. Now, what's interesting is with the growth of things like OpenClaw, but this is true of even things like Claude Cowork and other systems, these agents actually need many of the kind of critical primitives that we need as people inside of an organization. They need a computer, they need an identity, they might need an email account, and what they certainly need in our world is they need a file
Nice
system.
volume
They
here.
need to be able to store
Note the volume.
They need to be able to load the information that some other user is trying to share with it. They need to be able to keep track of their memories. Right. So they're going to need a persistent storage layer that is extremely secure, that is going to be able to let an enterprise govern the work that they're doing, that's going to let you actually have auditability of that work, and that's the platform that we're building.
It's our new customer base almost, is agents.
Well, literally, like it might be 100x the size of our existing customer base.
Right, and you're seeing that with other companies like Databricks too, sort of who's actually they're building the databases for. Last question though, that seems really scary for a lot of software companies. This is still kind of a new idea, OpenClaw, and the idea of like a totally autonomous agent for Wall Street. But does that ultimately just like accelerate sort of the software sell-off in certain sectors, especially if you're if you're a UI?
I do think that some elements of the UI change. I think as a company right now, you have to be AI for API. As a company right now, if you're in software, you have to be API first. So like fundamentally, if you do not have an API into your system that an agent can use just as easily as a human could have used the UI, you're basically dead in the water. So the future is going to be API forward, and the companies that have strong APIs into their systems and manage the work.
Okay, here we go. Futures going. Futures going.
Those I think actually are going to see a tailwind due to agents, because that's
Futures going.
Constituent that we never had before that's now using these technologies. So we actually think there's a lot of upside for many parts of the software stack, maybe not all, but at least the space that we're in, agents are files. Files are really the kind of native work unit of an agent. That's how they actually keep track of what they're doing. And those files have to get stored somewhere, and they have to be secured and governed somewhere.
Right. So you got to have an idea.
Palantir higher.
Great to get your insights there. Thank you so much.
Good to be here.
Amazon. There goes NVIDIA.
Thank you. So spokesperson for the SaaS apocalypse.
NVIDIA.
I'm sure that goes up every time.
He loves that title. Keep using it.
Thank you both. Coming up, mortgage demand.
There goes NVIDIA.
Last week as rates neared a 4-year low, but the builders are down as the 10-year is back up today. That includes Hovnanian, NVR, Lennar, KB Home. A little different story for the building material stocks, though. As you can see, Ethan Allen and Mohawk among the best gainers in the space. We'll have more on the housing situation right after this.
NVIDIA. Nice pop there on NVIDIA. Palantir higher. Got Micron turning up again. Micron next leg up maybe. Robinhood off the high of the day. Looking for B and C pivots. CoreWeave above 80 finally. CoreWeave. Microsoft looking for more upside. MSFU looking for more. That should keep going. MSFU. Microsoft. Leveraged ETF. Okay, looking for more upside. Looks good. IGV. Software. IGV. Okay, coming out of a base. Just got one more pivot to take out, that 87 level. Bollinger Bands opening up. RSI rising. Volume shows institutions. So they've been buying. Let's see. Do I want to add to IGV? I do. I have June. I have June calls for IGV. 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 Okay, IGV looks good. IGV. I bought a few more IGV. A few more IGV calls. I have the 90 strike. $5 filled.
Welcome back. Mortgage rates are back above 6% now, but last week's brief dip below that level touched off a flood of demand. Diana Olick is here with the numbers. Diana?
Well, Kelly, mortgage rates did jump higher, as you said, on Monday as the Iran attacks renewed concerns over inflation. Today, they're slightly down to 6.07%, according to Mortgage News Daily. But last week, mortgage rates hovered around a four-year low with a few days at that 5.99%, which is seen as that emotional tipping point. And that had homeowners and potential home buyers calling their lenders. Applications to refinance a home loan jumped about 14% from the previous week and were 109% higher than the same week 1 year ago, that according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. Applications for a mortgage to buy a home rose just over 6% for the week and were 10% higher than the same week a year ago. Now, despite some rough weather in the Northeast last week, buyers are clearly getting ready for the all-important spring housing market. The bigger issue, though, for buyers is it's less about the mortgage rates and more about supply. Supply is higher than it was a year ago, slightly, but the annual comparison is actually shrinking week to week, according to Realtor.com, when it really should be rising given today's lower interest rates. Supply is still well below where it was pre-pandemic. Now, rates could take another run in either direction when we do get that all-important jobs report on Friday, but for now, we're just hovering in this sort of short range right above 6%, Kelly.
Yeah, perhaps it underscores how important it is to see that five handle for buyers, at least, even if it's just a marginal savings. Diana, thanks. Appreciate it. Diana Olick. Coming up, the South Korean Kospi was the best performing stock market in the world last year, but it's fallen more than 18% over the past 2 days for its biggest two-day drop since 2008. So is it the perfect buying opportunity? Your next guest answer might surprise you.
Okay. Applied move. $7% for Broadcom. Implied move. Okay, S&P futures turning back up again. Futures trying to bounce off of this level and keep going. Okay, volume. Watching that volume very closely. And MACD. MACD. Got some stops overhead. Let's see if they run these stops or not. Okay, S&P pushing higher.
APUS, GTLB.
Okay, watching futures for a push higher. Pushing higher futures. Let's see if we can't run this. NVIDIA is running. NVIDIA running. NVIDIA is running here, folks. What is the call wall? Call wall on NVIDIA. NVIDIA call wall is 185, 187.50. Call wall, NVIDIA. 185.
DAWN.
Feeling good if you owned the Kospi last year. It soared 77%, boosted by the AI trade. A lot of that, as we've talked about, two major names like Samsung, SK Hynix. But major reversal this week. Amid concerns about the economic ripple effects of the Iran war, the Kospi is down 18% since Monday, though still up 21% this year. Seema Modi is at the New York Stock Exchange with a look at the sell-off and the fallout. Seema.
Kelly, this historic move that we've seen in Korea's stock market is directly linked to what's happening in Iran. As Goldman Sachs notes this morning, Korea is the most oil-sensitive country in the region with a high percentage of its imports coming from the Middle East. So that's pushing investors to sort of take some money off the table. It does follow a massive rally, as you just alluded to, as valuations of AI companies in the U.S. started to get rich in the fall of last year. Investors started to look for AI picks and shovels names in Asia. And Korea has been a favored destination, housing two powerful memory chip makers, SK Hynix and Samsung. With this year's gains, these two companies now make up about 50% of the MSCI Korea ETF weighting. Now, putting this big sell-off into perspective, Kelly, South Korea is still up about 40% this year. That is the widest divergence with the NASDAQ in 17 years, according to CNBC analysis. JP Morgan strategists still see this as a favored market to own, pointing to structural reforms and earnings revisions, but they also acknowledge that these stocks in Korea will remain sensitive to the developments in the Middle East.
It was a wipeout. I think of their 800 listed stocks, only 10 finished higher yesterday, down 18% in 2 days. Seema, thanks. Appreciate it. Seema Modi. So is this sell-off now the perfect opportunity to buy some of these high-performing markets? Let's bring in Tim Seymour, the CIO of Seymour Asset Management and a CNBC contributor. And are you buying Korea here? Tim, welcome.
I don't think you have to buy it today, but it levels on the EWY, which is the ETF we'd be referencing. I think around 120. The issues in Korea, Seema laid them out well. We've talked about Korea, you and I, multiple times in the last 6 months. It's a combination of the whole AI memory story. Korea, I should say.
Yeah, we're trying to push higher. We just can't seem to get through this area. Some resistance, obviously.
That's been a big part of the trade. The other dynamic is, I think, just the leverage in the local markets, the trading vehicles, the fact that you've got a president, a former day trader. I mean, this is the financial press loves to talk about this was a former day trader. President Myung, who is someone that also, though, is really focused on corporate reform, is focused on equity markets and depth. And people that have been investing in emerging for years know that South Korea probably
Bitcoin about to make a new high.
If not for the chaebols and some of what seems like to outsiders the manipulation of that market, but I think it's really just the accessibility of the market, and it speaks to the fact that
Next leg higher here. Bitcoin.
To get that exposure. So there's a lot of things that moved into this massive sell-off. I do think if oil prices stay in a range here, this is a place to start looking. The question U.S. investors should also ask is, were they valuations at SanDisk and Micron and some of the big memory players here? Because that certainly is part of the question. How bubbly has this been, even if Korea is cheap? I want to buy Korea. I probably want to buy it lower. I certainly don't need to buy it today. I think if you have not been in this trade, there's no reason to try to buy this move. I think we're all of the view. Any headline can send oil prices $10 higher. And if you are a trader, I don't think you need to own it here. If you're an investor, I think you have an opportunity.
So at 120 and we're at about 134, and maybe friends in the back, we can show like a 5-year chart here, because with reading the Greg Abel letter over the weekend, Tim, I was reminded that Berkshire's position is almost equal between company ownership and U.S. company ownership, which is a striking fact to think about. And there's the 5-year performance. The Kospi's only up actually 67%, which is 8, 9, 10% a year. Like, it's nothing that special. Maybe we can even, guys, show the Kospi over like a 20-year basis and compare it with the Nikkei. Because I guess here's the point. If Berkshire sees long-term value in some of these shareholder-friendly changes Japan's making, and if Korea moves in the same direction, you know more than I do if they're kind of tiptoeing in that direction, Tim, then I could be more persuaded. Because otherwise, after a parabolic move, and like a 20% reset, you think, no way should you get involved with this thing. But maybe this is actually a way to draw attention to a bigger sort of seismic shift that could happen here.
No, I like your comparison to Japan, and Korea has been, as an export market, historically has often been compared to kind of the new Japan. And corporate reform, focus on governance. These are big issues in both these countries, and Japanese equities are going
S&P.
for other reasons, but definitely because of corporate reform. I like Korea for this backdrop.
Trying to get above this level.
From the MSCI weighting perspective, Korea's now moved up to be almost in line with Taiwan and China. It will pull back a little bit after this. I think it's gotten a little bit hot. Again, I think it is a case where I'm not sure South Korea should be weighted on a par with Chinese equities, even if all of this is a function of what you can own and how you can get at it.
I wish we had more time, Tim. I just want to ask one more on this, and it is the North Korea question. As more are wondering, look, the president's done something on Venezuela, done something on Iran. What if things heat up in North Korea?
I tell you what, I don't think that's in South Korean stocks, but I'm not sure that's a political bet I'm counting on.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's impossible. One of these, as Steve Sussex said yesterday, sometimes equities can't discount equity. That's just the best sit over to the side. Don't know what to do about that. Tim, thanks for now. Appreciate it. Tim Seymour. That's it for the exchange. I will join Brian Sullivan for Power Life.
All right, Apple continues to fade off the high, back below the 50-day. Microsoft off the high of the day. NVIDIA, nice pop on NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA, let's see what NVIDIA prospects look like. NVIDIA, nice bullish day. Higher highs, higher lows, looking pretty strong here. NVIDIA volume picking up. In the 2 o'clock hour, we're always looking for institutions to give us a signal. They're starting to buy NVIDIA, even up on the day. Amazon still hovering near the highs. Amazon looks like it wants to go. 220 next level. 220. Okay, the stocks that are leading on the NASDAQ 100, MicroStrategy looking good. MicroStrategy followed by Ross Stores, AppLovin, Datadog, Micron, Shopify, Intel. Interesting. Intel's on the move. That usually goes a few days in a row. Intel bouncing off the 50-day. Okay, so that's Intel. Palantir, of course, watching Palantir. 3 good days in a row, Palantir. Actually, 6 good days in a row. Palantir looking good coming off the low.
but stocks and your money are coming back as the world looks for any hopeful sign. Welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. Energy front and center this week. Oil and gas, they're calm right now, even as the U.S. Navy does something it has not done since World War II. We'll talk about that and what's ahead for oil as the global markets all react. And will, by the way, the president's plan to protect shipping really work?
We've got some great insight coming up. I'm really looking forward to this. We also have some tech executives from Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and more meeting with President Trump this afternoon. The administration is pushing tech giants to make a formal pledge to shield consumers from rising electricity costs. Critical inflection point for the AI trade more broadly, as focus now shifts to how AI expansion will be financed, regulated, and powered. And that said, let's start today with the markets. The major averages are rallying on some stronger than expected economic data, while still wary of oil prices as the U.S.-Iran war enters a fifth day. Here to discuss is Rebecca Patterson, the former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates. She's currently a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and now has a weekly podcast, I've seen this, on global macro events called The Spillover. Welcome. How do you come up with names? That, you know what, we'll talk about that. Yes. What do you make? Are markets too complacent about the Iran war right now?
I think so, yes. I think markets are somewhat complacent right now, only because the cone of outcomes is so large. I mean, the good news is the data this morning reminded us that the U.S. economy went into this on a solid footing, right? The service sector is hiring, new orders are strong. That's great. The beige book, I'm guessing, is going to be pretty benign going into the crisis.
Melly also looking good. Amazon is number 10 on the list. Amazon. There goes NVIDIA, keeps going here. NVIDIA still going.
And that's an issue of time. And Brian, you've been doing this for a million years. You know this like I do. Once those storage facilities
NVIDIA.
If the ships can't take that oil out of storage and ship it, they're going to have to shut in production. And that's the risk moment for oil prices. And on our podcast, The Spillover this week, we had Natasha Kneva from JP Morgan. She runs their commodity research. Iraq shut in production yesterday.
NVIDIA still pushing higher.
Will shut in within a couple weeks max. So the clock's ticking on both sides.
Yeah, and something I wanted to show, you've probably seen it, maybe some of our viewers have seen this, and it's a little bit disturbing. It's video from a U.S. submarine, and what I referenced, and we're going to show it to you now. And this is video, and again, folks, it's a little, it's war. It is a U.S. submarine. That is an Iranian naval ship. And the U.S. submarine launches a torpedo and blows up the Iranian naval ship. And I'm assuming something very bad happened to those sailors on that ship. And we are at war, and I'm only showing this because, Rebecca, I feel like there's a part of this market that is undervaluing that. That's real war. That's ugly. That is dangerous. It's deadly. But that's what's happening.
Have information technology, say financials, as well as communication services.
6,900 positive dealer pressure.
For a little bit more bullish activity. Also keep your eye out on Amazon. Amazon catching a really strong bid here, trying to fill a gap to the upside, which the next area of resistance there is about $220. So this is actually a pretty decent day. Let's hope that
Futures trying to push a bit higher. Futures. It is so freaking nice outside. The wind is blowing through the office window. Very nice. Watch the volume here.
Getting hit abroad in the Middle East war. That's been a story for Amazon. But as you noted, it's catching a big today, up 3.8%. And these Mag 7s are doing well. And we'll watch for any details from the beige book and see if there's any action here on Wall Street that changes position. Right now, I still see the 10-year bond yield at 4.08. We did get an ADP. And that was pretty good, right? At BP estimates, ISM takeaways as well.
Yeah, so for the ADP, it actually came in at 63,000 jobs added for the month of February. The street was looking for around 50,000. We did see a revision from last month, around 11,000.
Wow, it's so nice out.
That adjustment, but overall, we actually did see the ADP number beat the street's expectations. Wage growth is also still holding.
Okay, it's starting to push a bit higher now. Futures look like it's going to pop.
But you are seeing still some growth.
Got some stops. I don't know how many we've taken out so far, but positive pressure for now. We got positive gamma overhead. Moving into the purple zone. New York FANGs look okay, except for Apple and Google. Apple and Google fading a bit from the high of the day.
Still relatively elevated. The market was actually looking for around 68.3, and the previous print was around 66.6. So that was actually another great data point for today, kind of fueling this market melt up, at least for now, and knowing that we have not seen a lot of headlines coming out of the Middle East that's really shocked the market. I think that has been a tailwind for equity traders for today.
Yeah, for the moment, it feels like there's a calm. I wonder if it's before another storm, but for right now, you might see, as I mentioned, the Dow's been down 3 days in a row. Can it have enough arrow today? We'll continue to watch that. Now, we do have, after the close, I know we have Okta, and we're looking at Rigetti, but Broadcom, I think, will definitely.
Tesla trying to take out the high, pushing a bit higher as well.
I would agree. If you're looking at the expectations here,
S&P is stuck right here at 68.80, 68.80.
earnings per share estimate right now is sitting around $2.02. It's around 26% growth on a year-over-year basis. We're going to be focusing on the semiconductor solutions business. That's going to be the main driver. That includes artificial intelligence and these custom ASIC chips that are starting to gain a little bit more attention, especially with Google's ability to leverage their TPUs within their AI systems here. You're actually looking for around 50% growth on a year-over-year basis for the semiconductor solutions group. And if you're looking at infrastructure software, market's actually looking at around 4% growth on a year-over-year basis, a little bit of a deceleration, but the VMware integration also is going to stabilize that revenue growth here. So this one can be a mover. This also could kind of change maybe some of the narrative that we've seen in this AI trade over the last month and a half or so. You know, custom ASICs are really starting to gain a little bit more traction, Nicole. The big stock to kind of watch out for a negative reaction could also be Alphabet, because we might start seeing a lot of these hyperscalers going directly to Broadcom rather than going through Alphabet in order to utilize their own platforms or their own TPUs.
Yeah, and when the Fed Beige Book came out, we did get a glimpse into sort of the theme of it, and that the Fed says economic activity increased at a slight to moderate pace. And there are some details within the different districts and so on. So we'll comb through that a little more. But in the meantime, we're seeing stocks here higher across the board. Good to see you, Kevin Green. Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. And Michael Sanzatera is with us, CIO at Sylvan Capital Management. What are your thoughts here on the market action?
Yeah, it's nice to see an up day. It certainly beats the down ones. We've seen a lot of volatility since the Iran war started. No surprise there if you look back to historically all the Gulf Wars that we've had. Gulf War back in 1990, Afghanistan, a 20-year conflict, and then later on the war in Iraq. The market tends to be very volatile, very, very skittish in those opening days. Historically, it marks some interesting new lows historically. And I think there's opportunity sets. So it's nice to see sort of an orderly sell-off for the last few days and maybe a little bit of sigh of relief today. We are continually long-term fundamentally thinking we have a strong market, but short-term we can always have this kind of fear creep in, and it's nice to see a day where it's fear off.
NVIDIA seem attractive to you. You know, I know a lot of these Mag 7 names have been beat down. The AI trade has been hot and not. And the AI frenzy still seems to be somewhat alive, but rotating and molding and changing its shape.
Come on, S&P. NVIDIA off the high of the day. NVIDIA.
Yeah, you know, I sound like a broken record. We've been saying this for 3 years plus. This is the penultimate picks and shovels of the AI infrastructure change. And it's really more of a revolution than it is an evolution. NVIDIA is well positioned. And I think actually right now is a very interesting time to be accumulating the stock. We own it.
Palantir.
But if you go
NVIDIA.
Back, the stock was trading north of 38 times forward earnings.
Whoa.
Expectations for those last few quarters. And now we're at a market multiple closer to 21 times forward. So, you know, the nice thing is this company's growing so fast.
S&P pressure feels like it's to the upside.
And I think this is still the number one play in the space. This is an early innings.
Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Yeah, hedge flows are drifting a bit higher. Higher highs, higher lows on the hedge flows. 0 day, non-zero day. This is 0 day. 0 day right there at 68.70. We're at 68.80. We're above that. The next level, 68.95, and then 68.95. 68.95. That's only 10 points overhead. Can we get another 10 points out of this? Looks like we can. Another 10 points, maybe.
Strategy. We bought this stock again back in I think 2021 on Monjaro's data on phase 3, looking at higher efficacy for the drug, lower side effects, and better weight loss. And it's that weight loss that's really spawned a lot of the interest with Zepbound in particular, and orforglipron, which is coming out later this year, which is the oral version of Zepbound. So we think the market continues to grow. We're still north of 8-9 million users. That number could be as high as 100 million over a number of years, and you'll see it bifurcate. We think Lilly's best
Bitcoin making that next leg higher, just grinding away. Bitcoin having a great day today. 2 times Bitcoin BITX. 2 times Bitcoin BITX. Had a good day today. Big gap up at the high of the day, BITX. Okay, S&P. S&P. Okay, just sitting here. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Nvidia off the high, Apple off the high. Chevron pulled back. Energy stocks pulled back.
All the major sectors, but we do have other tech stocks outside the largest. One of the one is Palantir that we like. This is an expensive stock. This is one of the disruptors in software. We believe they're one of the first to really appropriately use AI with their clients. Go on to corporate sites, government sites, help them digitize some of their processes such that they can better manage the information and make better business decisions in real time, and have AI really aid in the speed and the accuracy of those decisions. So Palantir is a stock we like. We recognize it's very expensive, so you may want to recognize the position size and risk when you buy it. But we've done so in the portfolios. We think there's a place for it. We think it takes market share from a lot of other portions of software and services down the road. One of the first AI users we think we can capitalize on now.
All right, and last but not least, when we think about where stocks could be headed between now and the end of the year, I mean, is this war in Iran and around the whole Middle
We could go either way here. We're either going to pop this or going to fade it. Just sitting up here trying to decide what the institution is going to do. Dealers. What's dealers doing? Still fading a bit. This is 0 day, non-zero day. A lot more negative gamma below on non-zero day. Longer dated calls and puts down below. Okay, we're trying to pop through here. We're trying to pop right now. Trying to pop right now. Follow through. What do you want, kitty cat? I fed you.
We don't know how many casualties there be. Those things drive sentiment, so you can't ignore it completely, but you can say ultimately, fundamentally, the economy is still on track. Jobs growth looks actually slightly
What else is moving here?
Inflation hasn't gotten out of control, and we're still looking at a
Come on, S&P.
accommodative Fed. So I think the market continues to do well. It may take a little while to digest what's happening in the Middle East, but we probably can look through it over the longer term.
All right. Well, Michael Sansatero, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. CIO at Silvage Capital Management. Thanks a lot. And good picks there, too. We'll keep an eye on those. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by. He's highlighting the unusual options activity. We're going to talk more about NVIDIA. Also, Micron.
All right, we're trying to push a bit higher. Keep running into this area. 68.90. There's a lot of gamma overhead. 68.90 resistance. If we pop through here, 68.95 possible. Man, this would be a good time for a tweet. Wasn't the president going to speak at 1:30? He was supposed to speak at 1:30. Did he say anything worthwhile? Okay. Press briefing just ended at just after 2 o'clock, 2:05. Caroline Levitt finishes that briefing. This weekend, Trump will welcome heads of state from 12 countries. Okay. Okay, Best Buy. Best Buy had a good day yesterday, right? Best Buy. Kind of unusual. Big move today. Best Buy breaking this downtrend. This 50-day moving average is nearly a straight line. That green line there. This is Best Buy. Can it follow through tomorrow? MACD, stochastic RSI. Everything's pointed higher. What's going on with Best Buy? Best Buy.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
Okay, Best Buy.
Long-term investment, our
Let's
investor
see.
webcast breaks down different investing styles, including growth,
Earnings beat triggered some buying there. Positive analyst revisions. Best Buy getting a Citigroup price target raised. Guggenheim raised their price target. Management highlighted the success of higher margin businesses, including Best Buy Ads and its new U.S. digital marketplace, which collected $900 million advertising fees in fiscal 26. That's pretty good. I didn't know they were doing that. Best Buy is trading higher for second consecutive day, reaching 67.04 today, as investors continue to digest a stronger than expected holiday earnings report. Earnings beat. Best Buy reported Q4 adjusted EPS of $2.61, significantly beating analyst consensus of $2.47. Strategic growth and services. Management highlighted the success of higher margin businesses, including Best Buy Ads. I'm not even sure what that is. And its new U.S. digital marketplace.
Definitely the catalyst. If we get some more easing from the administration as far as maybe the flows through the Straits of Hormuz, that's going to be a benefit. And then on top of it, Nicole, you throw on the positive data that we had, the services data, prices paid came in pretty significantly to 11-month lows. That had been trending the wrong way, so that's an anti-inflationary type of gauge. And then you throw on top of that the ADP report as far as private payrolls was a little bit better than expected, even with that revision that we saw from the January data point. So that's kind of telling you where the economy was and where the market was going in to this conflict in the Middle East with Iran, that we were already on solid footing. So I think the optimistic investors out there are waiting for some type of signal that, hey, maybe this won't last as long as maybe the administration or the market expects at this point, where we're going to start to
Okay, so this is what they're talking about.
open back up, cancellations of flights.
So I can do direct advertising right in the store. Oh, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. Okay, the neighbor's cutting his grass. All right. Mm-hmm. Wow, that's a pretty interesting way to make some extra cash. That's good. Growing opportunity for Best Buy. All right, so Best Buy, I can see why it's coming off the low. I don't want to buy it up here, but maybe tomorrow. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go again. Okay, NVIDIA is trying to go again here. NVIDIA turning up again. Cat, you're being annoying now. I don't know why. What you want. NVIDIA higher again. Okay, S&P coming off the high.
Higher than what the street anticipated, even the high end of the whisper numbers, and it didn't seem to matter. We got Broadcom after the close. We get some more clarity if that reacts the same
NVIDIA at the
way.
high of the day.
But that being said, we've seen some more positive commentary on NVIDIA over the last couple of days. Remember, later this month,
Are you yelling at me?
at their GTC conference, that's going to be in focus, and there are some signals coming out that they might have a new chip in the inference space, which might be a benefit for them. But CLSA came out with a note from their analysts today, reiterating their $300 price target, high conviction outperform rating for this stock. saying that exponential token growth, buoyant earnings, and attractive valuations make this one that you have to have. And a lot of analysts have been saying that, Nicole. It just hasn't given a sustained bid to the stock in recent days since those earnings. But that being said, we did see some bullish activity in here. This was after March 20th, monthly options that expire in 16 days. Here are the 3,000 of those.
Watching NVIDIA for a pop. Amazon looking very similar. Amazon with very similar look to it. Trying to take out the high of the day. Amazon. 5,200 day. The gap overhead 220. That's right where the call wall is. The upper call wall on Amazon.
Traders have come in as the stock has moved higher, buying up out of the money calls to the upside here in NVIDIA.
Look, it's range bound. You're absolutely right. And some of these Mag 7 names that have been beaten down and people are getting interested in them again. I mean, earlier today, I guess it was so hot.
Okay, all of these here, very cheap. Okay, one in the left side of the screen, they're very cheap. Risk reversal buy call spreads on all of these. NVIDIA, Amazon, Google, Meta, all the New York FANGs are on the left side of the screen. And looking for them to move to the right. Okay, so holding calls, call spreads makes a lot of sense. Cheap as people buy puts like crazy because they think the markets are moving lower. So you want to go on the opposite side of the boat.
Sold out of their memory chips through this year into 2027. They've been able to raise prices on NAND. They've been able to raise prices on DRAM. Their high bandwidth memory. They're taking market share from Samsung and SK Hynix in that front. So everything seems to be going well for this company. And valuation-wise, Nicole, it's not one of those massively overvalued tech names. It's actually middle of the road as far as growing into that valuation. This has always been a cyclical sector within tech, but doing really
Okay, so that looks good. All of these stocks moving higher. Amazon I really like a lot. Amazon pushing a bit higher. Amazon looking good. Okay, it looks like this is going to take off again into the gap.
Traders sold 5,000 of the 390 strike puts. They collected a credit of $25.50.
Meta, Broadcom, all of these look good. Do I have Meta? I have Meta, right? No, I don't have. I have FBL, but I don't have any Meta calls. Let me take a look at Meta because I wanted that to get above the 50-day. Meta, we wanted that to be above the 50-day. Okay, we're above the 50-day. Today is the first day above the 50-day, so this is good for Meta. And you can see that calls are cheap. Meta calls are very cheap over here. IV rank 20%. Implied volatility 33%. Risk reversal 2.8%, indicating that calls are really cheap. Relatively speaking, Meta. Okay, I have FBL. Do I want to buy some Meta? Meta's turning back up right here. Yeah, I'll buy some Meta. I'll scale into it. I have FBL already, shares, Meta. It's above the 50-day. That's what I was waiting for. Got 16 days on the March 20th, so I'll go out to April. I have a little bit more time. Meta 48 Delta is $25, $2,500 per contract. 680. Buy a vertical 680, 685. That's 240. No, one more. 685. 690. Let's see what they have in terms of open interest. 700s are got a lot at 700 and a lot at 680. Most of the open interest out in April for Meta is at 680, and 700. So maybe they're taking some 680, 700 call spreads. 680. 700s or 17.
this has been an execution issue, and now you throw into it the fact that that fuel prices are going to go.
Meta, how far can this go? Meta.
Not a good outlook for this this company, and that's
200 days up there.
Management's kind of pounding the table. It's like, hey,
Meta.
it's going right in the cruise industry, and you're not executing well.
40 deltas are 695. 695. That'd be a lot to ask. 695, 700. So I'm thinking at least 45 deltas. That is a 685.
So the break even for this trader, where they start to profits above $23.88 over the next basically 3.5 months.
Okay, Meta, looking to follow through. Meta.
Just last Friday, Nicole, the stock was trading above.
Okay, above the 680, 685. 680, 685. That's a 48 delta. 680, 685.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And you know what? The timing really was that Monday morning, right? To come out with that outlook. You're so right. Tom White, it's great to see you always bringing us the real trades here that he scopes out. And that's Options Corner for today, every day here on the watch list. Tom White, thank you. Coming up, we'll talk AI and how the Trump administration has impacted the usage of Anthropic's Claude and ChatGPT. You know, Pete Hegseth, obviously our Secretary, Department Head of War, has really had it with Anthropic and cut them off basically because they could not coordinate effectively. And so now what, right? And there's been some warnings, don't do that. So did some of the other top experts.
Okay, Tesla's trying to take out the high. All of these New York FANGs are cheap. You can see why, really, when you think about it. These are cheap because we've been down so much. People are buying puts like crazy. All right, so we're reversing, looking very strong here. People buying puts down here on all these New York FANG components. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. Hour and a half to go. Hour and a half. Apple fading.
Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides, and we're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's talk about what's going on in the world of AI adoption and some of the trends that are most important. Seema Shah is with us, VP of Insights Sensor Tower here. And, you know, what's interesting is the government was using Anthropic and Claude and had gone to CEO of Anthropic on multiple occasions and said, look, we need to, iron out some things here. And at some point, Pete Hegseth just said, forget it. And then now I heard it was another person that said to Dario, whatever his name is, from Anthropic, and said, listen, this is not what we want. We don't want to get nationalization of AI. So you better start playing ball. What's really going on?
Well, the way that we see the news is essentially, look, Anthropic walked away from having anything to do with using their technology for what's happening right now in the Middle East.
that left the Pentagon to pivot to ChatGPT, owned by OpenAI. And so what we see, at least here with our data, is sort of a visceral reaction from U.S. consumers about how they feel about these apps based on what's happening politically. So it's like the apps have become so ubiquitous and AI so ubiquitous. What happens in the general sort of zeitgeist now impacts the way people use it. And essentially, if you think about it, the average consumer doesn't know the difference between Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude. They just go switch from one to the other, right? So it's sort of like we've seen with retailers, something bad happens, or there's things with the social consciousness and people don't like it, and then it's sort of the same thing where you see a pullback in one. Now, to be fair, ChatGPT is by far the largest AI chatbot. It still continues to grow.
All right, what are you going to do? The last hour and a half? Last hour? You're going to run it? Run the markets?
And that's what we were noting. And at the same time, seeing an increase in downloads of Claude. Claude is significantly smaller. It's like, 18 million MAUs compared to 900 million MAUs.
Right.
It's small, but it's still that we're talking about the change, right? And the perception.
But what I understood is that Claude was most advanced, and Claude would learn most and faster and all of that. And that was one of the reasons why the administration really wanted Claude. And so that's why they were so upset that, why we had to use anything else except Claude, and it just didn't work out. I mean, that's not like, I almost can't believe a company would say no to the United States of America. I mean, I guess that's how it goes.
A huge deal.
And it wasn't for mass surveillance. It was like they went back and forth and they tried to iron it out and they couldn't do it. So now, what does it mean for our AI stocks? I mean, OpenAI, Microsoft, OpenAI is going to have an IPO. Anthropic is not publicly traded yet, but we know a lot of companies are invested in it.
Right.
So what do you think at Gemini? I won't leave out Gemini.
Right. Well, I mean, I think all it just shows is, as I said, there's no switching costs between the different AI chatbots for the average person. We talked about the capability of Claude for the U.S. government. The average consumer doesn't know that, right? They switch back and forth because probably for most people's purposes, it doesn't really matter which one you use. So I think what will happen is I believe that ChatGPT, like many other companies that are the first mover and the largest, they'll probably keep that number one spot in terms of absolute monthly active users. But I think we'll continue to see share gains by Gemini, and events like this will propel and help grow smaller apps like Claude. And that's sort of what I think we'll see and what we'll continue to see. But a lot of it is perception, right? We saw a 700% the first day increase in 1-star negative reviews on ChatGPT right after this news came out, and a decrease of 40% in 5-star views. So people are sort of just speaking with their actions, and it is a small amount on an absolute basis. Let's say it's a couple of 100,000 are uninstalling every day, and obviously hundreds of thousands of people downloading ChatGPT. It's just to show that these apps have become big enough that the perception of them is what is going to impact future usage and potential growth, and maybe engagement as we go on, right? Maybe people will spend more time on another app, or instead of paying for the premium on ChatGPT or the Pro, you'll pay on another one.
It'd be interesting. It's just like streaming stocks. Did you want to have 3 streaming stocks, 6 streaming stocks, 1?
Yes.
Is that what's going to happen with these sort of, agentic AI or different forms of AI? Are you going to have Gemini, or are you going to have ChatGPT and Claude?
I mean, personally, I don't know that I want to pay for one. Yeah. Gemini does have the advantage, though, of being part of Google, even though it's smaller now. And when you Google something, Gemini gives you the answer. So it's sort of in your face without going around. So I think that's pretty important. But at the end of the day, right, there will be one that's probably like a clear leader in terms of absolute size. But then I think we can an engagement shift around between the smaller players depending on public perception, and we'll see when they go public, if and when they go public and more information is out there. I think we'll see an acceleration of that. Right now people don't really know. It's very opaque what's actually happening with these companies.
So let's talk about the tech trade, because the IPO market, we know that there are upcoming AI related IPOs. I mean, obviously OpenAI, one of them. What do you think about that? Like, where are we headed in the future with OpenAI and other IPOs or trades that happen.
I mean, can't particularly speak for the IPO market now, but I think you'll see a series of IPOs, not unlike what we saw when tech companies came out or the internet bubble. And I think what we'll see once we see the figures and the actual revenue and profitability of some of these companies, you'll see some of them kind of fade away or be rolled up into the larger ones, right? Because I don't know how profitable some of them are, some of the smaller ones in particular, or companies that just have AI features and they're trying to go out as an AI company. They're trying to go public. And I think we'll kind of see sort of a narrowing of the market, and the multiple will be on the best performing and probably the most profitable over time. That's what I think, that you'll see a flood and then it'll kind of consolidate.
Right. I mean, do you think ChatGPT still has a place? I mean, is it going to be forgotten? I mean, there was talk so much about how Gemini 3 was so much better than ChatGPT. But I know that a lot of younger folks, like those kids in college, they're using ChatGPT, right?
Yes, they are. They're not supposed to, but yes, they are using ChatGPT. And pretty much ChatGPT is the code word for, are you using AI to help you do something? Right. It is the largest. It's not going away. It has 900 million global MAUs compared to 400 million for Gemini. So there's still a spread. So it's not going away at all. But I think that maybe use cases might pivot between different types of people, right? Maybe students and younger people stay with ChatGPT and businesses move to other platforms. I think that's sort of, we have to wait and see how that goes.
Right, understood. What else is on the paper there? I mean, what else do you? I know you have a lot of different topics, and I don't want to miss anything important.
Well, a lot of what we were talking about was just trying to show the change and how fast the news was able to affect the way that these apps were performing. Right, the first night we saw 300% growth in uninstalls of ChatGPT. Right, and at the same time you saw a huge surge in Claude downloads. So it's really just to, again, highlight that because maybe there's no switching costs and people are switching back and forth, but there is a certain group of consumer who's very focused on the ethos of a company, perhaps we could say, and then they are voting with their action, right, by uninstalling the app or moving to a competitor. And this is something that we see in retail, for example, where someone is focused on sustainability. That's an ethos that attracts a certain customer, right? So I think in the same vein, even though we're not here at Central, we don't talk about politics, it's related to politics, right? So users have their view on what's happening in the Middle East, and so they're sort of acting on that.
Right. What about advertising or making money or monetization, revenue streams? Where's that coming
Right.
from?
Well, right now we know that ChatGPT started to have ads, and we saw them in media and entertainment and food and drink, and it's still very small, so we don't have enough history to really say. But if we want to use streaming as an analogy, Netflix, it's
All right, we only have an hour and 20 minutes to go.
On an advertising basis, a very attractive platform because advertisers know users are there and they're going to see their ad, right? So I would look at it like that, and then the value.
Hour and 20 minutes to go. 21. Hour and 21 minutes to go.
Who their target user is, and also how much they can maintain engagement, right? Because it doesn't behoove me to spend money on advertising on a platform that doesn't have as much engagement, which is why, for example, Netflix is able to grow its advertising, why Instagram is so successful, because of that level of engagement, right? You kind of get what you pay for, and I think that's what we'll see something similar in the AI.
Well, I'm so glad you're here because, I mean, AI is here to stay.
Yes.
Right? I mean, we think about the AI frenzy or the AI revolution.
Yes.
And there were some people who were so worried about a bubble or forget AI. You know, I don't know if they thought it was coming and going. What say you?
Oh, I don't think it's going, but I don't know that it'll stay the same.
It is so nice out here. Goes Amazon. Amazon on the move. Into the gap. Very nice consolidation down here for the last 3 weeks. Now we finally get that push. There goes the futures. Futures are on the move now. Futures on the move. Here we go. Here we go. Future. That futures S&P. I'm typing in futures here. Stupido. Okay, here we go. Trying to get back up. VWAP looking good. Watch MACD down here. Watch the MACD. It's so funny to hear Nicole say that because it's like it's so observational and not really saying much about what they're seeing. I don't hear them talking about the New York FANG components. I didn't hear them mention anything about Amazon at the high or what, it's just funny listening to these talking heads. The more you listen to them, the more you realize how silly it is. They're just filling in time selling advertising. Anyway, that's just me bitching. Don't worry about it.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Biden. Connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim.
Amazon trying to push a bit more, so is the S&P 500. Okay, Amazon looking good. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft having a good day. I added to IGV, the 100 call. Looking for more upside. As volume comes into IGV, let's take a look at IGV here. Here's the New York FANG components. This looks really good. Let's look at IGV. Look at the volume coming in. No volume. Okay, let me go here. Let me do this. IGV. Okay, look at the volume. Tell me that doesn't say institutions. Okay. Who do you think that is? This is phase one starting. Okay. So let me just mark this chart up. Annotate. Okay. Phase 3 is distribution. Phase 3 distribution. Okay. Phase 3 is distribution. That's at the high, right? Okay. We don't make any more progress. What's going on here? Can't spell distribution. Okay, as we're watching the markets move higher. Oops. Phase 3 distribution. Okay. Phase 4. Phase 4 is the markdown.
Rally in the market going back till January, so probably about the middle of January. And remember, the QQQs have not made a brand new all-time high this year in 2026. Now I know it's only March, it's the beginning of March, but the SPY did make a new high.
Phase 1 is accumulation. Phase 1 accumulation.
Really looking the same. When I look at the market, I think, oh, is this a great buying opportunity today? No, not really, because we're still not that far off the highs.
And of course, what follows is markup. And when the markup period starts, that's when you want to be paying attention. Okay. Markup is next. Okay, I'm going to put this over here. Let's see. Phase 2. Phase 2 is the markup. Okay, that's when institutions are already filled up. Phase, I can't spell. Phase 2. Okay, everything is showing what's happening here. Okay, so If you're not paying attention or you don't understand what's going on here, maybe you just know it intuitively, but everything is pointing to institutions buying.
Solid plays if you really want to be bullish. Again, I'm not someone that usually buys dips because the fact is when a market's
Okay, where is my?
momentum is going down, or any stock at all. It's just we can talk about Microsoft. Microsoft's rallying today, but that stock has absolutely taken a tumble. How do you know it's going to stop selling off? Same thing with Oracle too. So these stocks are rallying and pushing back because again, nothing goes straight down, nothing goes straight up.
Okay.
But I'm not
Okay, so let me just put that there. Okay, I'm going to give myself more time. IGV. Okay, and I'm going to go, let's see, 30 extra bars. Let me go out to 9 months. Okay, that looks good. Okay.
And I think that we may only see one, rate reduction this year. Would be later in the year, maybe two at the
Phase 2 markup is starting.
Very well at the tail end of 2026.
Right, understood. And then on the other side of the coin, a name like Microsoft, what if our guest just picked that? You don't want to pick that.
Oh, no. No. I mean, again, everybody has a different time horizon. Maybe that person is buying it for the retirement account. Remember, I'm an active trader. I'm a trader. I'm a short-term trader. What does that mean? It means I'm trading stocks sometimes as day trades in and out in 5, 10, 15 minutes, or I'm trading stocks as options where I would take a trade out for 1 week or 2 weeks. So if you ask me short-term, where do I think Microsoft could go in the next, again, 30 days or 2 weeks? I'd say it's lower before it's higher. Doesn't mean Microsoft's going out of business. Certainly that doesn't mean it's never going to go back up to the highs. But if the market sells off, nothing will go back up. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, again, to me, when I look at these charts, they look lower before they go higher. And if the market falls and if the market collapses and can't hang
Okay, there you go.
Close to doing, actually, even yesterday.
Pretty obvious.
Trading yesterday,
Oh, you should be in by now, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, so.
Weeks and weeks away from the next earnings even starting, so more than a month. So between now and the first beginning of earnings season, what really is anyone going to be buying into here? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, what's the reason you would buy?
Yeah, and you also have a couple of other names that you're bearish on. Tell me about that. I think Boeing was in there.
Boeing I'm bearish on, obviously, with the conflict that's happening in Iran. Microsoft, Oracle. I mean, there's so many things, actually. As someone I heard you talking about NVIDIA, too. I actually think NVIDIA could keep falling, too. That did not have a good reaction on earnings. It absolutely tanked on the earnings. So, again, we have a reaction like that that's very negative on the earnings. Why would you go in and buy long the stock? It's sort of like if you stood on the top of my roof and you were on the street, and I said, here, catch this knife quick, Nicole. You'd be like, no, it's going to hurt me. So when you're buying something that's falling, it's very, very dangerous because who's to say that that's the bottom? Picking tops and picking bottoms is very, very dangerous as a short-term trader. Unless you have unlimited funds. You have unlimited money, go ahead, buy it. You know what I mean? You can ride the waves of the downturns. I'm not saying that the market turns bearish. I'm saying that we could have another sell-off or a large gap down. And it will come sooner than later. I don't think this conflict is going to end as easily and quickly as people think it's going to.
Right, understood. I mean, where do you think the market will be? How would you describe yourself as an investor?
I think potentially, worst case scenario for the market this year, we could have a big sell-off, fall, still hold the uptrend, and then go sideways for a while into the summer, and then try to recover and maybe make new highs before the end of the year. Or we could turn bearish, fall off a cliff.
Okay, looking good.
And be in a downtrend, before the end of the year. I don't think the market's going to keep going up. We had a very bullish year in 2025. We had a bullish year in 2024. We made more probably brand new all-time highs in the last 2 years than I could ever think back to any time that I was trading in the last 20 years. So that just doesn't keep going forever. If you want a certainty and a guarantee, it's that the market will turn. When, the timing of it, nobody knows. But there's one thing for certain, the market will turn.
And you're staying in trading. I mean, you've been doing this for years. You're going to continue doing this for years ahead?
Yeah, you can make a lot of money
money playing both directions if you know how to do it as a trader. That's the benefit. When the market's falling, if you know how to short, you can make money. I know that's scary for some people.
Oh man, your voice is getting to me there, lady.
You can buy a put. And again, I'm doing short-term trades where I'm in and out before 4 o'clock on margin. But if I'm buying a put and holding overnight, I have a fixed risk. So you can risk $500. If the trade doesn't work out, then you lose $500. And if it works in your favor, you can make money. And again, with the gaps we've been seeing, one day we're up, one day we're down, one day we're up, one day we're down. You actually could trade both directions and get in and out. Seriously, you can do that.
Look, Melissa, it's great to see you. I appreciate it. Melissa Armo, founder and owner of the Stock. Thanks, Melissa. Coming up, still ahead, our panel's ready to talk all about the latest retail earnings, how those companies are using agentic AI to reach their customers even better. AI is helping everything, is it? The watch list will be right back.
Okay.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. Looking good. All right, so we're popping here, S&P, with an hour and 8 minutes to go. We're popping up a bit. Okay, so IGV looks good. S&P starting to cruise a bit higher now. VWAP is rising. Okay, what's Amazon doing? Amazon at the high. NVIDIA looking for another leg higher. Bitcoin continues to rally.
Welcome back to the watch list. We want to take a look at retail earnings and what it really says about the consumer. Joining me right now here on set, Catherine Black, partner at Carney, and Charlie O'Shea at O'Shea Advisors. Great to see you both. So glad you're with us. Catherine, I'll start with you.
Microsoft turning back up. Okay, it looks good. All right, so we're pressing the highs now. Stops overhead. Watch MACD, VWAP. Nice 3-candle reversal on the S&P.
So I think those are the two big themes that we're seeing. And what do you think, Charlie? Your thoughts?
The consumer value focused, obviously. I think that there's still a lot of angst out there. Consumer sentiment was up the last month, but I still think people are value conscious. That's a very good point. They don't want to light money on fire. They're gonna shop for needs, not necessarily wants right now. And they're cost conscious. And as we saw during the holiday, Best Buy talked about the big screen TV performance being off and below expectations. That's like the first time I've heard them say that in 25 years for a holiday season. So that's a bit of a concern with respect to the consumer's behavior right now.
And so I think about that Best Buy report. I think it's interesting that you brought that up because what they saw is people were looking for value when it came to TV and home theater. They didn't want to spend top dollar. They were willing to spend top dollar on computers or smartphones, but not necessarily on the TVs and things. And the appliances, well, nobody's buying houses, so they're not really buying the appliances.
Okay, still going here, looking good.
People are looking for value in different areas. And now we start to question, how does AI come into the retail story? How does it come into the retail story, do you think? In this year, next year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting time. And I think there are two big ways. One thing is consumers are willing to pay for convenience. And you see that in a lot of the numbers.
Okay, looking good.
Willing to pay a little bit of money for fast delivery. So that's one way. But the other way is AI stands to equalize information and make price transparency a much bigger deal. And so consumers are using AI to price compare. It's one of the biggest things they do is research products. They compare prices and they're looking for promotions and discounts. And so AI coming online, particularly right now, is heightening that value consciousness.
And we know agentic AI is just helping folks to shop here and price, compare, and look what you're looking for. I mean, I think there's a frenzy going on from what I hear. I don't use
AI agents when I'm shopping, but from what I'm hearing, it's a big deal, Charlie. What are some of the names that you like in the retail space, whether it's AI related or not?
I've always been a fan of Best Buy. I mean, this goes back years when people thought Best Buy was going to die. I didn't. I remember an analyst saying that Best Buy was the Titanic heading toward the Amazon iceberg. I didn't agree with that. Target, same thing. I've been listening.
What we've seen with rates the last couple of years has been
a great point. A complex.
Okay, trying to push a bit higher. Just got rejected at the high. Okay, we got an hour and 4 minutes to go. Hour and 4 minutes to go.
In the world, Walmart's in that conversation. TJX is in that conversation. When I was still at Moody's, those were my top 3 rated performance-based, management-based, execution-based retailers. And I don't see any reason to come off those. Those are 3 just world-class, set the standard retailers.
We'll also be hearing from Costco, The Gap, Kroger, some of the others. What are some of the niche players that you're watching really closely?
You know what? Interestingly, probably not the big names you're looking at. I actually think the smaller shops that are doing really experiential things are interesting. So it's not the big names. Like what? Well, you know, it's interesting. Right around your corner, you've got a French retailer that's doing an amazing high-end experience. I think there's not as much in the market as there's going to be in the next few years. I think there are quite a few retailers that are going to pivot.
Not a bad day. Not a bad day.
To try and attract.
Would love everything to be at the high of the day right now. Kind of disappointed Apple's not joining in at the moment, but it'll probably join in. It's going to get above the 50-day. Meta's above the 50-day. That's a big plus. I want to see that follow through tomorrow. So I'll scale into a position on Meta. Okay, scaling in. I don't take, 25, 30 calls at once. I'll take 5 to start or something like that. In the case of Meta, look for that to continue. If it works, great. I can add to it, double up tomorrow. If it doesn't, I'm wrong on 5 calls, not 25. Or spreads. What I do know is that everything is so inexpensive right now. The puts are expensive over here on the left. Puts are expensive on the left. Whenever it gets to the right side, that's when calls are expensive.
For 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get exit with Schwab Benefit Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Okay, Netflix is trying to go. Watch Netflix here. Netflix end of day could run. Watch the Netflix.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings. So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, expert traders, and trusted financial.
All right.
Streaming live.
Let's go. LETSGO. We'll get everything to turn up. Be nice. Everything to turn up in the day. Netflix is trying to go. Okay, Netflix. I want to add the Netflix.
When my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across
across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years. We were purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab app and stream anytime wherever you are.
That's nice, David. That's pretty cool. Cool. All right, let's go. Let's push this market higher. NVIDIA off the high of the day. It'll probably be higher tomorrow. Looking for NVIDIA to get back above the 50-day to 200-day. Okay, so Best Buy beating. It's probably going to be higher tomorrow. Once it gets above the 50-day, I'll be looking for the 200-day. Once it gets above that, then I'll start looking at. Okay, what I'm thinking here is, okay, I could get long here. Okay, I could get long thinking this is going to do this. Okay, but I'll wait until it gets above the 200-day. Once it gets above the 200-day, once it gets above the 200-day right here, the right side of this pattern is going to start to build. So I'll look to get long in this area right here. Okay, as the price action starts to converge on the 200-day, RSI is rising. Okay, so I want to scale into it a little bit at a time. Okay, that looks good. You know, all the fangs are very cheap right now. All the fangs are cheap.
Retailer guided for comp store sales that are also more than double expectations. And CrowdStrike off of its earnings seesawing a bit this morning, but has held on to gains throughout the afternoon following a beat on the top and the bottom line. The cybersecurity company posted ARR growth of 24% year over year and announced inline guidance for both the current quarter and the full fiscal year. And Tesla moving higher today after it got a jolt to the upside from a bullish note from Bank of America. B of A reinstated Tesla with a buy rating up from a neutral rating. And
okay, looking for higher lows, higher highs on Tesla. Looks good. All the New York fangs are cooking. We would like to see Apple turn back up before the end of the day. It's after 3 o'clock. After 3 o'clock on the East Coast, the best coast with the most. I am your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 3:03 p.m.
Works its way into probably the consumption side of the economy, but obviously then calls into question what the trajectory of Fed policy is going to be, at least in the next few months.
You know, the Russell is still leading year to date, but it's been in question, I think.
Amazon pushing higher.
Now it's a nice bounce back today. There's some suggestion out there that you're going to see continued weakness in the Russell over a longer period of time, or at least as long as this conflict goes on, because you're just going to have money rushing to large cap stocks, which presumably are the safer places to be. The biggest.
All right, let's see. Amazon looking good into the gap. What a beautiful day. 2 days in a row. Nice reversal yesterday. Into the gap. 220 is where the call wall is, and we fill the gap, and there's another gap above that. Wouldn't be surprised to see the call wall shift up from 220 to 230, 230, 250, 235, something like that. Definitely looking good, though. Netflix looking good, following through. Netflix. Okay. So that's institutional flow right there. Not much of accumulation phase. It was in a markdown phase the entire way down, and then boom, they decided not to do the whole deal with Warner Brothers. They let that to Paramount Skydance. Let's see what that's doing right now. Continues to fade back. Yeah, Netflix. They didn't need it. They didn't need Warner Brothers. They can rent it. They're constantly doing that. I'm assuming that they lease programming from time to time, because I see movies on there that you wouldn't normally see. Be on there for a week, and then they exit. So I'm sure that they're probably renting content from other companies. Just do that with Warner Brothers. They don't need to own it. Okay, Google pulling back, Apple pulling back. Those two not helping. Nvidia's fading from the high of the day. Amazon's going pretty well. Microsoft looks good. Just buy some IGV. Software sector is so beaten up. You can see that the institutions have been picking up shares. It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. Institutions have been picking up shares. Did I put it in this? No, I put it in here, right? IGV. IGV.
Just different scenarios, wars and otherwise. How careful do investors have to be to jump towards what appear to be the
Where did I put that
trades,
markup?
which certainly are for the first few hours, days, and whatnot, maybe weeks? Energy, defense, things like that. How careful do we have to be to make bigger picture guesses or bets at times like this, in places like that?
Well, here's the interesting dichotomy. I think it is a tougher environment for shorter term traders because you are seeing a tremendous amount of rotation and churn. You know, the S&P at the index level has only had a 3% drawdown, maximum drawdown this year, but the average member has had a 12%.
All right, core weave looking good. All right, I did roll these out, so I'm sure you guys know that. Rolled it out to April. Core weave to continue back towards the 50-day. Core weave. I rolled it out, made 1250, 1260 on this, and then another 250. So total about 1510 in credits. Just looking, I moved this out, rolled this out to April monthlies. I think that was on Monday. Pretty sure it was Monday. Futures pulling back a bit.
You want to kick those disciplines in around diversification, periodic rebalancing, maybe make it sort of calendar-based rebalancing, portfolio or volatility-based rebalancing. So I think longer-term investors should be applauding a market like this. It's definitely a little bit trickier for that really short attention span money.
Where's private credit on your radar these days?
Oh, it has to be on everybody's radar. You're not only seeing it in Blue Owl and MFS, but you're seeing commentary from those probably more in the know than I am about that it's not only one cockroach. Now, maybe I'm giving myself an unbelievable span here, but at this point, based on what's happened to spreads, it looks like the reality of the situation is something between this is just a couple of cockroaches and a 2008 systemic crisis that takes the entire financial system down with it. I don't think we're done with the story.
Okay, pulling back.
Lax practices and due diligence and oversight.
Okay, so somebody taking profits off right there.
Where spreads are, it doesn't look like this is something systemic akin to the financial crisis.
S&P pulling back. S&P pulling back from the high.
Some of its high net worth clients in private credit. Do you think? I mean, Lloyd Blankfein raised a lot of eyebrows in the last 10 days or so, and others have as well, as to whether retail should be in this channel to begin with. That these investments are too illiquid, either fully or semi, and many get trapped and they don't know how to get out, or they can't get out at times like this. At a time when
okay, so we're seeing a little profit taking in Bitcoin. That trades 24/7, so it's just a little leg down most likely. Today's bullish action, very indicative of potential for the follow through. Okay, we got Tesla looking pretty good. Amazon's at the high. I wish Apple would get its act together. Apple pulling back. Apple pulling back from the highs. It's basically flat. It's down 80 cents at the moment. Apple. Microsoft pulling back from the high. Microsoft. Okay, so profit taking. Day traders had a nice run up in the morning and into the lunch hour. So people taking profits. Not surprising. I'm not thinking short term. I'm thinking longer term for Microsoft. It took several months to get down here. It's going to take at least twice as much to get back up to the highs. So take 3 months to get to the downside. I always look at 6 months to get back. Whenever you're swing trading.
$30 billion is likely as far as his company goes when it comes to investing in OpenAI. He said, quote, the opportunity to invest $100 billion in OpenAI is probably not in the cards.
The reason for his statement is that OpenAI is heading towards an IPO, potentially by year-end, which would close the window on private investment at that scale. NVIDIA's CEO also called this, quote, the last time NVIDIA will have the chance to invest in a company like it. Worth noting, though, this comes after, maybe we could say, a rocky stretch. Reports earlier this year suggest the original $100 billion deal had stalled.
Okay, so we're fading from the high. Amazon's holding up fairly well, though. Amazon's holding up. It, too, will probably see some profit taking if it can't make it any higher here. Very bullish day today. Looking for a follow-through tomorrow.
Probably be its last investment there, too. Also ahead of an expected IPO. The era of NVIDIA writing these massive checks to the AI labs' supplies may be coming to an end, and the public markets are about to take over. Scott.
All right, Christina, thanks. We'll see you in a little bit. It's Christina Partsinevelos. For more, let's bring in Kate Rooney for what all of this means for OpenAI and for Anthropic, for that matter. What do we take from Jensen's comments?
Scott, I think what Christina mentioned about the IPOs is key here. So these companies going public, I have heard from investors and sources leading up to that funding round, as we sort of got the drip of news, that it was the last dance for these companies before they do go public. So when Jensen Huang says,
Watching Amazon. Futures pulling back. Wish everything would work. Google pulling back more aggressively along with Apple. So those two, maybe you have to wait until tomorrow for a little follow through.
In certain compute targets. So they needed to deploy a certain amount of gigawatts. What Christina said, too, getting it pulled forward in a $30 billion lump sum, according to the companies, made more sense because if you're public in a year, that's going to take multiple years to drag out. So the company is sort of framing this as this was actually a smoother way to just get more capital quicker and really fulfill some of the
Okay, I'm expecting some profit taking. S&P pulling back. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. Could have been a lot worse. I thought we were going to lose 6,800 and just keep going towards the 200 day. That didn't happen. We reversed yesterday. Happy to see that. More and more people seem to be less and less concerned about the current state of what's going on overseas. As a consequence, we got people jumping in. Calls are super inexpensive. Everybody was going after puts, so they're losing value. American Express. Let's see. American Express, there was a big trade on American Express. I posted that again today. So reversal, I think they got the 340s. I took the 315, 320, I think it was, Amazon, American Express. Yeah, 315, 320. 315, 320. Somebody bought a ton of American Express. Okay, American Express. Target. Ball ratio. BITX. Let's see. Gold miners, Reuters. I think this is it. No, that's Thomson Reuters. That looks good. Verizon. American Express.
But if that is the case, the entire industry is saying this isn't a good idea, regardless of if they're rivals, if these companies compete. Nobody in Silicon Valley is supporting that supply chain risk designation. So we'll see if that ends up coming off. And that would be a big relief for these Anthropic investors, at least I'm
No doubt about that. Kate, thank you so much. Kate Rooney, let's go.
Okay, so American Express, let me just check what that was. Oh, don't forget about those Microsoft, those big butterflies we saw yesterday. Towards the close, 100,000 sold, 100,000 bought on the wings, 50,000 on each wing. Okay, we're starting to see a little profit taking. Not a bad day. 316 stocks advancing. So a little bit better than half with the Qs. The Qs had the most activity. It looks like all the tech stocks caught a bid at 78 out of 100. And IWM improving greatly. IWM. Small caps did well. About half are rising, advancing.
Sam Altman is an incredible fundraiser. He's proven that. They've raised much more money than Anthropic. I think the other side of that coin, though, is we're also seeing something else, Scott, which is look at the App Store right now for Apple. Claude is the #1 downloaded app right now. It's never been that popular with consumers. And so there is this sort of maybe anti-narrative where people who maybe don't like the administration are saying we like what Claude is saying here.
Break it into a bigger picture. It's no surprises we're talking about NVIDIA green again today, and Microsoft and Meta and Amazon are green again today. Flight back to the mega caps at times of turmoil and fear, no?
Yeah, a couple things. One, I think.
Okay, so American Express, the massive trade in American Express identified earlier this week appears to be high conviction bullish bet. And that has to do with the 340 strike for March 13th. That's next week. Volume versus the OI ratio is 153 times. I posted that in the alerts channel a couple of times. I did buy 315 320s. I didn't want to go so far out. But the total open interest currently stands at 250,797 contracts, up almost 1% again today. Okay, dividend hike is what started the whole business. Authorized 16% increase in his quarterly dividend. Management set full guidance at $17.30 to $17.90. Notably higher than the current analyst estimate of $15.30. So all of this makes a lot of sense when you look at AXP and that big trade, AXP, for next week. So we're looking for this to follow through tomorrow. AXP. Looking for like 315, 320 tomorrow would be nice. Let me go look at what we have here. AXP. American Express. XP. March 13th. Let's see. 315 has 1,800 contracts and open interest. Only 28 traded today. Okay, let me see all of this here. The 340s. Let's see where there are 340s. 340s. 340s, 1,800 contracts. Only 20 traded today. Okay, do I want to take this off? Do I want to look for a follow through? It's 3:18 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, March the 4th. We got about 41 minutes to go. 41 minutes to go.
Hey, Scott, so oil did move between gains and losses as the market seems to think there will be a de-escalation. And after Secretary Besson told CNBC today that the administration will make a series of announcements related to oil. Now, that does follow.
S&P continues to fade. So is NVIDIA. So we have to wait until tomorrow. Apple's dropping off here. Apple. Puts are still very active on all the New York FANG components. Not everyone's convinced that the markets are going to continue higher. So a lot of puts being bought on the New York FANG components. Apple, those puts paying off at the present time. Apple pulling back. NVIDIA pulling back. Google pulling back. Meta, no follow through yet. Meta looking for a follow through tomorrow. See if Meta can stay above the 50-day. Meta currently above the 50-day. You want to see that stay above the 50-day. Okay, profit taking, you see MACD's crossing, stochastics rising, RSI's rising. Volume starting to pick up, nibbling along here. About 100 million shares trading hands over the last 2 weeks. Looking for a retest of the 200-day overhead at 695-ish this week, tomorrow, Friday. We got to stay above the 50-day. Scaling in is the way to do it. If it doesn't work, then you're only wrong on 5 calls, not 25, not 30, whatever. Okay. Chevron's starting to turn back up. So is CoreWeave. CoreWeave's starting to turn up. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, MicroStrategy, AppLovin moving up from the bottom of the list. It was in the top 10. Now it's at number 2 spot on the NASDAQ 100, AppLovin. Ross Stores, number 3. Google, Datadog, number 4. Intel, number 5. Intel looking good, back above the 50-day, I believe it was, Intel. Let's look at Intel. Intel had a nice little reversal. Okay, so not my favorite stock by any means. AMD, Lisa Su was talking about AMD. All right, we need to get back above the 50-day moving average. Overhead, we bounced off the 200-day. Maybe we can get something going here. S&P pulling back. S&P continues to fade. NVIDIA pulling back now. Netflix pulling back. All right, stocks seeing profit taking. American Express, AXP.
I rarely sit next to somebody I don't know and say I totally agree. I try to, I totally agree. Who knows about some dead cat bounce for a few weeks or whatever if they're oversold, but I feel like the one part of the market I'm seeing of all the clearest on the last couple months has been software. Like the multiples go down first, then the earnings miss, and then the sales miss. And what the analysts do is they call and they're like, wait, the sales are good, they're oversold. That's not what this is about. I think it's about the fact that you, Scott Wapner, probably next year, if not 2 years from now, are going to be able to tell your computer what do you want to code, and you'll be 95% as good as the best programmers in the world right now. Like, that's the issue. Like, how do I buy something where I have no idea? So why do I think the earnings are going to miss? Because how are all these companies going to attach AI to the big customers and not spend any money? The analyst estimates are 80% margin for every one of them into the future. Eventually, like you saw with MongoDB, more of them are going to come up with OpEx and CapEx things, and they're going to miss on earnings. It may take a year or two. There may be dead cat bounce in between, but I know software. I mean, everything I'm saying could be wrong, obviously. But I feel like what I know is software will be a pretty big underperformer over like a 2-3 year period.
All right, so software outperforming semis today. Just real quick before I go.
Amazon.
Yeah, in overtime. You feel pretty good.
Amazon looking good. Amazon.
To me, like, I don't see.
Okay, we're coming into the last 36 minutes of the trading day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is March the 4th, Wednesday. We got 36 minutes to go. Okay. American Express, looking for that to get up a bit higher. Okay. American Express.
We own it, Scott. Going into the quarter tonight, I think the setup is much more attractive here than it was for NVIDIA. We could go, the expectations feel a little bit more reasonable, so I think it does better. All right, guys, good stuff. Appreciate that. Adam, Doug, we'll talk to you guys soon. I agree with everything he said.
I know.
All right,
Well,
awesome.
now I can't get this guy back. You're fighting with people.
No, let's get this guy back. All right.
We're just getting started. Up next, Morgan Stanley's co-president. He joins us live from that company.
Okay, can we get a bounce?
It's an exclusive and an important interview.
NVIDIA pulling back a little bit more aggressively now. Same thing with Microsoft. Okay, people taking profits on an otherwise very bullish day. Looking for another follow-through day tomorrow into Friday. Okay. All right. Bitcoin had a good day today. Bitcoin looking for a follow through as it pushed above 72,000. We were looking for 72,000 as resistance. Once we got above that, we start to flip our positioning, looking for more upside now. Okay, instead of just basing, a lot of stocks, a lot of derivative trades like BITX or BMNR, lots of different trades that could work. Strategy. Okay. American Express, big trade on American Express, up in their dividend, a big deal. We'll see if we get a follow through tomorrow. Amazon looks good. Okay, everything looks good. App 11. We were just looking at App 11. Okay, that's a nice reversal. This kind of resembles a lot of stocks right now that have pulled back over the last several weeks, forming a base. Okay, so you have this markdown period. You got accumulation. Now we're looking for phase two markup. RSI rising. MACD stochastics looking good. Volume picking up. Not as good looking as, say, IGV. If you look at IGV, this is so nice looking. Look at that volume. That's institutions. For the past 7 trading days, way above average volume. Look at the average volume over here. It's typically trades about what, 3 or 4 million shares? 50 million shares off the low? Seriously? If you don't see this, you're missing a big opportunity. This could run back up to the 50-day. Most likely will. Within the next couple of weeks, we'll probably see the 90s, the mid 90s, mid to lower 90s in the next few days, trading days, next week maybe. So IGV is more people are gonna pay attention to this one, I would imagine. Institutions are already in it. So this is phase one, the accumulation phase. Pretty obvious when you see this big bar here. Where did that chart go? This is bewildering. What's IRIN doing? IRIN turning back up? Okay, IRIN looks good. Okay.
All right, welcome back. Morgan Stanley's Tech Media Telecom Conference is underway, as you surely know by now. Out in San Francisco, our own Deirdre Bosa there live with an exclusive interview with Morgan Stanley's co-president. Take it away, Dee.
Thank you so much, Scott. Dan Simkowitz. Thank you so much for having us, first of all. I think this is our 3rd or 4th year coming. Great lineup. You yourself has had some of the biggest keynotes here. Dario Amodei, Jensen Huang today. What's the takeaway so far? We were here a year ago, and at that point, it was all optimism and exuberance over AI. What's changed? What's the takeaway this year?
Well, Dee, it's great to be here.
Let's look at breadth. Let's see what breadth looks like today. At this point in the day, breadth, everything turning up after being lower the last couple of days. NASDAQ looks the best, I would say. Bouncing off just underneath the zero line, back almost up to 10 at 850. Nice reversal. S&P, second best. S&P. And between small caps and big caps, mid caps are just kind of borderline. Borderline. Okay, S&P.
We interviewed Dario last night. Really extraordinary. The room
Papa
was as
don't
packed
preach.
as I've ever seen. I've been coming to this
Okay, so breadth looks good.
for 30 years. It was really
Papa
an
don't preach.
conversation.
S&P 500.
Jensen, same thing today around NVIDIA and what it's about.
Okay, equal weight index, S&P equal weight, holding on to the 21-day, 9 EMA. Okay, big hammer yesterday. Okay, we want to see all of these turn up. Number of stocks above the 20-day, back down to 50%. This is good. We could turn right back up into the range. You can see for the most part what's been transpiring. Okay, so if you look at the number of stocks above the 20-day, what's it doing? You basically have a range, right? Basically have a range. So this has the opportunity to turn back up. Okay, that's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to turn back up. Number of stocks above the 20-day are going to cruise right back up to the top of this range. Same thing with the 50-day. We're going to hold on to the 21-day. If we can do that, look for these stocks that are cheap like the New York FANG components to continue to catch a bid. They're cheap right now. Puts are extremely expensive. Calls are cheap. So we want to buy call spreads, look for higher prices in the next few trading days, next couple of weeks, as we push back up into the top of the range. Okay, let's look at I really want to see what the ARCA Institutional Index is doing. This is the number. This is the 75 stocks most commonly held in institutions' core portfolios. You know that I've been looking at this as a potential rounding top. Okay, what I didn't want to see is this continue. Okay, so we got to hold this level. We got to hold this level right in here. Bounce back up. Okay, we need to bounce back up and take out the high. Okay, we came down to the 200-day. Okay, we want to see prices move back up to this direction. Okay, so 75 stocks that institutions hold in their portfolio. Okay, you know what they are. You could probably guess like the majority of these stocks. Anyway, so that looks good. ARCA Institutional Index.
In this country, you have the largest asset managers are here. I think they want to get new opportunities.
S&P 1500 composite. 1500 composite monthly time frame. Okay, this is the S&P 500. Big caps, mid cap 400, small cap 600. This looks good. Okay, this is still bullish. The green line's above the red line. That looks good. Equal weight looks fine. Breadth is looking fine. Junk bonds bounce, furious bounce in junk bonds. That's risk on. Still neutral. Could be bearish, but definitely risk on. Bitcoin, obviously. Bitcoin looking good. Bitcoin, big breakout. Okay, look at this Kirby over here. We could get all the way up to 90,000 pretty quick, it looks like. So 20,000 points. Very nice. Look at 15 to 18,000 from here would be good. I look for a 50% retracement. That's right around 80,000. You have some alternatives like Bitcoin, BITX, double 2 times shares. Could trade that.
It's the size of the entire private credit market. So I think some of the debates you're actually seeing here probably
Okay, Chevron turning back up. S&P trying to turn back up. We've got 26 minutes, a little bit more than 26 minutes to go.
And I think there will be shakeout around winners in the alternative asset management industry, in the private markets industry. But, Blue Owl BDC, I just looked at it this morning. The BDC, which is sort of the epicenter, is actually up for the month for the last month. And so the asset quality has largely, I think, been priced back, and that's a publicly traded BDC. But returns may be lower than people expect, and then returns translate into capital raising. And so I do think.
Okay, let's see what Lee Star slow-mo looks like. Lee Star slow-mo. We're about to get there. Slow-mo. Once we get above the teal color line, we're at it right now. Once we get above, we're looking for 2 to 3 months out, at least 3 months out, 30 to 40 delta. This has been in a big choppy range. Being long from the lows makes more sense.
Last spring, if you have a recession and you have a real credit cycle, whether it's public or private or banks,
Okay, let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, a lot of indicators are still flat, as you would expect. SIBO. Okay, that looks okay. Bullish percent, number of stocks on a bullish percent. Buy signal, bullish percent's at 50. Plenty of room to the upside if we catch a bid. New highs, new lows, new highs, new lows.
I think the key
Okay, we're above the zero line. Advanced decline, turning back up. Advanced declines, turning back up. So breadth looking good.
And then to put real guidelines into, so every client at Morgan Stanley, for example, in the wealth management, not only are we looking at just pure asset allocation from a risk perspective, but you have to think about
All right.
asset allocation from a
We got 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes. Can we get a rip in today? Market's been in a sideways range. American Express back up to the top of the range. American Express.
positive long-term thing. Again, at Morgan Stanley, in our wealth management business, these are not 401ks. These are not retirement accounts. These are, in essence, relatively affluent individuals making return decisions, risk and return. But importantly, we've been super focused for decades on their liquidity budget. And I think this will raise that, but it will not eliminate
AXP, American Express, Pinterest, PINS, Pinterest.
As I said, we're
looks good.
about more of the equity coming into the public market. But I think the credit market is going to be balanced, but it's going to be disproportionately balanced to the public market going forward. Private credit has probably hit its equilibrium point in that context.
Dan, I wish we had more time. I know we were talking off camera. You said no AI bubble, so we'll get to that next time. But thank you so much for
Thank you again. Thank you.
Scott, back over to you.
Oh, I do appreciate that, Dan. Of course, thanks to you as well for making time for us here on Closing Bell. Still ahead, we're following two developing stories out of Washington, D.C. The president meeting with tech executives at the White House. The Senate getting ready to hold a key vote following the attacks on Iran. We will take you live to the nation's capital next.
All right, we're starting to climb back up from this little pullback. S&P starting to pull back up. Okay, VWAP is down there. Volume is picking up. Check out the volume. Check out the volume. Okay. All right, we have 22 minutes to go. 22 minutes to go. Hope you're having a good day.
Time to pass here. Do we need more clarity on the macro front?
Yeah, and there are ways that feed into
Amazon looks like it wants to go in today. Amazon, it's not finished. Amazon looking good. Here goes Amazon.
option structures that could take advantage of the sake of put spread risk reversal, where you sell an S&P SPY.
We just tagged this area. Look at the volume, MACD.
Risk, but it's bullish exposure. I think what needs to happen is traders need to understand that the market is not going to fall off a cliff. Then they'll come in and they'll sell these expensive puts, and that will normalize that relationship. If you don't want to sell outright puts, which is completely understandable, then maybe you want to take the opportunity to sell some put spreads. That is a put vertical spread. You collect premium, slightly bullish to sideways exposure, but defined risk. And I think that's what's going to have to happen is that people are going to have to understand that this relationship is out of whack, and traders are going to have to take advantage of it by selling puts or put spreads and buying those very, very cheap upside calls.
Scott, we really appreciate you taking the time to
Okay,
join
trying to
us.
break out here. Amazon looking very strong today. Like Microsoft yesterday. Like to see some more buying on Microsoft. IGV. Do yourself a favor. Take a look at IGV. That one's not going to stay down here much longer. Most likely follows through and takes off to the upside as phase 2 starts. I'll be adding to IGV as we start to rise.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets.
20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go.
Driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet.
Amazon breaking out. Amazon breaking out. New high of the day. Into the gap.
Whether you're an experienced
just getting started. Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an educator.
Amazon breaking out.
It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Okay, there it goes. There you go. LATSGO. Looking good. Looking good.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by
Nice follow through. Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla's starting to move here. Tesla. All right, that looks good too. Amazon, love you, Amazon. Keep going, keep going. We got a ways to go.
all crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less
MACD
time
cross.
and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Broadcom will report its earnings after the closing bell today. The street expecting adjusted earnings per share of $2.03 on revenue of nearly $20 billion. Investors will be looking for insight into broader chip demand as well as Broadcom's key relationship with hyperscalers. Obviously, that means Broadcom is our focus for Options Corner today. Joining us now, Rick Ducat, our lead market technician, to take a closer look at Broadcom in advance of its earnings in just about a half hour right now. Rick, as we look at Broadcom,
All right, there goes Netflix is turning up.
has been under some pressure so far this year. How is it performing against the more broad indices?
This has not been the most fun
Netflix turn.
for tech sector bulls here. Not only for soft
Netflix is turning up here. Here we go. Tesla going. Tesla going. Amazon breaking out new high of the day. Meta turning. Okay, looking good. Looking good.
Look at what kind of Broadcom specifically does. They're in the wireless and networking group here, this yellow bubble here. So one of the weaker areas here, despite Broadcom's outperformance, this general subsector has not seen the strongest activity here. Obviously, storage has been the strongest with the legs of
There goes the S&P turning back up. Good job. S&P. Amazon looking good. S&P 500. Okay, VWAP up and to the right. Volume picking up. All right, we got 16 minutes, a little bit more than 16 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com.
Yeah, and I saw a comment and a note from an analyst earlier that really stuck with me. It said it's like the better the results they're giving, the worse the stock is doing, and that's been this earnings season at least. And it'll be interesting to see if Broadcom gets caught up in that because the expectations are for them to perform really well again this quarter. As we look at the technical setup, though, coming into
Okay, what a nice day, huh?
they had one of their biggest
Nice day.
downside in about a year. What's our setup here, Rick?
A consistent pattern of lower highs, what we've seen for mostly the whole quarter here. This was our last quarterly earnings gap to the downside and the subsequent.
Nice rally back up.
We did stabilize after that decline.
Okay.
At this green line here near about 325. You can also see this one right here at 310.
Tesla on the move.
So 310 to the downside is about where we stabilized most recently here. If we were to move lower, 281, an old double bottom, also stands out as a potential foothold here. If we were to look higher, 353, a repeated ceiling, that would be perhaps one area that both might have their sights set for consolidation or some sort of price target. Finally, up here, 382, where our gap began, would be another upside area to watch out for. When we do look at our moving averages, we can see that the faster 5-day dark blue EMA here has been outpacing its slower moving counterparts. We have a price which has on pace to close right around that level near 320 or so, 319. So to the downside, we have our yearly 251-day EMA in orange. That comes in right around 300, which is pretty close to our recent relative lows. So that could be another important aspect to consider for downside support. RSI trending lower here, downtrend accelerating during this quarter here. We'll see if earnings can give us a catalyst to change things up a little bit and give the bulls some more favorable price action here. When we do look at our volume profile study, finally, our most significant volume node during the past year comes in between 323 to 360, which also encompasses the point of control, the heaviest.
All right, still grinding higher. This is a nice way to finish the day. Maybe we don't take out the high of the day, but definitely a nice way to finish with everything that's going on. All the New York FANGs. Microsoft off a little bit, but Amazon making new highs. NVIDIA's starting to turn here. Shorts covering. Tesla's at the high of the day here. Evening session, rather. Meta turning up. That looks good. Snowflake turning up. NVIDIA turning up. Apple still dragging its feet. MACD crossing on the S&P. Looks good.
Looking for about an 11% plus or minus expected move, so about 286 to 358 roughly. Our most active month in terms of open interest, of course, would be this expiration as well. About 20% of the total open interest is in this contract. Expiration. A couple notable trades. A call vertical here. The 300 and 360 strikes in the June 18th expiration. It netted out to about a $2.6 million credit received. Looked like they were closing a long call vertical, though.
All right, Rick. Well, thank you for breaking all of that down for us, all the options to action on Broadcom in advance of their earnings, which we will have for you on this show at about 4:15 Eastern, 3:15 Central when they do come out. But I do want to send it back to Sam in New York to find out who we'll be talking about for Overlooked Stocks today. We're going to be talking about Nebius heading into the close. So George Sillis has his eye on that one. We're going to break down the news, what you need to know about it next on Market on Close.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Very nice day. Very nice day. Yeah. I don't even care where the markets close at this point. Very nice day. When I say care, I mean we're up here at the highs. If it's not going to close at the high of the day, I'm not too concerned about that because everything else is at least May or June. A lot of my options are May or June. Amazon's taken off to the upside, so I'm really happy to see what Amazon's doing. Headed toward that call wall. The call wall's at 220. 220. Money Magic updates. He'll usually do that in the morning, I guess, right? Money, you do that in the morning. So yeah, that looks good. Amazon.
Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, give full service wealth management, and anything in between.
I think I'm going to be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So it's time now for Overlooked Steps. Shares of Nebius are rallying today after it received approval for a gigawatt-scale AI factory in Missouri. So I'm joined by George Sillis, senior markets correspondent.
Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla's looking good. Amazon's up the high of the day. Look at Tesla. Tesla's surging higher. I think there was some messaging relative to Tesla from was it Morgan Stanley or somebody? Upgrades, whatever. All right, so we got a little profit taking in today. All right, S&P just dropped off, kerplunk. All right, so profit taking, dealers bringing stuff, bringing trades back to VWAP.
That provide high performance GPU as a service, in other words, AI as a service for training, as well as the
Okay, what's S&P?
Aspects of artificial intelligence. And this stock is up over 230% over the last year. It's pulled back a little bit.
6,900 way up here. We had 6,950 last week. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? Haven't been able to get back up there yet. Okay, a lot of stocks, a little profit taking in today. Okay, so we're looking for a follow through tomorrow. Look for a follow through tomorrow. We got 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. Okay, Amazon. Okay, Amazon looks okay. I wish Apple would catch a short covering rally here. Apple finish a little bit better. New York FANG looks good.
Visible revenue. Now, if you look at the business itself, I mean, market capitalization right now is around $22 billion. Last year, they generated around $530 million in sales. But the kicker is that they're expected to grow those sales numbers this year for fiscal year 26 to 3.3 billion. And of course, next year, 2027, the number is expected to jump again to 9.4 billion. So we're talking about 3x or 300% increases in sales, basically from this year to next, and then also going from this year to from the previous years. So these are tremendous growth numbers. That's all I can say about it. If you look at the backlog for the business right now, like I said, about $20 billion, and so any approval from a production standpoint or installation standpoint just basically gives more visibility to analysts in terms of the monetization of their assets going forward.
Right. So I understand that Microsoft, for instance, pays for some of that capacity from CoreWeave and also a name like Nebius. I'm just wondering, as far as what the latest CoreWeave commentary was around, that backlog being enormous and the demand being insatiable. It's just trying to get their hands on more capacity, where the Nebius comes into the program in the picture here. I mean, are they competing for these clients, or is there enough to go around? I mean, how is that working as far as this being a US-based company and this being a Netherlands-based company coming in and expanding here in the US?
Well, so it's a good question.
Okay, coming back in, Amazon had a really good day today. Profit taking with 6 minutes 50 to go.
Price performance first, to kind of give myself an evaluation or a sense of what's happening with the market and interpretation of the businesses. What you'll notice in the last 6 months that Nebius has outperformed CoreWeave. And if you look at the backlog for Nebius, it's around $20 billion. CoreWeave's backlog is about 3x that, $67 billion. One of the things about Nebius is they do have quite a bit of cash on the balance sheet. With that $20 billion backlog, the cash position is around $3.8 billion. Debt positions around $5 billion. CoreWeave, on the other hand, has a bigger debt load relative to their cash position, as well as market capitalization, as well as the fact that CoreWeave, when they announced
Palantir,
increased their CapEx guidance to
Palantir up almost 4% today. Palantir, nice follow through on Palantir. Palantir doing a nice job of chasing the bears away. Palantir, nice reverse. 125. I can't believe it got down to 120, almost 125. Volume coming in. That's institutions. MACD stochastics turning. So this one's going to keep going. That looks really good.
So for what it's worth, I'm just giving you an example of why, or some of my ideas of why the performance of CoreWeave has been not as impressive as Nebius, at least the last 6 months.
No, it's an interesting distinction because obviously they're grappling with the same sort of constraints and challenges.
5 minutes to go. 5 minutes.
Yeah, obviously Michael and Trader have been trying to reassure the markets about what CoreWeave is doing, particularly with
Google coming off the low. Google, a little short covering on Google. Google dealing with this base right here. Okay, we got to hold this level 296. Looking for this to push back up towards the 50-day. You can see the W-shaped pattern. Okay, W-shaped pattern. We're looking for that middle pivot of the W to get taken out, 320. That'll tell us that the bulls are in control. Right now, we're just trying to hold on to the base here at 300. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. American Express. Okay, AeroVironment, ABAV, AeroVironment. Okay, inside day. We're looking for this to follow through and start moving back towards 250. AeroVironment, ABAV, ABAV. Revenue growth is 150%, but earnings growth is stalled for AeroVironment. Expecting 1.95 billion to 2 billion. AeroVironment is engaged in design, development, production, support, and operation of technical portfolio of products and services. It supplies unmanned aircraft systems, UAS, technical missile systems, tactical missile systems, and related services when the U.S. Department of Defense. AeroVironment got a triple downgrade recently, bouncing off the low yesterday. Watching that. Okay, Amazon just off the high. Amazon should be higher tomorrow. Could be an inside day, whatever, tomorrow, but looking for a higher, looking for that 5,200 day to get tested in the short term. Be nice to see what dealers do, if the call wall shifts higher or not. Okay, all right, so we're just seeing profit taking in today. All right, so there goes Apple, a little short covering on Apple, off the low. Microsoft pulling back a bit more, making people question their staying power.
The Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. We're back here in Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. We've just got a few minutes left here. We are counting down to the end of the session, so let's welcome Kevin Green. As always, senior markets correspondent to close out the day. And once again, obviously, we've seen a nice day of resilience here with a bit of a bounce back from the selling pressure yesterday. Just talk us through the levels that you are watching here, as it feels like there's, while some optimism, some cautious optimism out there, KG.
Sam, I like how you kind of pulled that optimism back a little bit here. If you actually kind of look at this 5-day, 15-minute chart, the chart that we kind of talked about this morning, there's a reason to be optimistic.
Okay, we got a minute and 50 seconds to go. All right, starting to bounce. A little Amazon profit taking. People saying, I'll buy that. Tesla, a little profit taking there as well. I'll buy that. We got less than 2 minutes to go. 1 minute, 30 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go.
So that's still not an achievement or an accomplishment that we have not really kind of overcome at this point in time. Yes, we have had a strong day yesterday as far as kind of clawing back some of those losses. Today we're up about 0.8%. We still have lower highs.
Okay, let's see what hedge flows did all day. Hedge flows pretty much chop, 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 sine wave, sideways. Whenever you see that, you know what to expect, right? This sine wave is a dead, just a sign that price action is not going to do much. We got up to the highs and just kind of went choppy sideways and fading into the last 20 minutes. Okay. So you can see all these positions are off now. This is non-zero day here, these gray. This is non-zero day. Let's see what happens if I toggle it to 0 day. Okay, same thing. Okay, so all of those trades went off. They held the 6,900 level. People selling premium overhead. Winner chicken dinner. Okay, we got 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. I got another hard stop. Got a hard stop. Got to go to the mechanic and get my wife's car. Okay. Had a couple of things done to it. All right, folks. Have a great evening. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, March the 4th, 4 o'clock straight up, the closing bell. I'll see you first thing in the morning. Take care. Have a great evening. Ciao.
to